Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 13th, 2024 Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting. It is 9:04, and I call this meeting to order. If you all would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by invocation by Joe Duran from City Ministry Network. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, all. I was going to spend an hour praying for each of you individually, but we'll do that another time. How's that?
We can use it.
Father, we want to thank you for every seat that has been filled here today. For each mind and heart that feels the presence in this room, we thank you. Only you truly know what where we're setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, we have a vision, we have hints, daily instructions, but you have blessed our county leaders with talents, abilities, and time to work. However, you can only see in perfect detail the end of every beginning, every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. I pray that you would provide wisdom and insight throughout this proceeding. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as all of the lives that we will encounter afterward, for our community and for those that we love. In Christ's name, amen.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe. Appreciate the words and the prayers. Next, I have presentations. So recognition of Juan Diego Gonzalez as the recipient of the League of United Latin American Citizens Internship. And Supervisor Chance Condit will be recognizing Juan this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing for this recognition to go through of such an outstanding individual. First, I would like to call up Miss Dr. Jenny Boyer with Cambridge Academies, who's going to give us a little insight about this program, and also welcome Juan Diego Gonzalez up as well so he can receive his recognition. Dr. Boyer, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's an honor for me to be here, because most of you may know us from the homeless services that we provide. But we have another branch, which is the education branch. And through that, we serve migrant workers. And in fact, we have a GED program for 55 migrant workers per year. And these are agricultural workers that work during the day, and in the evening they take classes. And we have been having the program is a federal program, and we've had from 80 to 85% of them achieve their GEDs in 1 year. So we're very, very proud of them. And that, in looking at those families, that encouraged us to say, what are we doing for their children that most of them may not go to college? So we applied, and we are the only nonprofit organization in the country that got a college grant to help first year and second year migrant farm working families, their kids have their first year of college. And this is why we're here. We got funded on July 1st, and we served 35 students. We recruited 35 students like in 1 day. And those 35 students are amazing students. We provide support to them. And Juan Diego is one of those students. Wonderful young man. There was a national competition and for internship in DC, and they would select only 6. Well, Juan Diego got one of those 6. So I'm also proud to say that of the 35, 80% of those students completed full-time first year. So it's a first. So with that, Juan.
So Juan Diego, before you speak, I'm going to just read off the proclamation on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors. So on behalf of the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, congratulations on finishing your League of United Latin American Citizenships internship to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute hosted in Washington, D.C. During the internship, the research you conducted in the areas of chronic disease maintenance and prevention, specifically the accessibility and affordability of anti-obesity and anti-diabetes medications for Latinos, will be a benefit to Stanislaus County and to its residents. Congratulations, you're an inspiration to all of us. Keep going, you have such a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you. Mucho gusto. My name is Juan Gonzalez, and it's very nice to be here and get to meet all of you. I was asked to say a few words as I come up here, and one of the first things I like to do, that I usually do, is thank my family. Yo, como un Latino, como un Chicano, orgullosamente, proudly, I stand on the shoulders of giants. My family, my friends, and every person who's helped me get to where I am now was part of the reason that I was able to get this internship. Part of the reason that I was able to be such a great representation of my culture. I want to thank my parents because, for one, llegando para los Estados Unidos, coming to the US, wasn't exactly easy. And the fact that I got to see my dad in tears because his son stood in front of the White House was one of the proudest moments I've ever had in my whole life. I want to thank this program, CAMP, because there's thousands, millions, who knows how many other students like me. Similar stories, similar names, but they don't all get this chance. They don't get the opportunity that I was able to have. And I can say that I got lucky, because as much as I want to admit, there's plenty of other kids who are just as qualified as I am who can't be here because of things that are out of their control. This program allows for students like me, students like my family, students like my friends, to be able to come and show who we are. That we're more than just a statistic on paper. We can do more. We are more. And como dijo un héroe mío, like one of my heroes said long ago, to everyone that's like me, be it a little kid or someone older, just know, sí se puede.
Eso.
Dr. Boyer, please.
Yes, please.
Let me pop.
I hope you run for the first supervisor.
Right. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Juan, on this outstanding accomplishment for you and your family and for the community. Thank you for being here this morning. Next presentation is an update on the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office Threat Assessment Center. Sheriff Dirks, you will be conducting the presentation.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. A quick update on what we refer to as the STAC, the Stanislaus County Threat Assessment Center. And before I turn it over to Lieutenant Denberg, just a brief history of it. The whole idea of this actually started, like so many of my good ideas, with a conversation with my wife about being able to get ahead of and prevent either crimes of violence, any kind of active shooter type of situation, anything like that. And in the course of a car ride and some ideas that we threw around, we kind of formulated this, and then working with my team, we came up with a pretty good idea. And originally it was called the Fusion Center. So if some of you have heard me refer to the Fusion Center in the past, this is one and the same. We changed the name to this because Fusion Center has a defined meaning. Nationally, there are fusion centers, which are essentially super versions of this that fuse state, local, and federal resources kind of all into one. And we are not at that level, not in that category. I think there's 4 across the state of California. And so we're going to ask Lieutenant Denberg to go through this, and then I'll come back up at the end, and we'll be happy to take any of your questions. So thank you.
All right, good morning, gentlemen. Again, like the sheriff said, my name is Ian Dunberg. I'm with the sheriff's office for 22 years and law enforcement for 24. And today we're going to talk about the stack. We were broken up into different parts of the department, but the stack individually has 10 people working in it, 5 crime analysts, a sergeant, myself, a lieutenant, 2 detectives, and a data scientist. Basically, in a nutshell, our job is to gather information, and the analysts pull out that information, which is intelligence, and provide it to the patrol deputies on the streets. Overall, in a nutshell, they connect the crime to the deputy and fill in all the gray area, which I had 24 years ago when I first started. Stack's motto, it's an unofficial motto, and I'll tell you where this came from. We were discussing a challenge coin ideas, and I came out to the unit and I said, hey, we need a motto, something to kind of sell what we do, and something that kind of really delivers our job. And I had some ideas I threw out there, and one of the analysts said, we will find you. And I'm going to circle back to that in a little bit, how we came up with that motto. Like I said, we have analysts dispersed throughout the department, 5 at the Threat Assessment Center, and then we have 1 individual analyst assigned to their specific unit, focusing on the individual unit's mission. You see here all these stack capabilities. One that I like to really target, I'm not going to be able to get into all the things that they do. I could spend a half hour just on each individual job that they perform, but the live assist. I was talking to a deputy district attorney not too long ago about the analyst capabilities, and I recalled an incident where the analysts were pretty excited about call. They were just wrapping up. And I walked over to their cubicle, hey, what's going on? And they're like, hey, yeah, we had this assault with a deadly weapon. The suspect had fled the scene. The deputies had the person's information, basic information, name, date of birth. And I started doing a workup on this individual. It was basically dig into who they are, where they are, any weapons, previous crimes of violence, any associates that they have. And I found an address. 90% certain this is where this person was. And so I directed the deputies to that location, and while they were en route, I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and I go, no, he's 99% certain. Same street, just down the road a couple hundred yards. Got that information to the deputies as they were responding. They were able to refit, reconsolidate, and refocus their target, and they were able to actually locate the suspect, that location, and snatch him up. And I was like, wow. So I'm relaying this information to Deputy DA, and I called that analyst into my office to elaborate more on that incident. She's like, I don't know which one. We do this all the time. That's what we do. So that's where we came up with the motto, we will find you. And you can see there, this is just a quarter, 2024, third quarter stats, live assist, 296 incidents, 132 workups. Those are where deputies have a suspect, but they don't have a lot of information on them. They dig in, they get that information, put up a bulletin, and give it back out to the patrol staff. Threat Assessment Group. This is relatively new to us, and as I found out up and down the state, it's relatively new to most departments. Basically, I'm just going to refer to school shootings, where the motto, see something, say something, used to be pretty prevalent in the state. It's not so much anymore. Right after 9/11, that was a huge thing. It's still big on the East Coast, and as you work your way west, it kind of falters. But this is basically something where a student who may be frustrated, it doesn't have to be a student, it could be anybody, who's frustrated with the school, makes some comments, basically saying that he's gonna take some sort of violent act towards the school and the students. Someone sees that, hears that, notifies a deputy, or notifies the sheriff's office, deputy responds, does an initial investigation, comes to find out, no, this is gonna require much more investigation and possibly a search warrant. That's where my detective comes in, who's actually a threat assessment detective, among other things, as you will see here in a little bit. He goes out, does his investigation, and finds out whether or not, yeah, this is a credible threat, or this person just needs some mental health help, or it's not a credible threat at all. And we've had probably in this quarter about 21 incidents that rise to our level of investigation. We've only made 3 arrests. We've offered mental health to others. We've done search warrants, and others were just found to be not credible. But it's a no-brainer getting ahead of the incident and trying to prevent it before it actually happens. NIBIN, that's also relatively new to us. Basically, you've all heard of ballistics, where they pull a bullet out of either a person or a wall. They match the styrations up to the gun that was fired. This is the other side of that. This is actually taking the casing that's found on scene, which is easier to find. Usually at a shooting, you'll find casings, and they basically find the same markings, enter it into a national database, and someone who collected some brass casings in Nebraska entered it into the same database. They find a match to our casings, and maybe someone a couple months later is arrested with a gun. They take that gun after it's been booked into evidence, fire it, get the shell casing, and they're able to actually connect the 3 incidents together. The suspect may or may not be the one that actually fired the gun in those 3 incidents, and that's where the detective comes in to piece all that together. It's new to us. We're working with the ATF and some agencies in the Bay Area to get more familiar with the process, but it's an ongoing learning process for us. The Armed Prohibited Persons System. This is a grant position that we have. Basically, DOJ gives my detective, who's also the threat assessment detective, and the NIBIN detective, a list of individuals who have been found, by law, they're not allowed to possess firearms. And he goes down the list, making phone calls and contacting these people to either surrender their firearms or come up with a good reason why they cannot surrender their firearms. And 99% of the time, they're very cooperative. He's able to meet them in a parking lot somewhere and receive the handgun from them or firearms from them, or they agree to turn it into a gun store. Some of them, they could have been stolen, and it's up to our detective to contact that agency if a report was made to make sure and confirm that that firearm was actually reported stolen. The removals, those are guys and gals whose name may have been misspelled. A birthday may have been entered incorrectly, and it's up to him to contact these people like, hey, are you Joe Doe, John Doe? No, I'm not. I'm actually Joe Doe, and I don't have any firearms, so I've never committed any crimes. He digs into that, runs their names to make sure they are free and clear. Overall, he's recovered 32 firearms and is able to get 71 firearms cleared. Again, that's a collateral duty on top of everything else he does. This is a list of gun violence restraining orders. Again, the same detective who is doing all the other stuff also kind of became a subject matter expert in our county for gun violence restraining orders. He saw the need due to his threat assessment assignment that a threat assessment call may turn into a situation where he has to remove firearms and to get a gun violence restraining order to do that. And so you can see the stats up there. He's helped outside agencies to include the DA investigators and other law enforcement agencies actually outside the county. County security. These guys are very busy. As you can see, we started in 2016 with 4 people. I'm down to 2. And I have a feeling by the time I get back to my office, I'm going to have a 2-week notice sitting on my desk. We've had a very difficult time trying to refill these positions. It's a very specific skill set that's required for this position. And for some reason, nobody wants to do it. They retire and they don't want to come back to be on a schedule. Schedule being show up once or twice a week, 9-ish, leave 2-ish, unless you have a presentation to give or a threat assessment or vulnerability assessment to perform. Other than that, come and go as you please. They're like, no, that's way too strict. So, all right. So we do have a plan to refill those positions. As you'll see, they are very busy. One of the primary classes that they do quite a bit is the active shooter presentation, the run, hide, fight that they give to any business, any entity who wants it. The county security program is very unique, as we are probably one of 2 in the entire state that actually provides this. All these classes that they give are free of service. We actually got notified by the State Farm Bureau that they had heard about our active shooter presentation and they wanted it to be given to their farm labor people up and down the state. They asked for a private presentation, which we facilitated. They were very impressed, so impressed that they wanted the security team to take it on the road up and down the state. And we were like, there's no way we can do that, but we can give you our presentation, put your own name on it, and present it to whoever you want, whenever you want. The stats on the left, those are incidents that we receive throughout the year from all the county departments throughout the county. And you can see they can be anything from a homeless person camping in front of the library, or then someone coming inside acting unruly, and they're asked to leave. Usually they'll call the police department if it rises to that level. But nonetheless, they send us an incident report, and either we put out a bulletin to all the county departments saying, hey, be aware of this person. Here's instructions on what to do if they do show up. Sometimes we will assist them in getting restraining orders. If they're trespassed off the property, we'll provide another bulletin for that for all the county agencies and instructions on what to do. As you can see, they're a very busy unit. Only having 2 and down to 1, we're going to be pretty stressed for the next year if we don't get those positions refilled. And you see here, one of the things I want to touch on these stats is the vulnerability assessments and the threat assessments they do for the different county entities. It doesn't have to be a county building. It can be a farm, a dairy. We just did one for Foster Farms not too long ago. And what they do is the team goes out there, takes pictures, takes their notes, and then puts together a detailed packet of recommendations for that entity to either do or not. It's up to them, but they provide that, again, free of charge, and they do a very good job. They spend a couple of days, they spent about a week out at Foster Farms hitting all the different locations out there, and they put together a pretty thick packet of recommendations and updates for them. Data scientist. This guy is probably the smartest person I've ever met before in my life. His title is data scientist, and he does collect data and track data. In fact, when the care court came about, he was nails when it came to us finding applicants for the care court program, which we worked with probation to get that information to them, people that would be pretty good clients for that process. And he was able to narrow down the field of people that would be best fitted for the care court program. On top of that, the guy is a whiz with anything IT. I first got to the unit, and going back to the Live Assist stuff, one of the jobs that the analyst does is, like I said, Live Assist, they get the information they find. In the past, they were taking pictures of that information on their cell phone, then have to go out to the parking lot of the stack. If you're not familiar with what a stack is, we are co-located with OES and SR 911. If you walk through the building into the back parking lot, you'll see 2 sheds. We're the one on the left. So you would think we have good cell service out there with the big towers and antennas, but we do not. So the analysts would have to run around outside, try to get a good cell service connection, and then send that information. So you're taking a picture on a screen and sending that on a cell phone out to the deputies who need this real-time information immediately, and it just wasn't working out. Now I turned to the data scientist, I go, hey man, we need to fix this. By the time I walked from the stack shack to my office, which is inside OES, he already had a working version of what we continue to use today to be able to actually take the information from the computer and send it to the deputies on the street. He's building dashboards for us. I ask him, I give him just a little bit of information on, for instance, we're doing an evacuation app for our phones when deputies go out to fires and floods. We actually keep track of the residences that we've been to, notating if they're home, if they need medical assistance to get out of there, if they have animals, etc. Minimal information that I gave him on what I wanted. In about 2 days, he had a working version of it on his phone. So very impressive for this guy. I can't say enough about him. We would not operate at the level that we do without him. He also helps all the other entities within the sheriff's office with the reports and other the lists that we have to give out at the end of the year for the sheriff's office and for the county. With that, I'll turn it over to the sheriff. There he is.
All right, well, thank you, Ian. And I want to just talk briefly a little bit about kind of the way forward and where we're going. Ian has done a tremendous job in really kind of corralling this entity of the stack with all of its various kind of disparate functions and getting it all kind of rowing all in the same direction, if you will. But the way forward requires kind of two things. One is staffing. As you can see, like with county security, right, those 4 individuals are all contractors. And we probably need to morph that into a full-time position, at least 1, if not 2, and get away from the 4 contractors. But that's something that we're still exploring internally, but we need to change how we do that. And one thing that I do want to say on the county security piece too, we do provide a lot of services to our community, whether they're governmental agencies, organizations, or private entities. But we do that because it's critically important that if we have to respond to a critical incident there, we have the appropriate information that we need to correctly and safely respond. And what do I mean? Like an active shooter type of situation, right? Ideally, what we're trying to collect from every school district is site maps of school districts, right? So that if we have to go there and they refer to, building 122, most of us don't know where that is. We have to be able to pull up a map and find it. So the county security, we have to look at the staffing of that to move forward. And then the other piece is technology and processes. As Ian has alluded to, some of the stuff that we've done has been through Z, our data scientist. It's home-baked or homemade, and those are great solutions. But when we look at this idea of what's called the common operating picture, where we can fuse all of the information that is out there, either from open source or from various law enforcement databases, we need them in one program where we can functionally see it all at one time. And that is really the future, and that will drive some of our internal processes. A lot of what we have right now, you could have 5 screens up with 5 different data sets on it. We need to move them into one so that we can speed up that time, especially for the real-time piece of it, right? When deputies are dealing with a situation in the field, we need that information fast. And that getting that information fast allows us to have different outcomes, right? Part of what drove this whole thing, I'll kind of close with where I began. What drove this whole thing is coming up with different outcomes to critical incidents, right? So that law enforcement maybe doesn't have to use force because maybe there's a piece of information that we would have that could preclude that. And so we have to be able to speed up that cycle more and more. And so that is where we are headed, and we will conclude with that, subject to any of your questions. And Ian and I will stand here awkwardly. All right. Together.
Any questions for the sheriff or Ian?
I just have one question, and it makes me think, because the threat assessment is really good that deputies are going to go out and serve a warrant, how many guns are in there, and it all makes sense in real time. There was an incident at a Ceres school recently, and you had Modesto PD and the sheriff and Ceres PD and all these allied agencies showing up. Wouldn't those types of information be better if it was a countywide, all the information input into a countywide, so that, like, especially for schools, that would be an obvious one, because everyone's responding to a active shooter at just about anywhere, and it makes sense that it's available to everyone.
Yes, agree completely, and that is one of the things that we are trying to do in this database, that of collecting floor plans and so on, that it would be available functionally to everyone. But there's a contact, right? You can contact the stack, and we can push it out if it's not already on a computer. One thing specific to school districts that we're looking at, and I cannot remember the name of the program, but it's through Tulare County Office of Education, and school districts can pay for it. It's an app that essentially pushes, you would have all of this information there specific to schools. We just had a demo on that last week, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was last week, recently, within the last 2 weeks for sure. And a phenomenal program, free to law enforcement. School districts pay for it. Scott Kuykendall and I have already been in conversation. SCOA here locally is looking at it. And Tulare County Office of Ed provides it at no profit, right? They just at cost. So yes on that. And then kind of a second answer to that question is we have a great collaboration with our various other partners across the county. the DA's office, they have an analyst now that has been participating out at the stack, either for training or for data sharing, information sharing. Turlock PD would like to add analysts. I think they have one right now, but Chief Hedden would like to be able to park that person at least part-time in the stack, and so that way they're kind of contributing to the overall success. And Ceres PD would also like to get there. They're just not there yet. They don't have any analysts. Modesto PD has their version of it. They call it the RTCC, Real-Time Crime Center. We have a very strong collaboration with them. They do some things a little bit differently, which is totally fine. They're MPD. They can do it how they want. It's not a better or worse. They just do some things differently to best serve Modesto PD in the city of Modesto. But we do collaborate with them quite strongly.
Jeff, thank you. Thank you guys for a great presentation. Just real quick regarding the security, county security program. You say we contract with 2 individuals. Are those retired deputies?
If anybody remembers Ralph Demente, the former undersheriff, Ralph just apparently does not enjoy retirement. So Ralph is kind of our primary right now. Rob Rotenberg is the one who's probably going to be leaving.
Okay. Let's just talk. We don't have to do it here. Stanislaus Regional Transportation Authority, our transit, our buses, it's all of them, the entire county buses and under one system with the exception of Turlock. They pay for security, and I think it's like $500,000 a year they're paying, and I think they're looking for another way to do this. And so their security involves a bus driver, there's a fight on a bus or something going on, and I just wonder if there's some way we could collaborate kind of with them instead of them paying like a private security force that somehow we could, anyway, just something for us to talk about. Maybe not, but there is funding there for that, and if maybe it would help fund other stuff while we're doing stuff with the buses, but let's talk about it.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Thanks,
Well,
Lieutenant.
thank you. And I had the privilege of sitting with Ian and Sheriff Dirksey last month. Very valuable. I was at a national conference and brought up all the exciting good things that you're doing to keep our community safe. So I appreciate you guys spending time with me last month on this.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. All right. Next is public comment. We have quite a few yellow cards. I'm going to start with public comment for items not on the agenda, and then I know there's some public comments on items, and as those items come up, I will call the names of the people that already have public comment cards. But as always, if you didn't fill out a public comment card, you have an opportunity, and even if you didn't, at the end, you feel free to come up and talk on either items on the agenda or not on the agenda. So first public comment card I have is from Stephen Morrow. All
right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bose, I wanted to offer a little bit of feedback on an item discussed at the last meeting, the adoption of using Google Translate to translate documents into the various languages that we need them. I went ahead and experimented with the application. I found it easy to use. And to answer a question that Supervisor Chiesa had when we were talking after the meeting, if you translate a document with an active hyperlink, the hyperlink still works and will link to the document or web page. So then you can then go down and download that specific document. So the whole system shows a lot of potential to improve our communications with our community. It's not a perfect system. It's very much a work in progress. And the application itself does have a size limit. A document larger than 10 megabyte will not go through the translator. But like we know, this is a work in progress, and the county is going to work on that and eventually figure it out, so it'll improve our communications with all the members of our community. And so I wanted to make you aware of what I had found so far, and the staff will continue to work on it. Thank you very much.
Stephen was tasked with homework, and he completed his homework, so he gets an A.
Thank you, Stephen. You always amaze me with your attendance and also the homework abilities, but more importantly, the feedback. That means a lot, especially the size limit. I'm sure we got note of that, but appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. All right, next speaker is Carl Wood.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Carl Wood. I am the CEO of Vocational Coaching and Development Institute. We are a day program for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It was actually a few of you have toured our facility, and I was encouraged to come and speak and share what we do and what we're trying to do right now, which is reach out to our community, make people aware of what we do, how we do it. So we are, located at 1125 I Street, which is the old post office across from the courthouse. And we're downstairs. We've been serving clients for a little over 10 years now, and we have 83 clients on our books. We have, on average, Monday through Friday, about 53 clients in building. The reason for the change there in numbers is many of our clients actually are employed, some of them almost full-time, and so they're only visited by our job coaches out at their job locations. A lot of our other clients actually go to MJC, Stan State, so we only see them a couple times a week, maybe a couple times a month. We are funded through Valley Mountain Regional Center, and that's where our referrals come from for our clients. The clients visit many different programs like ours, and then they choose based on their goals which program is going to fit their needs. Right. We are funded also through Valley Mountain Regional Center, where it's on a attendance basis per client per day. The funds provided by Valley Mountain, are Medicaid waivers. So it's 50% state funds and 50% federal funds. Our annual revenue right now is about $1.3 million, and we are a nonprofit, but 100% of our funds actually come from our attendance. Next year, we're going to look to utilize some grants to advance some growth initiatives that we have, but for now, we're very satisfied with where we're at with our attendance and revenue that way. So what do we do and how do we do it and how do we contribute to the community? Excuse me, I should have brought water. No, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I probably wouldn't have caught that, and it would have hit me in the head and be a big mess.
It would have been an underhand.
Right. So what do we do and how do we do it? Our company is broken into two programs. One is the transitional coaching and development, and the other is the vocational coaching and development. So the process starts on the transitional side, which is adults coming out of high school, 18 to 22 years old. They're either getting a diploma or certificate of completion, and they're looking for the next steps. How do I grow with my independence? How do I get out and do things in the world? How do I participate in my community? So we help with that. Internally in our office, we have various breakouts in our building where we work on various different life skills, from hygiene to time management, anything that's kind of important to them. Then we get out into the community with bus training, how to ride the city transit system, pedestrian safety, making sure you're safe as you're walking around. We'll plan internally in the building to go out on mission. So if a client is interested in getting an apartment, we'll plan in the building, what do you need? We'll kind of make that list. Then we'll go visit stores and actually price that stuff out, discussing wants versus needs. So really the transition side is to get out of the high school, we're growing up, we're getting independent, so that we can sustain ourselves in that regard. The goal there is to move into the vocational side, right, where we're working on that independent employment to really ingrain ourselves in our community. And that part, of course, we're doing the resume writing and we're doing the practicing for the job interviews. But additionally, we're working on those hard skills. Of course, we're going to work on the soft skills, but the hard skills, things that translate right onto a resume, are very important. So internally in the office, we have a mock office where we practice those interview skills across the desk, because that changes everything, right? Work on phone skills, social skills inside an office. We have a mock store where we're working on register training and customer service. We learn how to bag groceries properly. A great starting job is bagging groceries. We have several of our clients that are very successful in that role right now. So the vocational side is driven specifically on trying to get them independent employment. We do not hire anybody. We want them to get that independent employment so they sustain themselves. They don't rely on a company like ours to sustain them. All right, is that my time?
You can finish.
Okay, thanks. So that's really the program in a nutshell. We have a bunch of other activities that we do. We try to be as creative as possible, and we do a lot of volunteering in the community. We send 2 to 3 groups out a day to the Salvation Army's warehouse to work on commodity boxes and deliver those commodity boxes. We send a group out to Goodwill where they're actually real volunteers at Goodwill. Our job coaches go with them. We get out to the Tuolumne Trust. We get out to VIPS, which is a program for the visually impaired. We do landscaping for them. We really want to ingrain ourselves in not just getting people employed in our community, but actually supporting our community in the process of gaining growth and independence for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, right? So if anybody wants to contact us, please go ahead. Questions, comments?
Well, Carl, thank you so much. Supervisor Withrow?
Quick comment. I went out there. I don't know, Buck went out there. I don't know who else
Yeah.
went out there. Yeah, Manny went out there.
Manny.
Yeah. Just very impressive. Chance went out there. Perfect.
Yeah.
Vito, you need
No
water?
pressure, Vito. No
What's
pressure.
going on? It's a very impressive operation. I just was touched as I walked away from there. I'm thinking, you guys are doing the Lord's work, is what you're doing. These are people that are in need, and you're out there servicing them, and you're doing great work. So I appreciate you coming here and kind of letting us all know what's going on there, Carl. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much.
Any other comments? Supervisor?
Carl, how are people referred to you again? Remind me.
Sure, Valley Mountain Regional Center. So all clients are established with Valley Mountain Regional Center. Excuse me. It's usually when they're in school at some point. And they have service coordinators. Those service coordinators connect with all the different programs similar to ours. The service coordinator kind of decides, okay, here's 6 programs that kind of fit the goals and needs of this individual. The individual then tours those programs and decides which one fits for them the best, and they make the choice which program to choose.
Thank you. You do great work.
Thank you very much.
Carl, thank you so much. I don't know if you already mentioned it, but you guys have a podcast set up. So that was pretty unique during COVID. They had to utilize Zoom and to get to their clients, but it's a full room with all the mics and everything set up as a podcast. So if any of you ever want to amplify the message of the Board of Supervisors, he's offered that up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much. Take care.
All right, our next public comment speaker is Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a comment in regard to the last meeting that we, in regard to the bilingual services. I noticed when Mr. Sean Candid want to make the recommendation to hold the report, the county council was talking to Mr. Vito Chesa, and Mr. Hayes was talking to Mr. Widrow, not to approve that. So it's in the video, they show how the influence of these 2 people have over the board supervisor. It's a shame, because I think the board supervisor is supposed to have his own mind, his own decision, not to be influenced by Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bose. I think that's not right, and I feel very discomfort what happened in that meeting, really. And the chairman Withrow was like an employee of the county, just freezing, but not improving nothing. So it was very conflict of interest of these 2 men to influence Mr. Vito and Mr. Withrow. When Mr. Candid wanted to make the motion, Mr. Hayes was talking to Mr. Withrow at the same time, and Mr. Bose was talking to Mr. Vito not to approve. So that's a shame to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next public comment speaker is Brian Evett.
I'd rather be talking to everybody out there, because sometimes we don't get any replies here. And the community needs to know sometimes more than you guys, because they can express stuff to you. Now, what I'm here for is because I had to visit the health and safety. I had to wind up going in there because a burglar broke into a house, and I asked to arrest the burglar. Didn't happen. He turned around 2 days later and he says that I threatened him. So I got to visit the health and safety. Well, I went in there And I should tell you all, I'm a property owner of 3 properties here. And this is what could happen to any one of us. Anyway, I go in there, they're gonna book me in. I have, all my numbers are on my phone. I'm getting old, I'm 65 years old. Most of my people have died, and I got the new people that are on my phone. I wanna make a phone call so I could get out. Well, you can't have your phone. So now what am I supposed to do? Stand around there. As I'm standing around, they're washing out these dirty cells. Now there's microbacteria in these cells, there's scabies in these cells, and when they're wet, it's just all over the place. Well, they say, why don't you stand in here? And they put me in a wet cell. Now this could happen to any one of us, okay? Now I'm in a wet cell. I don't want to touch anything, so I'm tapping with my foot on the bottom of the cell. Hey, don't put me in a wet cell. I'm innocent until proven guilty. Why should I be destroyed, or my body be physically disabled by this stuff, which is bacteria. It's called Staphylococcus, and scabies will create this. So I'm in there, they take my shoes away. Now I'm walking around in a wet cell full of this stuff. Okay, is this right for somebody? Now I've gone through a year. You want to see some scarring? Want to look at these legs? This is what happens to you. This is a year going back in an ointment and everything. This is called health and safety. This is what they put us through. Now I own over $1 million worth of property. I pay enough money to you guys. I'm a stockholder just as well as any of you. And I am innocent until proven guilty. Why should I have to go through a year of itching to the hospitals to get cream, spend more money on cream? And Bose knows that I've been through a lot in this county because I've been through it. He's seen most of it, but nothing ever changes. Nothing ever changes. Health and safety isn't protecting their things. They need to spend more money and make sure that these things are clean. You don't put a man in this situation that hasn't done anything but try to protect his own property. But you guys are the ones that make changes. And it's only you. Otherwise, people like me, or them, or him, or them, anyone it could be, because, oh, somebody says so. How do you protect us from this? This is what we spend our tax money on. What am I paying all that tax money for? Just to come in here and have you guys sit there? Nobody ever says anything back. They call it comments. Well, where's your comment back at it? Where's your changing this? And what do I get out of it? You get to sue, and then you guys act like little kids. You send it to the Georgia Hills, who sends you letters to say, well, if you try to sue us, we're going to sue you too. And then you put us in front of retired judges that have nothing to lose. Nothing. So what do? They throw it out, and then they charge you, and then you lose more money. Now, you haven't done anything but try to do what's right. And that goes with any of us. We try to do what's right. But this is the kind of situations we wind up in. And this is the kind of situations that need to be fixed. If not, we need somebody that will fix it on this board, that will make these changes, will protect the public. Because otherwise, what are we paying these taxes for? And threatened all the time. And then got diseases that you guys give us, and you're supposed to protect us from this. You worry about the man with the gun, but that's not the problem. It's the man with the mouth that you want to believe. And if you want to believe the wrong party and the thieves, that's just fine. Otherwise, this democracy is falling apart, and you're not helping it. Otherwise, we wind up just the same way our government is working now. We're going to wind heresy is going to come in. Do we want this? Otherwise, what rights do we even have anymore? Huh? We don't have any. The kid that you freaking hired for a cop, and you put him in there because he took a 10-week training course out of high school. Now he knows the law. And if he's buddies with the criminal, he's going to believe the criminal. Let him go. Who cares about the guy that owns the property? Who cares about the money they lost? Who cares? And that's the way it's turning. Because we don't even train them. They don't even need bachelor's degrees anymore. So how do they know the law? How do you put a man out of high school in there knowing the law when he lives in apartment buildings that are affected by criminals? They're affected all over the place. Multiple units. We have them Willows over there in Oakdale. We turn around and they have these little apartment units over here. They're affected by criminals. That's all they are. They're tenants. And they don't even have the time to pay it. Our government's paying for them. let's change this. Let's protect these homeowners. They're the stockholders for you guys. I know my time's up, but that's who you're supposed to protect. The stockholders. That's the ones that pay the taxes. That's the ones that pay your bills. That's where you get your money. And I'm one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. All right. Do I have any other members of the public that would like to speak on public comment for items not on the agenda? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back for consent calendar. I know item 5.2 has been pulled for public comment. Any members of the board wanting to pull any other items? Members of the public? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to pass consent calendar items excluding item 5.2.
I move to pass consent items.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Supervisor Chance Condit, second by Supervisor Buck Condit. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I just want to verify that's item B2.
B52, yes. Or 5B2. 5B2. All right, all item consent calendar passes other than item 5B2. I have a public comment card from Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is in regard to economic development. And my understanding is the report supposed to be by Mrs. Erica, supposed to make that report. And the question is, are you a member of the EDDC, Mr. Chairman?
EDAC?
Yeah, the Economic Development.
Action Committee, yes.
Yeah, you represent the board, right? In the same time, you are in conflict of interest with the Board Director Opportunity Center. Mr. Bose, you are the county council. Are you going to tell him to restrain forwarding this issue? Yes or no?
I don't see a conflict.
You don't see conflict. It's conflict. He's in the board of directors of the Opportunity Stanislaus. At the same time, now he's going to approve, and he's the chair of that. He represents your board in that committee. So that's two conflict of interest. And you say no? I think so. Yes, sir. And you can see under the sign, the ethics and the board of supervisors to sign each member, you have the conflict of interest. And I think it's yes. You say no, right? You not say no.
I already said no.
You already say no.
I don't see a conflict.
Okay. Yes, for the record, I think Mr. Guidro, many Guidro is in conflict of interest, not only because he represents the board supervisor in the committee, and at the same time he's the board director of the Opportunity Stanislaus. So to me, that's a conflict of interest. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other public member on comments, item 5.2, 5B52? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, got a motion by Supervisor Buck Condit, second by Supervisor Keza. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much. And next item is public hearings. Public hearing to consider adoption of the Delta Mendota Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And the item presentation will be conducted by Rob Kostlevy and Christy McKinnon.
Good morning, Chairman Grewal, Honorable Board, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. The public hearing before your board this morning revolves around the Delta Mendota groundwater subbasin. The subbasin is facing a significant challenge. In early 2025, the State Water Resource Control Board will hold a hearing to determine whether or not they need to step in and take control of the groundwater management. The local groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, are eager to continue managing the subbasin independently without state intervention. However, to do so, they must address the issues in their current plan, known as the Delta Mendota Groundwater Sustainability Plan, or GSP. It is crucial that this plan is finalized and approved before the 2025 hearing to ensure the GSAs can maintain control and effectively manage the groundwater in this region. Joining me today is Christy McKinnon, the Groundwater Resource Manager for Stanislaus County. She will present staff recommendations to your honorable board and the public based on extensive work and collaboration with consultants and other groundwater agencies, which she will detail in her presentation.
Good morning, board members, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. Thank you, Director Kosovi, for that introduction. My purpose today is to conduct a public hearing to consider approval and adoption of the Delta-Mendota Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Our staff recommendation is to ask the board to approve and adopt by resolution the Delta-Mendota GSP and to authorize the San Luis and Delta-Mendota Water Authority, its consultants and plan manager, to take what necessary actions they may need to submit the revised plan to the California State Water Resources Control Board and implement the purpose of this resolution. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014 empowered public entities to form groundwater sustainability agencies that would be responsible to develop and implement groundwater sustainability plans over a 50-year planning horizon with a 20-year implementation period, requiring annual reporting and periodic 5-year updates to these plans. Stanislaus County partners with Merced County to form the Northwestern Delta-Mendota Groundwater Sustainability Agency, one of 23 groundwater sustainability agencies in the Delta-Mendota subbasin. 41 public water agencies make up the 23 GSAs and together are represented at the subbasin level by a coordination committee, and all of that was formed in 2017. The Northern and Central Delta-Mendota Region GSP was adopted by the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors and is the current active GSP for the Stanislaus County portions of the subbasin. The 23 agencies developed and adopted 6 separate plans across the subbasin as required for critically overdrafted subbasins by January 31st, 2020. On January 23rd, 2022, the Department of Water Resources issued an incomplete determination for all 6 of those plans. All 6 plans were amended and resubmitted as required by the July 20th, 2022 deadline. On March 2nd of last year, the state issued an inadequate determination for all GSPs, for all of the revised GSPs. So the March inadequate determination triggered the State Water Resources Control Board oversight of the subbasin and the state intervention process. A probationary hearing will be set in March of 2025 with the State Water Board, and the subbasin is facing the loss of local control. Intervention means state enforcement, mandatory well metering, reporting well registrations fees of up to $30 per non-exempt well, and up to $40 charge for each acre foot of pumped water, including implementation of an interim plan. In order to address the intervention, the GSAs have collaborated and agreed to develop one single groundwater sustainability plan for the subbasin and have adequately addressed the state's concerns well in advance of the probationary hearing date in hopes of avoiding the intervention process. The state identified 4 deficiencies in the current adopted plan for the northern region. The first one is that the plan did not use the same data and methodologies as the other plans across the subbasin. And the plans did not establish common definitions of undesirable results throughout the subbasin. The plans in the subbasin did not set clear sustainable management criteria in accordance with the GSP regulation. And across the subbasin, different management areas were established in the 6 different plans and did not sufficiently address the requirements specified in the regulations. The GSP have been working very hard with consultants and collaborated to develop the single GSP. And in order to correct deficiencies number 1 and 4 and improve coordination, eliminate management areas, and identify with clearer information how the plan will achieve common sustainability goals throughout the sub-basin. Your board adopted a memorandum of agreement in 2024, which will replace the existing coordination agreement between all of the GSAs and support implementation of the new plan, and will become effective upon adoption of the single GSP. The plan established one updated common hydrological conceptual model, common water budgets across the subbasin, sustainable yield and climate change projections. The single GSP includes a pumping reduction plan framework to be implemented by 2025 across the entire subbasin. Sustainable indicator criteria and analysis of impacts to beneficial users were updated to address deficiency number 2 in order to have consistent criteria throughout the subbasin. Basin-wide methodologies were used to update common measurable objectives, minimum thresholds, and interim milestones in order to avoid undesirable results. This includes establishing triggers, timelines, and committing to taking predetermined actions required to ensure that declining trends in groundwater are stopped and reversed before reaching the projected minimum threshold levels. To address deficiency number 3, the GSAs created definitions for sustainable management criteria that were refined and updated on best available data. Criteria was updated to establish undesirable results in order to clearly quantify what is significant and unreasonable and what those impacts would be to beneficial users. This established a path forward for the GSAs to use the MTs, MOs, and set IMs for each sustainability indicator, which will measure progress and achieve the GSP sustainability goals. An analysis was completed to determine worst-case impacts to wells and groundwater users, and the GSAs established a well mitigation policy which would address any potential impacts over the plan implementation horizon. The well impact analysis considered that if there are minimum threshold exceedances, which were established at the lowest 2015 water levels for the subbasin, and 25% of the representative monitoring wells across the subbasin, a reasonable result based on stochastic prediction would be that 28 wells could possibly be dewatered over this implementation period, which lasts through 2040. That estimate is an average of 3 wells per year across the entire Delta-Mendota subbasin. To address these impacts, the GSAs agreed to fund a domestic well mitigation program in the amount of $300,000 to use for cost of fund mitigation of up to 10 wells per year. The analysis also looked at more of an extreme worst case prediction of 98 wells that could be impacted through the plan implementation period. It's important to remember that the program will only provide relief to wells that are impacted due to declining water levels resulting from GSA management activities. There were updates to the sustainable management criteria to make sure that the indicators were consistent across the subbasin. groundwater storage was used, or groundwater levels were used as a proxy for groundwater storage, which again was set at the 2015 lows basin-wide for minimum thresholds. Land subsidence criteria was set both as a rate of 0.2 feet per year and a maximum extent of 2 feet total by 2040, based on criteria for the Delta Mendota Canal. Clear criteria was set for degraded water quality for all 6 individual constituents of concern identified by the State Water Resources Control Board. And like we saw in the Modesto Subbasin, there will need to be additional analysis and establishment of sustainable management criteria for depletions of interconnected surface waters after additional state guidance is released in the near future. The GSAs met with the state on 7 occasions to go over the corrective actions needed to address the deficiencies. The state has made it very clear to both the GSA's representatives and Stanislaus County that impacts to beneficial users would need to be analyzed and addressed, and also that there would be no tolerance for any potential of future subsidence in the subbasin. The map before you is a picture of the Delta Mendota Subbasin, which extends from Tracy down to Fresno County. Zone 3 is the Northern Delta Mendota Region Management Region, of which Stanislaus County is a part of and partners with some of the other district irrigation agencies in the city of Patterson to implement the single GSP. This information shows that we have represented monitoring network sites that still show declining trends in groundwater levels as we implement projects. That means that our primary goal of implementing projects to reach our sustainability goals isn't going to do it alone, and that we have to initiate pump reductions to decrease the groundwater consumption to arrest these declining groundwater levels before they reach the interim milestone levels. So, and this is a map of the lower aquifer. And there are a couple sites that at the time the data was taken in January of 2024, there had already been some minimum threshold exceedances. And this is a map showing, showing groundwater trends in the upper aquifer, which still does show decreasing trends in groundwater levels and risks to lowering those levels below the minimum threshold exceedances. And that's really important because in subbasins, the upper aquifer, it's very important because of impacts to beneficial users, but in the lower aquifer, if we exceed those levels, then we depressurize the core and clay, which can result in future subsidence and the loss of our groundwater storage. That storage is important to store that groundwater for our future use.
Can I ask one question? Because there are 6 areas, but we only show 4 zones from the 23 separate parties.
6 plans.
6 plans, but are they combined under the zones?
What I think is that there may be a couple plans in a certain zone.
Okay, all right. I just couldn't put those 2 together, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that there may be some districts that would have their own plan within a zone that would include some other GSAs.
I think that therein lies the problem.
The GSAs have worked very hard and put much consideration into developing a plan that will meet state regulations with the least amount of impact to landowners and the local economy. The GSP has many great projects, such as the Orris-Dimbaugh Creek Recharge and Recovery Project, which will recharge 15,000 acre-feet of water a year while providing flood protection to the city of Newman, and the Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir Project, to be completed in 2035, and much more. At full build-out, the GSP projects in the northern region, there will be a surplus of 22,000 acre-feet a year. But because it takes time for projects to come online and be fully executed, in the meantime, we will continue to see these declining trends in water levels. And the model projections predict that future land subsidence due to worst-case climate change conditions, the GSAs had to agree and commit to additional pumping reduction plan to reduce pumping by 42,000 acre-feet by 2030. That translates to 10,000 acre-feet total for the northern region by 2030. 9,000 of that is in the lower aquifer, and pumping reductions will begin incrementally in 2025 through the end of 2030 to use a total 30% pumping reduction in the lower aquifer. Implementation of the revised plan will require a commitment to a 6-part pumping reduction plan, adaptive management framework, to allow us to manage extractions as necessary to keep groundwater levels above established thresholds. It will also include a commitment to the pumping reduction plan, which will use a tiered approach to reduce the pumping in the lower aquifer, to reduce future subsidence rates so we can continue to store groundwater within that natural aquifer infrastructure and save it for use during predicted future severe and prolonged droughts. The plan will only be successful and allow us to keep our local control if all non-exempt wells are metered and investigated with regular reports of groundwater extraction submitted to the County Department of Environmental Resources to enable county staff to monitor compliance and progress with implementation of the plan. The Department of Environmental Resources is developing monitoring and reporting regulations pursuant to the existing authority provided in the county groundwater ordinance and intends to set a public hearing for board consideration of approval of these guidelines with the pumping management framework under development on October 29th, 2024. A water quality minimum threshold exceedance policy is also under development to maintain constituents of concerns below public health safety levels, and it also takes in consideration areas of historical water quality degradation that are not attributed to GSA management activities and will need to be managed accordingly so as not to further degrade. If the minimum thresholds are exceeded and not corrected, the GSAs will be responsible for initiating a backstop program based on groundwater allocations. The per acre sustainable yield has been estimated at 0.35 to 0.4 acre-feet per acre, and such restrictions will have a much larger impact to landowners, the economy, and our communities at the local and regional levels. We are very lucky to have the resources that we do have, and we need everyone's cooperation to achieve these common goals. I'd like you to reflect on all that has been accomplished thus far. The infrastructure, agencies created, modern technology, brilliant professionals, contributions to a thriving economy and healthy communities. And imagine the potential for additional partnerships, projects, and improvements that can be created so your constituents can keep doing what they do best. There are many resources available and more coming in the future. This is an opportunity to build a sustainable future for now and for our next generation. And with the tools we have, we can show the state of California that we can do it the right way. Public notice was published, public hearing date for consideration of adoption of the Delta Mendota Groundwater Sustainability Plan was set for action today at the Board of Supervisors meeting on May 14th, 2024. The date of the public hearing was published in the Modesto Bee on July 28, 2024, and August 4th, 2024, in compliance with the government code. Our staff recommendation is to conduct the public hearing for consideration to approve and adopt the Delta Mendota Groundwater Sustainability Plan via resolution and authorize the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, its consultants and plan manager, to take other actions that may be necessary to submit the revised plan to the State Water Board and implement the purpose of this resolution. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions by members of the board? Supervisor Chance Condit.
Thank you, and a wonderful presentation. Thank you, and Rob, for the work and the detailed information provided today. Just following up from our last meeting and reviewing the initial plan proposal, there's been some time in between then and now. Has the GSP been able to provide any sort of flexibility for inter-county water transfers from east to west county? And again, these transfers would only pertain to Stanislaus County, nothing outside the county. But does the GSP provide for any sort of flexibility for those transfers to occur in times of drought?
So the GSP lists a number of projects, and those projects are included in the total water supply augmentation water budget that we're looking at. In the Stanislaus County portion of the Delta Mendota, we still need that additional 10,000 acre-foot pumping reduction to meet our sustainability goals. There's nothing in the plan that would prohibit additional projects or water transfers for occurring. We've been working with the other GSAs in our management group of the subbasin to see how we can facilitate water transfer credits that would be more of encouraging landowners to participate in district programs that would enable them to obtain credits to apply to reduce the burden of the pumping reduction in the Stanislaus County white areas. But we haven't had anything committed to date. The out-of-district landowners are encouraged, and we will be forming an ad hoc committee in the very near future to further develop our pumping management program according to the GSP framework. And we'll be reaching out to some of the landowners to obtain their insight and engagement. And also in the meantime, the county is looking to develop just some guidelines that we can use as a tool to provide to our landowners that they can share with the district. So in the event that these opportunities come to fruition, we can be ready because the timeline's coming up very, very quickly to implement these programs.
Well, I appreciate the information. I do believe those credits are a step in the right direction. As we all know, our West Side farmers are dependent on some flexibility, and that language is critical in making sure that our West Side farmers who are bone dry have, just as much access to, and I guess sharing, cohesiveness between east and west water transfers. So are those credits explicitly put in the GSP?
No. So the GSAs in the Northern Region Management Committee are not ready to commit to putting that language in the pumping management program under development.
Well, I guess I wouldn't be ready to commit either on supporting this if that language isn't explicitly inputted. I just think for my constituents and my ag farmers who are on the west side, that language is critical. And I appreciate the efforts in forming an ad hoc group. We certainly appreciate that, and as things progress and the conversations become more in depth and more concrete on what that plan could be, I would appreciate being abreast of any of those conversations. But I'm going to continue advocating that we implement that specific and explicit type of language for inter-county water transfers in times of drought. We need flexibility, and we need to be good partners. We're all in this together, as we all know. Whether you're east side or west side, we're all in this together. We're only going to be successful if we help one another. And I do believe that language is critical in the GSP, that be implemented, that there is going to be flexibility for inter-water county transfers from east to west in times of drought. So again, thank you, Chrissy. I'm unfortunately going to reserve my support of today because of that lack of explicit language. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So,
Supervisor Kaiser.
I have some thoughts. So this is one of the most complicated basins in the state of California.
with 23 different agencies. It's difficult enough when you have just a couple agencies like we do in Modesto Basin, and there's a few in the Turlock Basin. What was disconcerting is when DWR, because we only get 2 shots at this, right? And this is our second shot. The deficiency that number 1 and number 2, not using the same data methodologies and not establishing common definitions of undesirable results. And that should have been the first thing. The consultants typically, I know we're working in different areas, that's why I asked if there were 6 or if there were 4, because that should have been the first established goal, is that we agree on the terms of what undesirable is. This 3 and 4, almost every one of them that have been turned down in the state of California like this one, come up with the deficiencies 3 and 4 or some variation of that, not having sustainable management criteria in accordance with the GSP regulations. And I think that's obvious. Everyone's trying to not go too far, right? That you're giving up too much in the beginning. But again, there's 2 bites of the apple. The second one is everything kicks in. We've seen what's happened in a couple other basins if this is not accepted. So putting your best plan forward is the best you can do. I can't speak for the other basins because you've been involved with this, Christy. So at some point I have to have a little bit of trust that everyone's working for the greater good. When you talk about the transfer credits, we've had some of the discussions, and I won't say they're transfer credits, but you have the basin that I sit on is the West Turlock Basin. You serve on the East Turlock Basin. West Turlock Basin is covered by the Turlock Irrigation District. They have surface water rights, and there are no surface water rights on the East Side Irrigation District. And so to make the basin plan work, there is a commitment to work together, because if you put enough water in through surface water irrigation on this spot, you can have credits that can be transferred to another area. You still have to manage the groundwater in the end, because it sounds good. So not being able to get surface water to the east, which is difficult, or get it to the west. It's easier actually to get it to the west, to Patterson Irrigation District or some of these other folks that can pump out of the river. But to arbitrarily say we're going to establish credits, I don't think the state will accept that. Again, we have to put our best foot forward right now, because you have to have something that's reliable and on an ongoing basis, or you're going to come to number 3, what's sustainability management criteria? If we can't get water, if we can't get credit, then we have to reduce pumping by X. And so it has to make sense to the state of California in order to be adopted. I think Supervisor Condit brings up a good thing. We are definitely all in this together. For the people who have paid more for their land for irrigation rights, I think that they absolutely would be willing to share some of that water, especially in high flow years. But if it comes at a cost to the cost of what they paid for property, I don't think that they're going to be willing to do that. Whether that's, I'm not sure with all the irrigation districts, but I only speak for TID and MID and OID, that land values are higher in those areas because they have established water rights. But excess years, we would be crazy. We're doing groundwater infiltration right now, and they're getting land that I fallowed myself and putting water in the ground. I think we're up to about 14 acre-feet ourselves. So I think there's ways to do it, but again, the plan and the consultants have talked with I see Carla Nema's name on here, but with DWR, trying to come up with the best plan that we think, and you're always talking around the edges on how you think this is going to work, but a plan that you think can be accepted. And because we fail this one, and we're not in charge of our destiny anymore. So we got to be careful about going too far. We have to submit the plan, right? We're under a time constraint. So I will be supporting this. Again, it's a tough basin, tough because you're working with many more agencies that don't cover a county. They're covering many counties. So I appreciate the presentation.
So, if I could, yeah. So I agree with everything Vito and Chance have said. This is as we say, a difficult basin. You know, we've been working on it 2014. Is that 2014 is when this all started? It's just amazing. It's been that long. But I think this basin was destined for failure from the get-go here. I mean, we start off with, 23 agencies, 6 GSPs. I mean, there's just the chances of this, flying through at the state level are just impossible. And it's everything that we've talked about from the beginning. We've said we've got to work together, that these people aren't kidding around. These people being the state aren't kidding around. I mean, we see it as in a couple basins. Tulare, I guess, is one of them.
I think in Tulare.
Yeah, that now the state has taken over what's going on there. And we just can't, that's just not an option for us here. And so I don't know, here we are down to the 11th hour with this one. And it just surprises me that we've let it get that far. It's such a difficult topic, and it's people's livelihoods as we work with these farmers to try to work this thing out. But now we've made their what list. We're down to the last shot at this thing, and we can't mess this one up. And so the credits, all those things, good ideas that we. But we, at this point, we have got to get this one to pass, or else it's dire for these basins if the state's going to come in and take it over. And we've been saying this for 10 years, that either we work out our own problems or the state's going to do it for us. And so here we are in this situation. We don't have any other ones in the county, any other basins that have gotten rejected twice, right? At this point, do we have anybody? Yeah, just this is the only one. So. Anyway, I just think we've got to go with what we have here at this point. It's disappointing that we got to this point, and I just wish it seems like we continue to fight this thing without realizing the ramifications of us not trying to work together. And I've said this the last time we were discussing a approval of a groundwater sustainability plan here. This east versus west thing, this north versus south thing, I mean, we have got to get past that at this point. It's really us against the state. And until we realize that and start thinking in that way, we're going to end up in this spot where we are right now, and that's why we're in this spot. So anyway, I'm going to support this. I don't think we have any choice, but I'm just very disappointed that we've got to this point with this one, and we still have other issues out there that we are still, like I said, we've still got these battle lines drawn amongst ourselves. We continue to fight amongst ourselves in our agriculture in our county, which just amazes me that we need to all be on the same page. So anyway, I will support this today.
Supervisor Buckhandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to rehash everything that the other supervisors have said, because I agree with them. We have one more shot to retain local control, and that should be the biggest thing that we should be striving for. So I'll be supporting also.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to take it out to the public. Any members of the public have any questions, comments, concerns that they'd like to bring up?
Yeah, John X. Mataka with the Grayson Neighborhood Council. Well, I just want to say, I got this from the movies, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. And that kind of sounds like where we're at right now. And, it's interesting to me, living on the west side for over 40 plus years, we always get the short end of the stick. I don't care if it's in farming, in pollution, waste issues out in our area, but we always get shortchanged. So I support the fact that if you can't put, I know you're going to vote this in, because like I said last time, I'm not stupid. I know that even though Mr. Condit representing us is voting against it, that you're going to pass it. But I just want to say that I want to make the public aware that, we're tired of getting shortchanged, whether it's the farmers, whether it's the residents, the farm workers. We're tired of getting shortchanged on the west side, and it's a new day. It's a new day on the west side, and this water issue is going to come to pass in your plans for that naval base in Cross Landing. So I just want you to think about that a little bit, because I'm glad I came today, because I learned a whole lot about the water issue that's going to affect your projects, your future projects in our area. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very confused. How many board members are going to support that? Mr. Candace is not supporting, so you say the plan is bad, but at the same time you approve it. So I don't understand that part. It's very confusing, Mr. Widrow and Mr. Vito. You both say you don't like the plan, you're confusing with the plan, there's no water, and at the same time you want to approve. So that's to me is very confusing. Thank you, sir.
I'm just going to jump in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, jump in.
We have a gun to our head at this point from the state of California, and so that's why we're doing what we're doing here. This is not something that we think is perfect. It's obviously not exactly what we want, but the state will come in and take over, and you think things are bad now.
Yeah, please come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the board. My name is Olivia Gonzalez. I am a resident of the city of Newman. And I thank you very much, Supervisor Condit, for a stand for our water rights and for many other needs that we have in the west side. Like Mr. Mataka just mentioned, we've been experienced over the years being left out and not heard and neglected in many different directions. But what I want to say about this project of the water, and it might be wonderful, but there is a lot of context that if we ask you to translate in simple words for people who leave out of their work, for people who've been striving and struggling through the drought years, and they find a way to manage and survive, how you will tell them that you're going to start regulating and administrating their usage of their water more than what is already being said, what you will tell them.
Am I supposed to answer? I can. It's really, am I supposed to answer?
Oh, it's okay. We will tell them they need to talk to their state legislators. Is who they need to talk to because we don't have control over it.
But you have control today.
And that's why we'll see what decision we make here, but that's the decision. That's why we're going to make the decision we make today.
And my question to all of you, with all my respect, is how much time do you truly take to inform the public about big decisions like this? Because a lot of the times we don't even know until everything is done, everything is passed, and there's nothing for us to do.
We've been working on this for 10 years.
There's the Groundwater Sustainability Agency's public meetings.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm on one of them in Turlock. We have east side meetings meet down in Balico because it's mostly Merced County and a white area to the east. Probably had 30 or 40 meetings in my basin, public meetings. It's come before the Board of Supervisors many times. They have websites, they push information out. They had public meetings in Denair that I can think in my basin. So community meetings.
Water Advisory Committee meeting.
Yeah.
With all my respect again, my question was not that. My question was, how much time do you really take to inform the public about what's going on and to give the people the opportunity to truly learn about what it is, what it will take, and what the consequences will be in the long run? Because right now, I think a lot of the times we publish something on the website, and we think that that is enough for everybody in the public to know and to understand. But there is a lot of context, a lot of verbal context in those documents that you presented today. And as a regular person in the community, didn't know anything about it. I know that there has been negotiations about the water. I have documents from the original negotiations of the Delta Mendota water rights. And the things have been changed a lot. The reason I have those documents is because I used to work for a retired attorney that it was part of the negotiation. So the question is, how much time do you truly take to inform the public well to make sure that everybody understands? And did you include in these surveys, did you include farmers, workers, people who truly deal with the dilemmas of the water and how they're going to be continue producing the agricultural produces for our tables and to feed our livestock to continue with the economy moving forward.
So I would, if I may, Terry. So the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was passed by the legislature back in 2014 and signed by the governor, has to do with trying to bring balance because we're overdrafting our aquifers in the state of California. And so everyone has to bring it into balance. And if I just equate it down, 1 gallon out of the ground and 1 gallon goes back in, right? That's sustainability, that it stays equal. And so these sustainable groundwater management committees were put together. I'm just going to speak to the one I'm on because I just happen to know the Turlock Basin is from the Tuolumne River to the Merced River, from the San Joaquin River east up until the county line. That's what the basin is. Half of that basin, it's probably a little more than that, is in the Turlock Irrigation District that has surface water rights. Turlock and Ceres are using surface water currently so that they pump less. That just started in the last 3 or 4 months. Modesto has, MID sells water to the city of Modesto, and so it takes care of a percentage of their drinking water rights, as well as irrigation. And OID does the same. There's no one's drinking it. So what we have is exactly the same thing as the west side, what I just heard you talk about, John. In the east side basin, it's exactly the same. There's a lack of water on the east side because they've been overdrafting, and there's a lack of groundwater on the west side because there's been overdrafting. The northern triangle of Stanislaus County is in the same position. So it's not unique to the west side of the county. It's unique only in that the San Joaquin River runs along there. We have exactly the same in my basin. And I hear from the farmers, actually Christy hears from them, because we had to actually separate Stanislaus County. I was representing both sides, but because of potential litigation and all the other things that come up with it, negotiations between the two, the county had to firewall, and we've not had a single conversation about it. So on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency that I'm on, the city of Modesto is on it, city of Turlock, city of Houston, city of Ceres, Hillmar Water District, Delhi Water District, Denair, TID, and myself. I think I just covered everyone. I may have left one out. So everyone has a representative to go back to their jurisdictions because those are the water users of that basin. So everyone has a vested interest. The Community Service District of Denair talks to their board. They're invited to our board meetings, but the information is disseminated in that way. And then I come back and inform the board, or it comes through like Christy giving a presentation today. So, and this has been going on for a long time, and the outreach meetings, I know I've been to some of them myself. I don't even attend all of those because I have the board meetings, which I have one, I think on this Thursday I have a board meeting. So the information is out there. It hasn't been a secret. You come here to this, but to this meeting, but it started the state of California with a law to bring it into balance. We have 2 shots, 2 chances to get it through the state, or the state takes over. There have been multiple, go ahead.
2 chances, and how?
2 chances.
What is the time frame in between those 2 chances?
18 months.
Yeah.
18 months.
Maybe like-
Everyone's been rejected in Stanislaus County, just so you know, and now our plans were not accepted. Even the east, or the Turlock subbasin was not accepted. So now we're on our 2nd chance. We already submitted in the Turlock Basin. And the same speech was held at our board meeting that failure is not an option, because if we sit and fight and can't come up with a plan that has sustainable management criteria in accordance with the GSP regulations, and we're not the ones that are determining that, it's the state of California that's determining that.
I understand. How true it is that the state of California or big builders are acquiring the water in bigger percentage rights than the general public?
So ag is south of the valley. We have a moratorium on exporting water here in Stanislaus County, but in the south of the valley, Fresno, all the way down to Kern, probably Madera, a little bit Madera, there are people buying ag land because they're allowed to transfer through the exchange contractors,
And,
right? That's the,
But in this controlling water usage, how do we know that that control is not to pull the water and send the water down south?
you're saying like the state, because the state would be the one doing that if there was, because you're talking about someone doing something nefarious. Is that what I'm hearing? Because the state has to okay the plan. They've denied our plan. They've denied probably of the ones that have been submitted, and we're not critically overdraft here in Stanislaus, but maybe they've accepted. Have they accepted half of them?
They approved the Eastern San Joaquin, and they denied most of the ones in the San Joaquin Valley, basically because of those considerations due to subsidence and impacts to beneficial users. So as we've learned through this, we've seen that if we can address those very vital concerns, and the state's really opened up a bit, whereas before they were telling us, well, we can't tell you what to do, it's your plan. Now they're really working with the entities hand in hand to say, okay, well, that is reasonable, that's a good path forward. We can't say for sure it's going to work till we see the end product. So we're seeing definitely some progress throughout the state.
Well, all I wanted to see is that our land and our farmers and the workers are protected.
And with all due respect, I very much appreciate your passion about this, but we have the same passion about it as you do. And we've been doing everything we can over the last 10 years to get through this and to make this work for all of us. And so, anyway, again, I appreciate your passion, but I just ask you to please understand that we've been living this too, and everybody that we can get involved, we have had all hands on deck to be involved in this. All of these meetings have been public meetings, and we want everybody's input, and I know we've gotten a lot of it as we've gone through this process.
It's going to take a lot more than passion.
I agree.
More than passion.
I agree.
And we, on the bottom line, I just want to say this, and the water, we depend from that, because if it doesn't rain, we don't have water.
Nothing works.
And the water that
That's
we
right.
have is going to last for some time, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Any other public comment on this item?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Supervisor Chiesa, don't forget about the Keys Community Service District. We're in on this one too.
I knew it. Yeah, they're on there. I'm sorry.
Okay. This plan is not perfect. I only skimmed the plan because this document online was 1,138 pages. So if any of you read that word for word, you deserve 2 gold stars. It's not a perfect plan, but we have to do something. It's no secret that the State Water Board wants to get a hold of our water rights, and they'll do it any way that they need to. And since they make the rules, it's going to make it difficult. In the Navy, we would say we have to repel the borders. We've got to keep this away. Supervisor Condit, it's not perfect. It could certainly be better, but our backs are to the wall, and they will come over and take over, and it will be ugly if they do, so we have to do something. So I would urge the passage of this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wanting to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions, and if there's not any further questions, for a possible motion.
I will make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
I just have a few comments before we proceed with the motion. Thank you, Supervisor Withrow, for clarifying. This is a state overreach. We all know that. The state has been unjust with how they have treated our valley, how they treated our constituents with these unelected bureaucrats wielding more influence than our elected officials. That is at the root of everything. That's the real problem. We would encourage our members of the public who are definitely concerned about this to reach out to Assemblymember Juan Alanis. Reach out to Senator Alvarado Gil. Reach out to Senator Ana Caballero. Reach out to Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria. We need to have better connectivity between our state legislators and obviously our county officials and with the members of the public. Because again, these unelected bureaucrats are the ones who are putting us at risk and risking our livelihoods, risking our economies here in the Central Valley. My reservation today is simply about explicit language that is not being implemented into the GSP. That is simple, and that is that is a deal breaker for me in supporting something like this. It's that critical for me. It's that critical for my district. It's that critical for our West Side farmers, for our West Side residents, as there has to be explicit language in a plan that says that we would allow flexibility in times of drought for inter-county water transfers from east to west or even from west to east. Again, we're all partners in this. We need to work together, and I believe that we are united here locally, and we need to continue uniting with our members of the public and with our state legislators so that we could push back every inch against these unelected bureaucrats up in Sacramento. So again, that is where my reservation is today. I do think this is probably our, I get it, we're not one, I've always said we don't want to let the perfect get in the way of the good. I believe that, but again, this explicit language of allowing flexibility is that important for me that I will withhold my support today. So I just wanted to be very clear on that. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? I know we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Withrow and a second by Supervisor Buck-Condit. All please indicate that are in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you. All right, next public hearing is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval for development agreement application number on All Seasons Organic LLC, and conducting the presentation will be the Planning Department with Angela Freitas and Kristen and I.
Good morning, Chair Grewal, members of the public, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bose. My name is Kristen Anaya, an associate planner with the Stanislaus County Planning Department, here to present a new development agreement for All Seasons Organic. The request before you this morning is to adopt a new development agreement for an existing commercial cannabis cultivation operation that will expire on October 24th of this year. The project site is located at 1054 Merriam Road between Riverview and Blue Gum Roads in the Hickman area. The operation was approved to cultivate up to 22,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation canopy and 18,360 square feet of nursery canopy. Based on the required fees of the DA for cultivation at a $132,000 annual and an $18,360 annual fee for nursery activities, All Seasons Organic, over the life of their current DA, have paid the county a total of $605,844 in community benefit rate fees. They've also paid a total of $92,226 to complete their required community benefit contribution fees. They were also current on all fees owed to the county, but did make 2 late payments, accruing $3,428 in interest during this period. They've also completed their annual inspection for 2022 from the county, completing any corrections required, and were initially issued a CCA permit for cultivation activities on April 30th, 2024, and a CCA permit for nursery activities on May 13th, 2024. Lastly, the operation has generated in total 6 calls for service from the county sheriff's department. However, these were all noted as false alarms. With expiration of the original DA forthcoming, staff has proposed a new DA. The new DA will consist of a 2-year term and an automatic termination clause to correspond with the potential passage of a tax initiative in November of 2024. Staff has proposed the same mixed light cultivation and nursery rates for the CBR payment as the original DA to consist of $132,000 amount for the 22,000 square feet of cultivation canopy and $18,360 amount for 18,360 square feet of nursery canopy. These fees and other terms included in the DA would be consistent with the most recent board-adopted DAs for commercial cannabis operations of a similar activity type and size. The county's Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed new DA on July 18th, 2024. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition or support of the request. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed development agreement, including all required findings, on a vote of 6-0. So with Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, this morning staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and instruct staff to file a notice of exemption, find the development agreement is consistent with the county code and government code for adoption of a new DA by approving it. Additionally, staff is recommending that the chair authorize and execute the proposed DA, and also the board should introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance rescinding the previous ordinance number 1253. And lastly, staff is recommending the board authorize the clerk to record the new executed DA and file a notice of termination for the previously adopted DA. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions by members of the board? Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to take it out to the public for any members of the public wanting to have any questions or concerns, issues they'd like to discuss. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
So I just have a quick comment before we vote. Same thing, good operator. I just walked by there this morning in the dark, as I do every morning, and you know, I made this statement. I asked the question before, and I understand why we're going for an election. These DAs should have been for operators that are doing what they're supposed to, should have been longer, just generally, so they could invest money. But here we are so close to November that it probably doesn't make a difference. But I hope in 2 years we aren't going through the same process using staff time. If people are doing their job, you know, we extend these out. But I'll be supporting this, and I'll make a motion to accept all staff recommendations.
Motion by Supervisor Keiza. Second.
Second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Keiza, second by Supervisor Buckon. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
No.
Oh, sorry. Any abstain? 4-1. Motion carries 4-1. All right. Item number 6.3, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation approval for development agreement for Golden Purpose Incorporated. Presentation will be conducted by Jeremy Ballard.
All right. So good morning, Chair Greenwald, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes, Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner. This will be a presentation for the new development agreement for Golden Purpose. So this is a request to adopt a new development agreement for an existing indoor commercial cannabis cultivation and distribution operation that will expire on August 30th of this year. The project site is located at 4218 Jessup Road between East Keys and the California Highway 99 and the community of Keys. The operation was approved to cultivate up to 10,000 square feet of indoor cultivation canopy, and then also was approved for self and third-party distribution. The original use permit and development agreement were approved by the board on July 30th, 2019. Based on the required $30,000 annual cultivation fees of the development agreement, Golden Purpose, over the life of their current DA, paid the county a total of $136,237,000 in community benefit rate fees. They also paid a total of $19,968 to complete their required community benefit contribution. They are current on their fees owed to the county, have made 8 late payments, accruing $6,847 in interest during this period. They've also completed their annual inspection for 2022 from the county, completing any corrections, and they were initially issued their their commercial cannabis activity permit in 2023, and then again in 2024. Lastly, the operator has generated 24 calls for service to the county sheriff's department. However, these were all noted as false alarms by the sheriff. With the DA expiring, we are proposing a 2-year term with an automatic termination clause with the potential tax initiative. Staff has proposed the same cultivation rates for same as the original development agreement to consist of $30,000 annually for the phase 1 canopy size of 5,000 square feet. If the operation were to expand into phases 2 and 3, which were they originally approved for, the CBR rates would adjust accordingly based on the DA's tiered rates for canopy size. Third-party distribution rates will also be the same at 3% or $7,000 annually, whichever is greater. And these fees are consistent with the other DAs that have been adopted by the board. The county's Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed new DA on July 18th, 2024. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition or support of the request. The Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval of the proposed development agreement, including all required findings, on a vote of 6-0. So as noted previously, this development agreement will expire at the end of the month on August 30th. If the board were to adopt this new development agreement, it would not become effective until September 13th, which would leave a 14-day gap between these two development agreements. Thus, staff has included findings for a 14-day extension of the existing development agreement in the staff recommendations before you today. In addition to extending the existing development agreement, staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors conduct a public hearing, find the new development agreement adoption exempt from CEQA, and instruct staff to file a notice of exemption. Also, find the new development agreement consistent with county code and government code for adoption, as well as approving it. And additionally, staff is recommending that the chair be authorized to execute the extension as well as the new proposed development agreement, including a recommendation that the board introduce, waive the reading, and adopt a new ordinance rescinding the previous ordinance number 1247. And then lastly, staff is recommending the board to authorize the clerk to record the executed extension and new development agreement, and then file a notice of termination for the existing development agreement on or after September 13th, 2024. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Jeremy. Any questions by members of the board?
Yes.
Supervisor Buckcondon.
Thank you, Chairman. Jeremy, 24 calls for service, all being false alarms. That seems like a high volume.
It is, but what I've heard from the sheriff in other instances of indoor cultivation, I think there's a way that the cultivation and the humidity and the aspects of the operation that just kind of are not working with today's commercial alarm systems, and that's what's created this. But again, yes, it is a higher amount, and while it is a higher amount, the sheriff has not really expressed any concerns. They usually at some point put them on kind of on the no-call list at some point.
Thank you.
And it's a highly industrialized area right there with Metis and there's, I don't know, 5 or 6 businesses, so. Good for the deputies to be seen there.
All right, I'll take it out to the public if there's no other further questions by the members of the board. Stephen Moreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a resident of the Keys area, I support the continuation of this development agreement so the business can stay in operation. I really hope that the tax measure on the November ballot passes so we don't have to keep, and Supervisor Withrow. Mr. Hayes could give us an estimate of how much an hour of county time is, but I'd be very surprised if it's less than $100 per hour for how much time that's been burnt up trying to solve these. So I hope we can get past this, but I do support this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other members of the public? All right, seeing none, I'll bring back to the board for a possible motion.
Motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Supervisor Keza, second by Supervisor Chance-Condit. Please all indicate, if you support this item, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. All right, next item, 6.4, continuance of public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt new terms and conditions to remedy non-compliance of the adopted development agreement for the People's Remedy. Conducting the presentation will be Jeremy Ballard.
Good morning again, Chair Grewal, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes, Jeremy Ballard, Senior Planner. And as you said, this is to continue the public hearing for the cancellation of development agreement for use permit and development agreement number PLN 2020-0036, the People's Remedy. I'm also joined by Erica Ignacio from the CEO's office. So we're going to continue the public hearing to consider this cancellation of the adopted development agreement for non-payment of required fees in full as required under the terms of the development agreement. Originally, this was heard by the board on July 26, 2024, which the board then instructed staff to continue the public hearing and to work with the operator to discuss options to remedy the non-compliance. As we move forward here, I'm going to pass the update over to Erica to help us out here.
Thank you, Jeremy. Following the board's meeting and based on the direction given to staff to negotiate terms and conditions to bring the DA into compliance, on July 17th, Staff sent an email to the People's Remedy owner, Mark Ponticelli, and legal representative, Zach, with 2 options to consider for bringing the DA into compliance. Option 1 provided a timeline for the People's Remedy to bring the contract into compliance and obtain a DA amendment to be effective July 1st of 2024. Option 2 did not include the development agreement amendment and only considered bringing the contract into compliance by the August 13, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting and not proceeding with the DA cancellation. Each option had a specific timeline. Option 1, the timeline for that one was, again, to bring the DA into compliance and initiate a DA amendment to be effective July 1st, indicated that by July 24th, they would have to pay the outstanding current balance of $289,851.12, pay the $5,004 for the CCA permit, complete and submit a DA amendment application, and pay the $7,045 fee. If approved, the amendment would reduce the current $82,800 quarterly payment down to $44,310 per quarter, using the gross receipts from 2022 and 2023. By July 30th of 2024, they would have to pay quarter 2 fees, which would cover April through June, and the fees again would be $82,800. The July 24, 2024 payment and application would have initiated the process for planning to publish and schedule a public hearing before the Planning Commission to target the August 15, 2024 meeting, to consider the development agreement amendment, and to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. A public hearing would need to be published and scheduled before the board, which was set for September 3rd of 2024, and targeting the September 17th Board of Supervisors meeting for approval. For the amendment rate to be effective on quarter 3 of 2024, which again would be July through September, the Board of Supervisors would need to consider the approval of the development amendment by no later than September 17th of 2024. The option 2 timeline, which again was just to bring the DA into compliance by today's date, was that by July 30th, they would have to pay their quarter 2 fees of $82,800 and pay the outstanding current balance at that time of $289,851. The operator was asked to confirm which timeline they would commit to by July 23rd. On July 17th, Zach replied to our email providing the options that, keeping in mind the stated timeline for the amendment of the DA predicated on the debt being resolved, we're exploring options to secure commitments for resolution of the debt by a date certain yet to be determined. On July 23rd, staff reminded the operator of the need to receive a response on the timeline options and commitment. The representative replied that they would go on ahead and proceed with option 2 and that they would be in touch on Friday or early next week. As of now, the operator has not submitted payment and the past due balance has now increased to $376,377.12, which includes interest. Program staff have since received an agreement from management business from someone who identified as a lawyer representing the business on August 9th, but there was no mention of curing the debt to the county.
So I'll go ahead and take that back. Without payment, the county or staff is still proceeding with the cancellation process. So in accordance with Chapter 220820, cancellation of a development agreement for noncompliance may be requested by the county, provided a public hearing is held in conformance with state law. Additionally, Government Code Section 65865.1 allows cancellation of a development agreement if it can be found that the terms of the development agreement have not been met by the applicant. As stated in Chapter 2208-020, during the public hearing, the operator must demonstrate compliance with the development agreement. If not shown, the Board of Supervisors may cancel the development agreement or may request that new terms and conditions be adopted to remedy the noncompliance. So to recap, as outlined in the agenda report before you, the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing initially for this cancellation proceeding and found the operator to be in material breach of the development agreement, but had recommended that the board adopt new terms and conditions to remedy their noncompliance. So to moving forward, subsequently, staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors first proceed with the public hearing. If the operator cannot demonstrate compliance with the development agreement and the board decides to cancel the development agreement immediately, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors find the People's Remedy in material breach of the terms of the development agreement, find that the cancellation be exempt from CEQA, and be consistent Chapter 2208 of the County Code and Government Code Section 65865.1, approve the cancellation and order the closure of the business within 30 days of the repealing of the adopted ordinances, which will be subject to inspection by the county. Staff is also recommending that the board introduce, waive the reading, and adopt an ordinance to rescind those original adopted ordinances. And then lastly, staff is recommending that the board orders to file a notice of development agreement cancellation of the adopted development agreement with the clerk recorder's office. So that concludes our update here, and we'll be here to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Jeremy? Thanks for the presentation. All right, seeing none, I'm going to reopen the public hearing, and I have a public comment card by Zach Dravon.
Chair Grewal, members of the board, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. That was an accurate recitation of the prior correspondence since our last board hearing. We're here this morning to ask you for a short continuance. The second attorney that reached out to the CEO's office is present today. He represents an investor named Mike Nguyen. We have a management agreement in place with Mr. Nguyen right now under which he has contributed inventory to help us bolster sales. Now what is being considered and discussed and what we're hoping to work with the county to secure a solid commitment for resolution on this debt is Mr. Nguyen coming in as an equity owner of this business to clear the debt as consideration for the equity that he would receive. The percentage of ownership that he would acquire does require the county's approval of the ownership change. I've advised Mr. Rivera, his counsel, who is present today and can speak on his behalf, that background check would need to clear in order for Mr. Nguyen to be approved as an owner. What we're working on, and I wanted a 30-day continuance. I don't think that would be amenable to the board. I'm here requesting a 2-week continuance to allow Mr. Rivera, myself, to engage the CEO office, share these prospective agreements for the change in ownership for approval to the county. I'll facilitate the backgrounds going into the Sheriff's Department immediately, and we'd like to come back on the 27th, allow us to continue to work on securing the commitment to have this debt resolved and for this business to continue on with a new equity partner. That's where we're at. I think, in the grand context of this, we have fallen behind. We are all aware of the issues that have affected the operator continuing to become underwater. We want to resolve that. We understand the board's position as far as making sure that this debt is resolved before any changes can be made. We've made an earnest effort to do that. When I represented to Ms. Ignacio that we would go with the later option for clearance of the debt by the 30th, I did that because it was the longer timeline. We didn't have the money secured yet. We are very close to securing that. Mr. Rivera is available to answer any questions you may have. I can't speak on behalf of Mr. Nguyen as he is represented, but I am here to facilitate county approval for that prospective change in ownership that would allow the organization to garner the necessary funds to continue on. That's what we're requesting today, is a 2-week continuance to allow us to make that happen. I appreciate your time.
Okay. If I might. So we had canceled the development agreement with a different organization. They were asking for more time. And I think, though, I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but from my perspective, giving more time, they weren't attempting to pay any of the back money that was owed. So essentially, giving a month or 2 months or 3 months was essentially going to give them more money, and we were going to be stuck with the debt. So that's the cautionary tale here. And 30 days or 2 weeks doesn't sound like much to anyone. Doesn't sound like that much to me. But when I say that, what is the good faith that's occurred between 30 days ago and today that would precipitate another 2 weeks or another 30 days?
All I could say is efforts have been made to secure these funds. I mean, that is the good faith effort that's been going on. And where we've already worked with Mr. Nguyen to provide him a percentage of equity that is short of the threshold that requires approval, and where he has skin in the game now to provide us that inventory to bolster sales. This is an individual that we are currently working with and that we have continued to engage to secure that commitment to make this happen. That for For us, that is the good faith that we have engaged in on our end to try and make this happen. As far as financial contribution, I can say that a deposit has been floated as prospective good faith. Knowing that county approval is required for Mr. Nguyen's prospective ownership percentage, he is obviously concerned that making a deposit to the county absent or short of county approval for that ownership may put his funds in jeopardy. And so that's why we need the 2 weeks. We want them to engage the CEO office, provide them all of the context, get backgrounds running, and make this a reality in accordance with the county's procedure for ownership changes. This is a recent development in the last few days that, being apprised of, and we're hoping to make happen.
So that's good, but I still come back to in 2 weeks or in 4 weeks, there's going to be more debt accumulated, and I'm just speaking, and the owner is potentially making sales, of which we potentially don't recoup any more money. We actually just end up with a bigger loss, and I'm thinking strictly from a business perspective. So when I talk about good faith, what I'm talking about is money, and the deposit makes sense why the other owner, because he wants to secure himself or keep himself secured. And to me, it seems reasonable to expect to buy time that some of that debt is paid off. That's a 2 + 2 = 4 situation to me. And if there's an ability to put some money down against that debt, that's a good faith effort.
Understood. The information that I have, the term of the development agreement is that, prospective changes in ownership will be considered in good faith. The information that I have from Mr. Rivera, Mr. Nguyen's counsel, is that he's already cleared background for other licenses that he's interested in. There should be no issue as far as garnering that approval for his coming in as an owner. But I hear what you're saying. If the will of the board is to, within the next 2 weeks, secure a deposit as good faith on this prospective ownership change and resolution of the debt moving forward, I understand what you're saying. I can't speak for Mr. Nguyen.
Hear from other people.
Right. Any other questions for Zach? All right. And then any other members of the
Thank you.
public?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I actually here in representation of Mr. Michael Ewan, who's interested in acquiring an interest in the People's Remedy. Yeah, and I apologize for the lack of a better analogy. I'm a little late to the party in historical events, so forgive me on that.
Just state your name, please.
James Rivera. Thank you. So where we're at right now is Mr. Ewan is willing to go ahead and produce basically proof of funds in interest to acquire an interest in the People's Remedy. I don't believe he's going to have any type of difficulty with passing a background check, as he is already involved in California cannabis companies here within the state of California, specifically Northern California. So I don't foresee that causing any type of delays whatsoever. The main portion on Mr. Nguyen's behalf is, and again, as Zach had identified, that he is worried about his investment capital being at risk in order to get past this next couple of week period, or his other timeline that may require for the CEO's office to review and issue a written consent to the purchase agreement or the nature of the relationship that would acquire between these two entities.
Can I ask County Council a question on change of ownership versus someone buying an interest? Because is this a change of ownership, or is it expected to be a co-owners partnership?
It would be a partnership. He's wanting to negotiate a purchase of 50% of the membership interest of MDS Business Services LLC.
50% would be the trigger for us to review.
To review?
Yes.
49% would not require.
I can't remember exactly, but 50% would definitely. I'd have to look at the DA, but I believe 50% is our trigger.
And I'm unfamiliar with, your internal processes and procedures in terms of what's a realistic time frame once you guys receive all sufficient information, the timeline that it would take to review those documents to in turn issue a written consent.
So, again, very frustrating that we're here. First, you've been here, Mr. Rivera, and that we're in this spot. And as I've said before, I'm totally against all of this at this point, and I don't need to repeat everything I've said. But just in this situation, this one, I see was passed out to us here, a restated management services agreement. Is this the 50% interest buy-in? Is that what this is, the agreement between?
That document, I'm sorry, please.
No, go ahead, you go ahead.
That document itself is a request from Mr. Yuan in terms of what we would like in a management services agreement, issuing control. There is a second document which is a redemption and assignment of membership interest agreement, which needs to be completed. I can't complete it, have it completed for review within the next several days.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. This doesn't show the buy-in. This is just him managing the operation. Is that right?
That's
an agreement for him to manage the operation. So we have nothing here that shows us that he is going to buy in, and that besides your word, your and Zach's word, that's going to happen, right?
You are correct.
Okay. And I just, again, this isn't a new development agreement, and so there's nothing I can do about this, but just as far as just from a business standpoint, how we should handle this, I agree with Vito. I can't believe we don't have, and I know you're concerned from your investor as far as not wanting to commit funds that then will disappear if this board doesn't approve. But I don't know how we got to this day without at least some sort of a deposit in place. It sounds like you don't have any concerns with regard to him being able to pass a background check, which would be a reason that he would not be able to retain his funds, right? That would be the only thing that could cause this to go sideways. Is there anything else that could go sideways? Guys, I'm looking at you. Besides the background check, it could prevent this from happening from the county standpoint?
The background check does take 60 to 90 days, and although they might already have licenses here in the state of California, it's not to say that something else wouldn't come up on the background check.
Okay, but you're stating here you feel no concerns with regard to the background check. So why couldn't we have 2 weeks? Why not in the next 6 hours by 5 o'clock today? Why could we not have a good faith deposit? Again, back on your words, if you have no concerns about the background check holding this thing up, why couldn't that happen?
I can defer to Mr. Yuan to make that decision. I don't have authority to make that decision on his behalf right at this point in time, because this is a new development in terms of a substantive deposit occurring as of today.
Yeah.
And I'm sure as he had identified it through business decisions, and whether this gentleman can actually move forward and acquire the interest is entirely in the control of the county in issuing a written consent. So I'm sure you could understand that there would be some reservations on his side, on his part, to issue it without something substantive in return from the county, identifying that they will not rescind the development agreement or revoke it while he's undergoing this process. I'm not saying that is what he's asking. I would just reasonably ask for some assurances that he is not going to lose his substantive deposit if it's provided to your extent within the next 6 hours.
So if he's confident that the background check is not a problem, then I think that's a leap of faith he would have to make. And I'm just speaking for myself here. Again, I mean, what a waste of our time for us to be here doing this.
I think we're all just kind of, I know you said it's a new, just something that just came up, but this, in any purchase agreement, when you have something, you have earnest money deposit. And I think that's what we're asking for, is earnest money deposit to show that it's going to go through. I'm sure we can add some contingencies in there that if it weren't to go through, then some or a portion of that money would get back to you. So a certain part of it being non-refundable, so a certain part of it being a specific part being refundable based on contingency if the county doesn't pass. Our concern, which Supervisor Chiesa said, is we're just giving more time as funds are being brought in. So our loss just gets further. Or if we're going for 2 weeks, whatever sales have been done in those 2 weeks, that could be a part of the deposit. You could work it out with your partner that you're working with, that you guys put up the deposit with the county today, and any further sales in the next 2 weeks, which county staff thinks it's more, 60 to 90 days, but you're saying it's 2 weeks, that those get diverted to you since you put up the deposit. I mean, there's multiple ways to make it happen. I guess where the county's position, based on the comments by my colleagues, is we don't want to just do an extension with no good faith. Good faith, and in this circumstance, good faith means some earnest money deposit that can be put towards paying down some of a portion of that debt.
I think you actually raised an excellent point, which is whether there's a middle ground. And the middle ground being then at that point in time of, and again, I'd have to get authorization from Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan obviously stated that, I can envision that his reservation would be assurances. But if you're identifying then that the assurance, there's a middle ground to the insurance, that in exchange for asking for time to pass a background check, to get the written consent from the CEO's office, that whether additional proceeds made during while this consideration is going on, rather than, so it's not an entire loss of the county, whether the parties can actually find a middle ground, that there continues to be payments to the county, during that period of time.
Well,
And it raises a very interesting middle ground to what you say, portions of proceeds, whether that pays down the debt that is owed by the People's Remedy in the meantime until we can actually get written consent.
I think you're missing a specific part of it. You would put up the deposit. You would work out with the People's Remedy on getting, the proceeds from now until then. The county would not be a mediator in that or anything. We would just want a deposit, and then you work it out with People's Remedy that for the 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you get to get reimbursed on that deposit if things weren't, didn't get approved through the background check.
Forgive me for misunderstanding. I don't have that explicit authority from Mr. Yuan, but based upon your proposal, I would expect that he may be favorable, and most likely in line with it. From my interpretation of speaking with him to date, he's been exceptionally reasonable and confident on being able to deliver underneath this agreement. So I would fully anticipate that he would be receptive to that proposal.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask, maybe you continue this, we move on to the other items, allow them to go have a conversation, see if it works out, and then we'll bring this item back at the end of the meeting with a decision to be made, if that's okay. You guys can have a sidebar.
Yeah. If that works. That works. All right, so we'll postpone this item till after the discussions remaining of 7.1 and 7.2. In that meantime, you could have the discussion with Mr. Nugent, and we'll bring this back.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so item 7.1, but I would, before we start with item 7.1, if we could take a short 5-minute break before we start 7.1, and as the team is getting ready to present item 7.1. Convening the meeting, item 7.1, approval to enter into memorandum of understandings between Stanislaus County Workforce Development, Stanislaus County Children and Families Commission, and an agreement with the Stanislaus Community Foundation to implement the initiatives under the Stanislaus 2030 Investment Blueprint. And conducting the item presentation will be Erica Ignacio from the CEO's office.
Good morning, Chairman Graywall, Board Members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. Erica Ignacio, Deputy Executive Officer, along with Amanda Hughes with Stanislaus 2030. We're back before the board to ask for authorization to obligate ARPA funds to fund the projects and implement the plans that were presented to the board on June 25th. Amanda will highlight some of the items previously presented along with some of the recommendations. Amanda?
Thank you, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bose. I am excited to be back here today to recap our work over the past year and to provide some recommendations for how we want to take implementation strategies in our blueprint to the next level. But before I begin, I always like to talk about the origin of our work. As you recall, this work began in earnest in the fall of 2021 with a 10-month sprint process in partnership with the county, the Community Foundation, and local partners to develop an investment blueprint to build an inclusive economy in Stanislaus County. That blueprint was published and brought before the board in 2023, which was an opportunity to provide resources to invest in 2 new entities to help operationalize the strategies in the investment blueprint. That led to the creation of a public-private partnership housed at the Community Foundation, Stanislaus 2030, as well as Beam Circular housed at Opportunity Stanislaus. I'm going to provide an overview of some of the work that we've done over the past year. And remember our why. The purpose of this work is really about how do we know through our partnership with Brookings and doing a deep dive on our market assessment, we know that 53% of the jobs in our county don't meet our definition of a good job. Over half of the county's population struggles to make ends meet. We also know that only 1/3 of the jobs in our county meet the definition of what it means to be a good job, which means a wage threshold of $28 per hour, that there's access to benefits and access to career pathways. We know that by definition, the majority of the jobs in our region, we qualify as other jobs, meaning they don't meet that definition of a good job. Which is why we've organized over the past year to build out strategies to advance what we call enablers and drivers to build an inclusive economy. I'm going to talk about the work around small business supports, talent development, and childcare expansion. And later in the agenda today, Karen Warner will present on our work to build out the traded sector development through Beam Circular. So as a recap, our work to advance childcare, we know that Stanislaus County is a childcare desert. In fact, in order to meet workforce demand, we need 17,000 more childcare slots than we currently have. To help with this work over the past year, we contracted with Nurture, a nonprofit focused on the economic mobility of childcare providers, to help us understand our local childcare sector, where are the opportunities for growth, and where are the pain points in the supply. Through that work, we also launched and advanced a pilot to see if we can decrease the amount of time it takes to get childcare startups off the ground. We are happy to report that we've had over 6 cohorts in the past year in both English and Spanish, and now there are 30 new childcare businesses that are in operation, opening up over 240 new childcare slots since we launched. I had the opportunity to actually meet with an entrepreneur last week who just completed her participation in the Nurture cohort. She had her childcare degree from MJC, and what she told me is, I knew I wanted to start a business, but I got my degree and I ended up working at a nonprofit. And when this opportunity came up to get trained, I jumped at it. And she has 2 young children. She wants to start a business out of her home, and she got the training she needed to open her business, and she's ready to take kids starting in the next month. So we know we have a strategy in place to help us
dramatically improve the supply of childcare providers in our county. And we included all of our data and all of our recommendations in a 10-year implementation plan that we released in April. Our highest aspirations is we want to create 1,500 new and or expanded childcare businesses in Stanislaus County over the next 10 years, which would open up 12,000 more licensed childcare slots in our region. We also know we have to work to ensure that parents, particularly parents that live in underserved zip codes, know about childcare subsidies, sign up for those subsidies, and then we can help place those children in these new businesses. So just to highlight what I shared last time, we have a very clear plan of action for how we're going to do this work, where we want to scale our childcare in-home entrepreneurship program and ensure that we can get 200 more entrepreneurs through the program in the next 2 years. We want to invest in the subsidy side to ensure parents know and there's proper outreach to ensure that they get access to subsidies. And we also want to ensure that we evaluate our work so we know that we're improving the job quality of the childcare provider and that we demonstrate results. At the end of the day, we want to see more startups and more children with subsidized care in these startups so that we can ensure that parents can participate in the workforce. In summary, we've prioritized activities to really scale and advance the pilot work. We recommend supporting the, to deliver on this work, we'd like to advance 200 new childcare businesses, which means we want to support 200 entrepreneurs to get through the business licensing startup program. We also want to ensure that they have access to the same program, which allows them easy participation in Spanish at a time that makes sense for their work. We are also recommending that through this program that we provide support for training as well as a $2,500 startup grant for entrepreneurs who complete the coursework and actually obtain their childcare license. In addition, this work supports targeted outreach in the prioritized zip codes that have demonstrated that they have a high need for childcare and that they have a population of workers that we could potentially market to join the cohort.
To implement the program, the staff is asking the board consideration to allow us to enter an MOU with First Five Stanislaus to serve as the primary contractor and to retain a contractor to deliver the prioritized activities. We would be looking at $1 million over a 2-year span.
Moving on to our work around the small business supports. We know from our original work with our market assessment that we, compared to the rest of the state, have a lower concentration of startups, particularly for micro businesses. Through our research over the past year, we know that business owners, particularly Main Street owners and supplier businesses, struggle to get the supports they need to be successful. This includes program, technical assistance, and access to capital. We set up a collaborative table with small business support organizations as well as local community development financial institutions, which are designated to help underserved businesses to really get together to start mapping out the ecosystem of support to identify opportunities that we could help improve access for small business owners and with a specific focus on Main Street and supplier businesses. We took that data and we went through a strategic prioritization process with our partners to identify the strategies that we believe will have the greatest opportunity to increase financing for small business owners as well as technical supports. We put that information in an implementation plan that we released in May 2024. And we are really, we've designed a strategy that's comprehensive that is designed to fill the gaps that we've identified through our research process with a real eye towards better serving Main Street and supplier businesses. We know that every business, regardless of their stage of development or the type of business, needs essentially 3 things. They need access to technical assistance, they need access to good financing, and they need access to networks. We've tailored our strategy to ensure that businesses, particularly entrepreneurs on Main Street who are underserved, get just that. The launch of the loan fund in partnership with the local CDFI is designed to be flexible and provide smaller loans for individuals that may not have a strong credit history where they could get support through traditional banking. We also know through our research with entrepreneurs in Main Street businesses is that the information that they need about existing training programs is hard to find. It's not centralized in one place. And that is, for us, low-hanging fruit of a strategy that we can do in order to ensure that they have access to referrals for existing technical assistance and for new programs that we get off the ground. So the creation of a one-stop shop platform is essential. On the other side, we're really looking at support for supplier businesses, and they need a different type of support. We talked to multiple different supplier businesses that are providing, they're trying to get into larger contracts through the procurement process, but they simply don't know how to navigate the system. They don't know how to bid. They don't know how to get the financing in place in order for them to actually sustain larger contracts. So we know we have an opportunity to provide specific programs for supplier businesses so they're more successful in opening up into new markets. In addition, we want to make sure that they have access to larger entities in our region that have a lot of purchasing power, which is like our hospitals, our colleges, and even our municipalities. So creating some coherence between the purchasing power of our larger anchor institutions and matching them with businesses that want to sell to them locally is an effective strategy that could really drive economic development in our region. We also know that in order for any of this work to take off, we need to do our work with the local municipalities as well as the county to assess the existing state of permitting for small businesses and make sure that information is readily accessible on that one-stop shop. And if there's opportunities for improvement, that we can make those recommendations. We also see the opportunity for innovation and incubator spaces where businesses can co-locate and have the same services together in one spot. In addition, for any of this work to succeed, we need to invest in the capacity of the partners that are going to realize these strategies, with a particular emphasis on the community development financial institutions that provide support for underserved businesses, as well as the business service organizations that actually provide the technical assistance and support. I wanted to spend just a moment to talk about the importance of community development financial institutions, particularly in a region like ours. We know that CDFIs play a crucial role in supporting small businesses, and we also know that they have the ability to provide options where traditional banks may not. Particularly, they can fill holes in financing, they can offer technical expertise to small businesses to help them launch and succeed. Often, they try to keep rates low for underserved borrowers, which means CDFIs don't often make enough to cover their costs for the programs, and they can be very expensive to run. This makes it difficult for CDFIs to scale financing, and it also means that they have to maintain their current offerings. They may need to seek out public and philanthropic support to help underwrite their activities and to help ensure that they can scale. So at the local level, we have 3 new community development financial institutions that received their designation in the past 3 years. They have a steep learning curve in order for them to maximize their designation, and which allows them to attract new funding to our region. They have a lot of requirements and compliance regulations, and they may not have the staff in place to actually meet those expectations. And in order for them to have the right products in place, we need them to be working together so they can develop a niche market, so they're developing programs for different types of businesses at different stages of development. And if they do this right, we know that they'll be in a more competitive position to attract new funding through the CDFI fund at the federal level, as well as other opportunities that arise, such as through the EPA, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So this requires a level of sophistication that our existing CDFIs currently just do not have yet, but we want to help them get there. So with that, we put forward funding recommendations that really puts some resources towards building momentum towards the one-stop shop platform creation, as well as putting into place a supplier readiness program to ensure supplier businesses can get the technical assistance and financing they need to tap into the procurement economy. We also see the opportunity to assess the existing permitting process and to create recommendations for improvement over time, as well as investing in 2 cohorts to support the CDFIs, as well as the business support organizations that are involved in our collaborative, which would include operating funds and technical assistance to ensure that they have the right programs in place, that they can sustain these programs, and they have a way to track success. All of this is really only possible if we have effective strategy and we have a real partnership with workforce development to ensure we have a process in place for requests for proposals, and that we have the ability to evaluate and track and measure our success.
And again, to implement the small business support strategy, staff is asking the board to consider an MOU with Stanislaus County Workforce Development to build the capacity for the work and to serve as a primary contractor for the request for funding proposals, request for information process based on strategies identified in the small business implementation plan. We're looking at $2 million over a 2-year span, which again would expire on December 31st of 2026.
And finally, the last initiative I'm going to talk about today is around talent development. And as you know, we're focused on the manufacturing sector because through our research, we learned that there are existing manufacturing jobs that are good jobs that are left unfilled due to leaks in the talent pipeline. Through our research over the past year, we've learned that we have a little bit of a crisis on our hand. The manufacturing workforce faces, in our region, 25% near retirement, which equates to about 3,400 jobs that will be left unfilled. We know that the skills gap is widening due to changes in technology. These jobs are becoming digitized, and we know that our workforce needs additional skills in order for them to be competitive in these jobs. We also know that there's a lack in responsiveness of our education partners to what the needs are on the industry side in real time due to the inability to collaborate. We also know that there's a poor perception of jobs in manufacturing, even though the jobs are changing dramatically today. So we put together a process over the past year. We set up a collaborative table with industry and education partners to really understand the pain points within the manufacturing sector. We worked on a plan that we released in June that includes labor market data on the top 5 jobs that are hard to fill, what are the skills that we need to fulfill those jobs, and we started mapping out programs locally to identify ways that we can improve and enhance the talent pipeline to ensure that people can get through and into these better jobs. Before you today are the 6 priority strategy areas that we're organizing activity around to ensure that we can maximize our collaboration between industry and education. It's really designed to ensure that the work that we've produced today is embedded in existing programs, that we have the ability to enhance programs. For example, we want to see growth in our apprenticeship programs. We have existing apprenticeship programs, but there's an opportunity to improve the quality of the enrollment process. How do we ensure that folks know about these opportunities and they can get through quickly and on time? Same thing with the Fast Track Certificate Program. We know that there's a need for non-technical skills, more softer skills, but we need to create plug-and-play programs that can be implemented into existing adult ed programs, as well as with MJC, as well as with workforce development and Opportunity Stanislaus programs. So there's shared desire to integrate our learnings into existing work, but there's also opportunities for innovation, particularly about increasing perception into jobs in manufacturing and ensuring that we have strong partnerships with community-based organizations so that we can recruit learners into these programs. And with that, we are recommending technical assistance to support the program design and/or enhancement of programs that are currently in operation. This is in the form of planning and implementation grants, specifically for programs that will deepen and enhance industry and education collaboration within the manufacturing sector, will advance manufacturing perception challenges, or will help mitigate for those challenges, advance job quality, focus on the expansion of earn and learn paid work experiences, and pilot and test strategies to reduce time to certificate and credential completion. We are also committed to wraparound support services for all the programs that we are advancing, so we want to see strategic partnerships with community-based orgs and career navigators.
To implement this talent strategy, staff is asking board consideration to enter into an MOU with Stanislaus Workforce Development to co-design and manage the RFP process for planning and implementation grants and to build matching requirements into the grant criteria. Stanislaus County Workforce Development will also manage the re-granting and reporting process. Eligible institutions will include local education institutions, K-12 and higher education, workforce training providers, and community-based organizations. The funding ask is $1.5 million over the 2-year span, which again would expire on December 31st of 2026.
And finally, in order to ensure the effective implementation of all of these strategies and a strong partnership between First Five and Workforce Development on the implementation, we are requesting additional funds to help us track and pursue federal and state and private capital in the form of getting in a grant writer, so we can ensure that when there's an opportunity, just like this week, opportunities with the Department of Labor and EDA, that we can jump on them quickly and organize with our partners so that they're in a position to be successful in those grant applications. We also see the opportunity to invest in community engagement, marketing, and outreach to ensure that families that could benefit from these programs know about these programs and how to enroll. We really see the value of good storytelling as a way of marketing the work. We have a lot of opportunities now, since we've got a pilot with childcare, to start creating testimonials and videos to help advance the work and really build out recruitment. And finally, we see the need for a third-party evaluator to measure the success of the entire work of Stanislaus 2030, in addition to the individual projects and programs. But are we better off? Have we created new funding in our region? Have new policies, a way to measure change as a result of our original investments in Stanislaus 2030?
And for this particular item, staff is asking the board to consider and approve an agreement with the Stanislaus Community Foundation to serve as the fiscal sponsor of Stanislaus 2030 and to support the intermediary organizational operations. We're asking $565,500 over the 2-year span, which again would take us through December 31st of 2026. And in summary, you have in front of you the table that summarizes the 4 different focus areas as it pertains to addressing non-skill barriers to jobs and training, entrepreneurship and small business dynamism, talent development, governance and capacity building. Each one of them identifies the corresponding contractor or the MOU that we would be recommending to enter, the deliverables, and the amounts that we have highlighted through the presentation, for a total new amount of $5,065,500. The staff recommendations before the board is to approve a memorandum of understanding, or an MOU, with Stanislaus County Workforce Development for entrepreneurship and small business dynamism in the amount of $2 million, and for talent development the amount of $1.5 million for the term of August 13th, 2024 through December 31st of 2026. Approve an MOU with the Stanislaus County Children and Families Commission, also known as First 5 Stanislaus, for the Child Care Entrepreneurship Program addressing non-skill barriers to jobs and training in the amount of $1 million for the term of August 13th, 2024 through December 31st of 2026, and to approve an agreement with the Stanislaus Community Foundation to include project consultation and evaluation in the amount of $565,500 for the term of August 13th, 2024 through December 31st of 2026. And this concludes, I believe, our presentation. If you have any questions. I'm sorry. A couple of more items. Authorize the Chief Executive Officer or designee to sign and execute the referenced MOUs and amendment, including any amendments in the corresponding amounts. Direct the Auditor Controller to increase estimated revenue and appropriations by $5,065,500 in the County Operations American Rescue Plan Act budget, and by $3.5 million in the Workforce Development Program Services budget, pursuant to an attached budget journal after the approval of the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget. And this concludes our presentations, and we're now ready for any questions that you may have.
Questions by members of the board?
Do you look at it, First 5 on the child care side, it's just expanding capacity, right?
Yeah.
Because you're overwhelmed, or?
Well, no, and it's mission aligned.
Yeah.
The intention of this work is really to identify the natural partnership that should be leading this work, and First 5 is right there with us on prioritizing childcare. I was able to brief all of their board members in May, and there was a lot of energy to get behind this, and it creates other opportunities where they could apply for funding to support this work too.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chance Cundy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wonderful presentation, definitely needed. You know, my family is actually significantly impacted by the lack of child care in Stanislaus County, having 2 young boys and then having a little girl on the way. It's something that I feel we should absolutely invest in workforce development. My only question is, and I guess concern would be that we have to track and monitor geographic distribution of these funds. Obviously, you know, we want to support Modesto. We want to support other in all cities of the county. But I've always kind of just been hesitant that we don't become too Modesto-centric. We want to make sure that all geographic areas of the Stanislaus County are receiving these funds. Obviously, they will have equal access to that. But if we do become top-heavy in the sense where we only see, I guess repeat or too many Modesto applicants, I would kind of have a pause or concern with that. And obviously, we're going to do the legwork to get out to those hard-to-reach communities, those outlier communities, Wesley, Grayson, Empire, Keys, and so forth and so on. But that would be my only hesitation and also recommendation to you as you move forward, is making sure that we have adequate geographic distribution of these funds and applications.
Yes, so in our implementation plan, we included some data analysis on the 7 zip codes across the county where they have a dramatic childcare need for more businesses. We also looked through the poverty rates for those zip codes, and we really tried to hone in on where there's existing workers that we could potentially recruit to become providers. Regardless of how we prioritize funding for those zip codes, we are a childcare desert, period, across the county. We need more childcare. I think for our standpoint, we're really focused on like being creative and outreach to make sure we get to those pockets where it's on fire. Mm-hmm. But in general, like outreach is broad. We need more childcare across the county.
Yes. No doubt. My concern is if you're a single mother in Newman and the only child care services are 30 to 45 minutes to an hour away, you're still in the same boat. So
yeah.
that is my only concern.
And we don't turn anyone away.
Yeah, well, that's great. I want to make sure we're hitting Newman just as hard as we're hitting Modesto as far as advertising and outreach on these efforts. So that's it. So, but again, great presentation. I wholeheartedly support this, and this hopefully is going to make a great impact for our constituents and residents here in Stanislaus County.
Thank you, Supervisor Conde.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to take it out to the public. I have a public comment card by Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few concerns, Mr. Chairman. Number one, we don't have a data in regard to the economic impact of COVID-19. And we fund a lot of money to the opportunity, and now the ARPA money supposed to be for the disadvantaged community that was affected. In March 2020, the West Side area was affected 30%, the Latino was affected by the COVID-19. But June to December, it was 70% the county Latino was affected, 70% by COVID-19. We still not have that report that. So I don't know how these guys working with that funding. The ARPA supposed to be for the disadvantaged community that was affected by the COVID-19, and we still not implementing nothing. This proposal, I think, is wasted time because the workforce development is a babysitting component, babysitting the trainees, because we don't have no jobs for these people. We don't have no skills. Under the economic development report for 2023 to 28, it says specific on one page, it says the lack of skills and the lack of education, we have big problem in this county. And we're still facing that. So to me, we still need to have a report how the COVID-19 affect the community, Latino community, Mexican American community, to the whole county. And Mr. Conde is correct. The concentration of the babysitting, like my granddaughter already applied, and you believe she still not have opportunity to have babysitting, and she will go to your program, and she still not receive zero, and she applied last year. So that's contradict what she's saying right now. And you're right, Mr. Conde. An area like Newman, Patterson, Wesley, we need a heavy help for the babysitting, and it's not being applied. So the other question is, she's reporting of this small business So that means she repeat what Equity Partners doing. Equity Partners received $5 million to develop a small business to the west side in the area of the county, Crow Landing in the area. So you repeating with the $5 million, repeating of the small business. So who really do that report? How effective is the business or small business? How you going to have a small business when you're not contacting with the people of the Crow Landing? Crow Landing have the biggest. Crow Landing receive more money than the mall. The investment in the Crow Landing area from 7th Street to White Road receive more money. That geographic area receive more money than the mall investment. But in the same time, it's not being helped by this agency in regard to the small business to give to the community, because the majority of this small community not have the license. The majority not report the taxes what they doing. Go to the flea market and you see the entrepreneur, biggers, the Mexican American have there. And I don't think so nobody ever make that report of that. So to me, it's wasting time, especially workforce development. To me, it's a babysitting the trainees, because we don't have no jobs in this area. And now it's say we're going to develop new jobs and training. So that to me is not right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wanting to comment on this item?
Well, this is John Mataka with the Grayson Neighborhood Council. It's very brief, but I just want to remind this board that what Miguel said is very true. During COVID, the west side of Stanislaus County was hit very hard. And we did a survey, which I presented to this board a long time ago, which said that during that time, throughout the whole west side, Grayson, Wesley, Crow's Landing, Newman, Patterson, the whole area, that the number one problem they were having was with food, that the people who picked the crops couldn't feed their families, so they were surviving on food banks and commodities. So with that, keeping that in mind, I remember when the ARPA funds were given out for small businesses, and we tracked that on a map. And what came out of it was like 85% of those small business funds were given in Modesto. There was about maybe 3 or 4 in Patterson, there was 1 in Grayson, and there were a handful in Turlock. So what Mr. Condit is saying is true. When you look at this job opportunities and you look at this training, it needs to be spread the wealth, as the saying goes. It can't all be focused in Modesto. And every time something happens, Modesto's the focus. I realize it's the biggest city, but we got people in other areas too, and this is countywide funding. So we need to make sure that there's some kind of statistics that are kept on how many people from these different areas and different districts throughout the county are receiving this opportunity and funding. Thank you.
Right.
I want to add that in regard of training and education, we do still need more funds allocated into the West Side community. And again, in the present time, we have Supervisor Chance Condit that is being advocating and working hard to fulfill a lot of the needs that we have in there. But we still need, like he said before, we are all together in this. If we work together, then we will have a better result, looking after the best interests of the children and the youth. In an example, in Newman, we need a community center badly. We don't have anything for the youth. We need to increase that. Right now I have something that I need to resolve over there in the city, because the youth program needs the use of the restrooms in the weekends instead of the parents renting a restroom. And also, instead of coming to Modesto or Atwater or somewhere else, like Tracy or Lake Trout for trainings, we should have a center in the west side that allocate from Bernales to Newman. Or maybe working in collaboration with Merced County can be extended to Gastine, San Anela, all that area, that it can combine and provide training and higher opportunities for the community people in that side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you just state your name for the record? I know you've been here once, but just want to make it easy.
My name is Olivia Esquives Gonzalez.
All right. Thank you, Olivia. Appreciate
you.
it. All right. Any other members of the public? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for any further questions for Amanda or Erica. And if not, then a possible motion.
So I just want to say I'm always so supportive of creating slots because Miguel had brought up that, you know, that everyone knows that we need to upscale people. There's a lack of skills, a lack of education. And one of the barriers to that is the need for childcare so that people can get out. You have two working families trying to make it. Housing prices are out of control still these days, and people getting into better jobs and getting a lower cost of childcare is only going to happen when there's enough slots. As long as there's a lack of competition, the American way is to charge as much as you can. So I think we're on the right track on that. I'm very excited about the outreach you've had so far. And I know that originally the very first conversation I ever had with you, Amanda, was to talk to the France Nursery people because they felt that they couldn't get enough workers, and this was the biggest impediment to them. And there's Dave Wilson Nursery, there's Birchall Nursery on the east side, I'm trying to think, I'm missing one, Duarte Nursery. And so they were looking at trying to do something themselves, like internally, and then they realized that the model didn't work very well, and this other model works better. But you know, as you talk about, because we keep talking about West Side, but West Side, I think of the West Side as the other side of the San Joaquin River, west of the San Joaquin River, Patterson, Newman, Grayson essentially is right there, and then there's the west side of Modesto, which is a part of Modesto. Modesto is 40% of the population, so they always get the first dollar spent, and then I'm always arguing that Turlock should get the second dollar spent, and that the Patterson Newman should get the third dollar spent, and then last but not least, Riverbank and Oakdale, which isn't fair, but that's the way I've always advocated. But we have Hickman, Waterford, LaGrange, Knights Ferry, Valley Home. I could just go around, and then you just work your way around the county. There's a lot of areas that need a lot of help. Consolidating Hickman, you know, I don't think that they necessarily need anything because Waterford is so close. When you're in close proximity to a larger town, I would concentrate on Patterson, you know, as the first place. Obviously, it's the bigger town, and as you get further away, Oakdale works okay for LaGrange. Not LaGrange. Knights Ferry works better for Knights Ferry. So just keep that concept in mind as you spread around. I know you've been doing your due diligence on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you so much for your presentation today and all the many briefings that we've had throughout this. I had just had one question. I know we're going to really influx the system. I know this because you've already been successful in creating positions and child spots. There was one aspect of it that we were worried about, though, and I think you had brought it up with inspections in the state. Are they going to be able to handle that with all the new positions?
So we've met with the state and we've met with our regional office, and we've got great contacts thanks to our presentation to the Lieutenant Governor's office in March. So we've been having really good dialogues about how to decrease the amount of time it takes to do the inspections once entrepreneurs go through the licensing process. They have to do all their work, but once they do their part of the job, we need to be quick to get to their house to do the inspection so they can get their business up and going. So we're working on that. The other issue is once we get another 150 businesses up and going, we may max out the existing subsidies. So we're going to have another advocacy problem, and I look forward to that problem because I think that gives us a case to ask for more money from the state.
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Winthrop?
Perfect, Amanda, thank you very much. And as Buck made reference to, we've all been briefed on this, we've all been looking at this, and we appreciate the time, not only here, but the time you've come and met with all of us as we kind of plan for all this. This is everything that we want, and for all communities that we want, as Vito referenced too, that we want to spread this. We want this, and everything that we're doing here is really targeted, in my mind, towards our disadvantaged communities to try to make a difference there. I know the child care thing, as we've talked about. In my own office, I've set up little spots for our staff to keep their kids, so I can have them there working, and it works out just great. And so we've been desperate for that, in this community across the country. We're desperate for that, and so I think that alone is going to help a ton for individuals to help them get to work. The training that we're talking about here is just good stuff. It's just what we need to do. We need to get out into our community, and these are the jobs that are going to be available. These are what we need to train people for, in collaborations with our institution, our educational institutions, as we've talked about before. Let's hope that goes well. But everything we're doing here, and then what John made reference to as far as funding and where it ended up, we saw that. We've tracked that ourselves. We know that there's this gap as far as individuals' ability to qualify and to apply for funding for their businesses. And we saw that so well during the PPP money that came out, and even the employee retention credits that have come out, federal government monies that come out, that there are so many businesses that just don't have the wherewithal or the sophistication to apply for these funding. Not that they don't need it, but they need training to be able to get there. They don't have the banker, like we've talked about this before. They don't have the CPA, the banker to help them fill out the application to get them there. So all of these things that I see here, what we're doing with the CDFIs, is just crucial to help get these loans and capital into these businesses. And so it's all directed, it's all directed towards our disadvantaged communities, and to train up our workforce so that the day will come that they'll make this living wage and be able to provide for their families and their families' education. That's our focus of this whole thing. And I think this is a great step towards that, and it's great that as a board, as a county here, that we've realized that, and we're pushing for that rather than just trying to hand out money, to wherever. We're looking for fundamental, long-term changes in our community here with this, and this is a step towards that. So I fully support this, and I'm just looking forward to great things from you on this. So thank you, guys.
All right, any other comments by the members of the board? If not, then I'll entertain a possible motion.
I move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by Supervisor Chance Condit, second by Supervisor Buck Condit. Please indicate by saying if you're in support of the motion.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, item 7-2. Same team. We'll be discussing the approval of amendment number 1 to the contract with Bioindustrial for the period of July 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026, and authorization to increase the contract by additional $8,740,000 during ARPA funds. So Erica Ignacio will be leading this presentation as well with other members of the Bioindustrial team.
And good afternoon, Chairman Graywall, board members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. Erica Ignacio, Deputy Executive Officer. I'll be kicking off this presentation for Karen Warner and the CEO for Bioindustrial, along with her team. The bioindustrial manufacturing focus area's vision is to, by 2030, for Stanislaus County to be a top location in the country for bioindustrial manufacturing firms, from scale-up to commercialization, creating significant numbers of new quality jobs for residents across all skill levels, specifically providing greater opportunities for unemployed or underemployed county residents. To fulfill the bioindustrial manufacturing growth partnership function, a new hub organization was launched, which is known as Bioindustrial. As a refresher as to how we got here, up on the screen you have a timeline. Let me get that there, actually. that shows how we got there. So on January 31st of 2023, the board approved $10 million spending plan to advocate the Stanislaus 2030 Bioindustrial Manufacturing Strategy and authorized the execution of an agreement of up to $650,000 to support the formation and the operation of Beam Circular. On April 16, 2024, the board approved an amendment to extend the agreement through June 30th of 2024 and allocated an additional $110,000 to a new not-to-exceed amount of $760,000 to include additional scopes of work activities. On June 25th of 2024, the board approved an agreement with Beam Circular with a budget amount not to exceed $500,000 through December 31st of 2026 to continue and to coordinate the support program design, business development, marketing and communication, funding identification and pursuit, policy advocacy, and performance tracking to advance the bioindustrial manufacturing strategy. Today, staff has continued to work with Beam Circular to obtain additional details for the 14 projects and programs that were presented to the board on June 25th to ensure that activities meet ARPA funding and requirements and to obligate through contracting the remaining $8,740,000 of the $10 million that was presently designated. And I'll go on ahead and bring Karen up to the podium.
Thank you so much, Erica. Thank you, Chairman Grewal, Supervisors, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. It's wonderful to be back with you and to give you an update and a brief recap of our initiative overview. This is an exciting and a really ambitious scope of work that the county has laid forth through this new initiative to grow our region's bioeconomy. It was brought up earlier by community members that we have this incredible need in this region to strengthen educational pathways and to create jobs. The big highlight of the analysis from STAN 2030 is that we have a shortage of family-sustaining jobs in this region. And if we're going to increase access to prosperity and make sure that every single kid, no matter where they're growing up across our community, has access to prosperity and the ability to sustain and support their families, we have to attract and grow industries and businesses that offer those family-sustaining jobs. We also want to do that in a way that supports overall community health, that supports our ability to have a really thriving region and Stanislaus County across all of the communities that make up our region. So glad to be back with you. I know that we gave a very deep dive update when we were here on June 25th. I am going to offer a bit of a recap of some of the reminders of the overview of the program, the programs underway as we get into the recommendations regarding the remainder of the ARPA investment that's under consideration. So as the kind of basic context reminder here, I also want to acknowledge, apologies before I jump in, that I am really grateful to be joined by our full executive team today. Our CFO, COO, Maria Olita is with us, as well as our Chief Program Officer, who you'll be hearing from later, Gloria Margomez. And so appreciative of our growing team, which is really excitingly a very local team. I, as many of you know, grew up here in Stanislaus County. I'm raising my family here, and as we continue to grow the team that is supporting and coordinating this work, we're really excited to continue to build local leadership and be engaging with really diverse sets of perspectives and areas of expertise. So I'm grateful to have my two co-leads with me today. So as a reminder, Stanislaus 2030 identified a number of different strategies and opportunities for increasing the vibrancy and inclusion across our economy. Several of those strategies are being carried forward through the work that Amanda just highlighted and that we're so excited to see carry forward. One of the key pillars of the strategy that was recommended is advancing this new bioindustrial manufacturing sector opportunity for our region. We talk about this sector more broadly as the circular bioeconomy, and while this isn't a brand new industry, it is a growing sector, a growing segment of our economy, and one that offers an opportunity to diversify our region's industry base, create those higher paying, higher quality jobs that we have a shortage of here in this region. while building upon our existing strengths in food and agriculture and in manufacturing as well as logistics. This is really importantly an industry that offers opportunities to create environmental solutions, to reduce pollution from waste and from across the food and agricultural system, as well as to replace use of toxic chemicals and fossil fuels with natural and plant-based alternatives. This is also an opportunity to attract investment to our region. As we've shared previously, the global bioeconomy represents all economic activities that use biology, use natural materials, and bio-based science to create value. That ranges across a lot of different types of segments of the economy. It's anticipated to be a $4 trillion segment of the economy in the coming years. And biology is expected to affect the ways that we make 60% of everything in the global economy in the coming decade. That means that biology is disrupting everything that we do, and our region has an opportunity to be part of that by attracting and growing the types of sustainable aspects of this industry in a really targeted way that create access to these quality jobs and reduce local pollution. So Beam Circular was formed in January of 2023 with a directive from Stanislaus County to coordinate the implementation of this strategy, to serve as a local, independent, nonprofit backbone for this initiative, to support ongoing collaboration and planning and analysis, to understand how can we take advantage of this opportunity and grow this opportunity for our region as thoughtfully and effectively as possible, and to stand up and launch specific programs that will create that aligned workforce system and attract and grow these jobs and employment opportunities for our region. So that's our role. We serve as that independent, nonprofit organization. We do not have any sort of profits coming from the growth of this industry. We serve to be that neutral organization that supports collaboration and implementation and development of these projects and programs. As a reminder, BEAM stands for Bioeconomy, Agriculture, and Manufacturing. We are really essentially a regional initiative that's focused on making this place, the North San Joaquin Valley, Stanislaus, and the surrounding San Joaquin and Merced County region, the global leader in circular bioeconomy innovation. As we've talked about previously, this region has really, really special competitive advantages that allow us to be a really great place for innovative new businesses and projects in this growing sector to take place and again create those quality jobs. Also, as a reminder, the scope of this sector that we're focused on is really broad. There's a lot of different types of technologies, businesses, and end products that are being created in what we call the circular bioeconomy, or through bioindustrial manufacturing. At its core, this is about using biology to reduce waste. That's the word circular in our name, is because we're moving from taking and using and wasting materials to bringing materials back into our system so we reduce the impact on local water, air, and natural resources. And by improving the circularity of our overall economy, we can reduce that waste, reduce pollution, and create products ranging from textiles and materials that we wear to bio-based plastics. This was produced here locally at Jatco, local plastics manufacturing company, using bio-based polymers from, in this case, almond shells. No, sorry, this one's walnut shells. They use a lot of different types. I remember because of the black spots. So this is a locally produced bio-based plastic material. You can imagine all the different things that use plastic in our world, including agricultural use of plastic. We're working with another company that's making bio-based, fully biodegradable nursery pots. You think about the amount of plastic that goes into the things that you buy at a Home Depot, or if you're a grower that you buy at very large scale from nurseries. That plastic could be fully biodegradable instead of ending up in landfills, and it can be produced locally using byproducts that are already coming out of our existing food and agricultural system. This sector also includes things like alternative fertilizers. So conventional fertilizers in agriculture is the #1 source of nitrous oxide emissions. By replacing use of traditional fertilizers with organic fertilizers that are produced in different ways, using these organic inputs, bio-based inputs, you can really strengthen and improve regenerative practices, organic practices, and things that reduce pollution across the food and ag system. There's opportunities for energy, sustainable aviation fuel production, for example, which is a growing segment of the bioenergy space. And there's opportunities for food, for example, alternative proteins, nutrition products, et cetera. So I remind everybody because this is a new industry for many people, and it's really exciting for us to continue to do the work of educating ourselves and educating our community and our partners about the many different opportunities that are out there to grow new businesses, new technologies, and new opportunities for local community members in this really growing segment of the economy. The other thing that makes this a really exciting fit for our region is the wide range of different education and career pathways, lots of opportunities in engineering and manufacturing, including many that require similar skill sets to what we use for food processing and food manufacturing. There's also a lot of career pathways and education pathways in agricultural and life sciences, environmental sciences, in infrastructure and construction, in the building trades, in operations and management, and in education, communications, and outreach. So as we pursue this strategy, as we work, as we'll talk about with our workforce partners, we really want to make sure that we're expanding access to jobs across many, many different types of skill and education backgrounds, and that we're ensuring that there are pathways, no matter where you're coming from, no matter your background, to quality jobs in this growing sector. I also wanted to take a moment to note the really deep focus of this work on environmental sustainability and stewardship. Traditional economic development often historically has been done in a neutral way, potentially when it comes to environmental impact. You might have traditional metrics of economic growth related to overall, product output, jobs created, wages, et cetera. And many of those metrics are really important. When Beam Circular was established, it was really important that part of our mission also include a dual focus on both advancing economic and community prosperity through creation of quality jobs, entrepreneurship opportunities, and business activities that bring value and investment to our traditionally disinvested region. But we also have a dual purpose of improving and strengthening our local environment and being part of broader state and national and global climate solutions as well that increase the resilience and the environmental sustainability of our entire community. The exciting thing about the bioeconomy is that there are opportunities, especially through newer technological advances, to be reducing pollution through many of these different bio-based manufacturing pathways. However, we are also very open eyes that the bioeconomy is very broad, and there is especially a history of bio-based manufacturing and the biofuels industry in particular that are not what you would call a green industry. There absolutely are technologies and projects and models for bio-based manufacturing that do reduce and increases in pollution, including local air pollution, very importantly. This is a big deal for our community to take into consideration because we have really important public health challenges here in this region, including related to our air quality. And so as we've gone about researching and understanding and pulling together a really diverse coalition of scientists and experts, industry and community players, it's been very important to center ourselves on creating a framework for understanding and knowing and measuring what types of projects we do want to support and be attracting here to our region. We are not neutral about the environmental impact of the industry that we're trying to grow, and very specifically, Beam Circular is focused on advancing circular, again, waste reducing, waste eliminating, bioeconomy solutions that reduce pollution, that divert the use of fossil fuels and toxic chemicals, and that enable regenerative agriculture practices that strengthen soil health and the local environment. Specifically, our criteria for support from our nonprofit organization and our direct investments and programmatic activities is that we are looking at projects that have no net increase in local air, water, or soil pollution, that are carbon neutral or carbon negative on a life cycle basis, which means you're looking from the very beginning of the value chain to the end and what the overall impact is, that are based on regionally and sustainably sourced feedstocks. That's really important. Traditionally and in other parts of the United States, many bio-based production operations leverage or are using inputs, which are called feedstocks, the basic material. They might be competing with food, for example, corn or other products that could be used as food, and so they're using more land to grow those inputs. Or they're in other ways relying on feedstocks that aren't sustainably sourced. We have a great opportunity in our region, because we are so crop diverse, to be using sustainably sourced feedstocks that are side streams, waste streams, byproducts of existing activities that aren't adding additional demand on our limited water resources, land resources, etc. We also are not supporting any open burning, incineration, or direct combustion conversion activities, which you might call, some people refer to as sort of biomass 1.0. Some of this is called first generation bio-based production and is more like, kind of several decades old approach to converting some of this material. This is about the future of the bioeconomy, new technologies and green technologies, many of which have been embraced in Europe for much longer because of the tighter environmental regulations in the European context. So we are really excited here in the Central Valley to be on the forefront of leading solutions in this space and the scale up of this type of sustainable industry in the United States. Don't worry too much about the number of things on this slide, but wanted to offer one more visual to help understand and think about how this growing sector fits into our existing ecosystem and where there are opportunities for positive impact as we grow this sector. So in the top white box, you see agriculture, forestry, and food processing. In our region, we obviously in particular have agriculture and food processing happening. These are existing activities that produce the food that we eat every day. We know that here in the Central Valley, we produce 1/4 of the nation's food, and we are a big part of that here, right here in Stanislaus County. So there's a lot of these existing products that we're consuming every day coming out of existing agricultural and food processing systems. Many of those activities result in various types of waste streams or byproducts, whether it's nutshells or woody waste that comes from tree trimmings and dead orchards, or it's grape pomace, which is what's left behind from winemaking, tomato pomace, which is what's left behind from making pasta sauce and other tomato products. Egg shells, if from household consumption, if you've ever eaten an apple, you've probably left the core behind. That's a source of organic food waste. And right now, across California, we're moving all of that food waste out of landfills because it is a really important source of methane emissions and pollution. It's great that we're moving it out of landfills. Now we need to figure out what to do with it. So both farmers and municipalities are trying to figure out what are we going to do most productively and most sustainably with all of this organic material, and how do we do it in a way that doesn't add any additional pollution or challenges to our local communities. That's where you move from this green square on the right that says waste management, feedstock handling and pre-processing, lots of activities there that take and handle this, all of this organic material. And you can move that material into bioindustrial manufacturing operations where you take that plant-based and organic material and you turn it into something new and useful, whether it's a new food product and you're upcycling that material into a new alternative protein, or you're taking it and making a bio-based plastic. So there's a lot of different types of technologies in that bioindustrial manufacturing segment, and that's the segment where we have this opportunity right here to help nurture and grow new businesses that create jobs and community wealth. The outputs of that manufacturing include bio-based energy, bio-based chemicals, bio-based materials, all these different types of food products. And those get consumed, and importantly, when they are consumed, a lot of these now can be disposed of in a more environmentally friendly way, and you can create a loop back to that waste management step. So you can turn things into compost and pull that back into your agricultural system and back into soil health and your earth, or you can turn it again back into a recycled or upcycled material by putting it back into the system, instead of things ending up in landfills or in our waterways, etc. The arrow up, then back to the top part of the graph here, represents inputs like compost or other soil amendments, biochar, other types of products that you can make that then can come back into the agricultural system and again support biodiversity and soil health. And so when we reference things like regenerative agriculture, we're talking about practices that support the overall ecosystem that helps steward the land, and really importantly in this region, that also help with things like better water retention in our soils. So that's sort of another image of kind of how we think about this target industry and the way it fits into our existing industries and local communities. So moving into kind of the state of the work and our specific recommendations for today, we're really excited that over the past year since the launch of this effort, our team has been able to mobilize very significant outside investment into our community. That's a really big, important responsibility we have. These are really precious public dollars that the county is stewarding. These are one-time dollars from the federal government, and we want to make sure that this is an investment that enables and can be leveraged to bring in further resources for this community. So over the past year, we raised from the county's initial investment of $760,000. There was a return of $6.1 million into our local region from non-county sources. So that's federal, state, and private funds, most of which have been specifically focused on creating community prosperity at the intersection with climate and environmental solutions. That includes $1 million from the National Science Foundation, from the state of California's California Jobs First program, which we're using to pilot a number of different programs and activities getting underway this year that we're so excited about, as well as a bit over $1 million in early private and philanthropic investments in this work. And then we're excited to share, since our last update to the board, that on top of that initial return on investment, we've recently announced an additional $39.7 million in total new commitments from private sources to this region. That includes $9.7 million for a joint project with Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, University of California partners, and others, co-led by Beam Circular, to specifically research our region's feedstocks, waste streams, and agricultural products that can be used to grow a circular bioeconomy. This is about unlocking the research and development and technologies that will allow us to make sustainable use of these local sources, and really excitingly, Beam's role in this project is creating a public portal with all of the data that we're able to collect and gather and develop with these national laboratory and university scientists about our local resources, and make that publicly available as well as usable by companies, by innovators, by scientists around what do we have here in Stanislaus County and in the North San Joaquin Valley. How much of these different types of feedstocks or waste materials do we have? What are their core properties? And what are the environmental and economic implications of using one type of material versus another? This will be done in a map kind of way, so you can also think strategically about where different types of projects might be best suited and what the economic and environmental impact of growing this industry will be across the region. So we're really excited about that, and we're really excited about this being a public resource that will be really useful both for attracting new businesses to our region and for local communities to understand and engage in this economic development effort. We also have developed a new partnership with a venture capital firm called Hawk Tower, which is committed to investing $30 million over the next decade into startups in the circular bioeconomy in the North San Joaquin Valley. One of the things that's really important about our region and its economic vitality is that we have much less private investment, much less venture capital and other private investment in local businesses compared with certainly our neighbors in the Bay, which people would guess, but also much, much, much less than our neighbors to the south in the Fresno region, as well as folks north. And so this region really does have a need to grow private investment in local businesses, and we're really excited to come alongside and encourage investment in a way that's scoped to the target industry that we're looking for, and that's scoped to this Tri-County region. So excited about both of those co-investments coming alongside this work. And finally, that brings us to an overview. We're going to kind of summarize out of the projects that we described last time. As you know, there's a large portfolio of work. Our job is all about how do you create the conditions for these types of innovations, business activities, job creating activities, and environmental solutions. How do you create the conditions for that to happen here in our region? That has to include investing in workforce, in innovation, in access to innovation, in key infrastructure, as well as access to capital. So what we're coming back today, instead of the full summary, is specifically highlighting the areas of work that the county will be specifically investing in. As you know, there's a broader portfolio of work that we're funding through these other sources, and then we are targeting the county's funding specifically toward projects that are delivering specific returns to Stanislaus County in ways that align with the specific requirements of ARPA. I think because Erica summarized a lot of this earlier, I won't go through the details, but you have on the slide here this summary of the overall status of the funding and a note that the total of these recommendations come to $9.24 million. That's inclusive of the $500,000 that was approved at the last meeting. So if you're summing up the numbers, that's the total of the budget in this set of requests. And then that would bring the county's overall total investment in the bioindustrial manufacturing strategy to $10 million in alignment with the spending plan approved in January of 2023. I think the only other note I'm going to make here is that, as I was just talking about, this is really intended to be highly leveraged investment. It's it's a piece of a much broader target investment portfolio with an estimated range of $38 to $86 million over the next few years in the programmatic portfolio, not including a larger expected capital expense for the proposed test bed or innovation campus. And with that, I'm going to bring up Gloria in a second here to run us through some of our backbone programming that is supporting the overall coordination of this work and building capacity in the region. So this is an overview of these recommendations. The total strategy that was reviewed with the board previously and that is grounded, again, reflects the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint and strategies developed through that process from 2021 to 2022. Each of these bullet points represents a different strategy and program in our overall work. Many of these are being implemented through partners, and BEAM's role is to coordinate, to build capacity, and to channel resources to support and direct this work across the region. So it's important to keep in mind that we are not implementing and executing every single project on this list. Our job is to incubate and to advance this work across the region. The highlighted activities are those that are in the ARPA spending budget and a set of recommendations, so those are the ones that we'll spend time on. The ones that you don't see highlighted are being funded through other sources and or we determine we're not the best fit with the ARPA source of money compared with, say, a state, federal, or private source of funding. Right, so we're going to start with taking a quick summary of our cross-cutting initiatives, beginning with Beam Circular and our role as a backbone organization. Gloria, you can go ahead and come up and join me, and I'll note at a high level, as Gloria joins me, that Beam Circular really thinks about our work as program management and delivery. We have staff that oversee and coordinate our innovation, workforce development, business and economic development, community engagement, and public policy activities. We incubate a number of anchor projects, and then we offer overall initiative leadership and support. And so the investment in the backbone is really an investment across the entire portfolio of initiatives because we are responsible for direct program development, planning, and delivery and coordination in many cases. This is our team, which are you going to introduce? So I'll hand things over to Gloria Mar to give us an overview of some of our core services and programs.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good to see you. I'm Gloria Mar Games. I'm the Chief Program Officer. Just a little background, because last time I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. I was born and raised in Mexico City. I have a chemical engineer's background. I also have a master in sustainability and environmental management from Harvard, and I also have an MBA, on global management from Tulane University. I moved to the U.S. first for school, and then I moved in 2017, and I'm proudly now an American citizen as well from 2021. I have worked all my career in the private sector, in industry, always in different technologies related to the environment, from water treatment to plastic recycling to climate change risk assessment, making sure that we have different strategies to work on climate and so on. And I'm very proud to lead the effort of all of these programs with a very diverse group of people that I think most of you had the chance to meet last time. And again, all of them with different backgrounds, different strengths, and knowledge to complement our work. So with that, so I want to highlight first what we have done on community engagement. Our work is centered in community, and as for now, our main focus has been to host community conversations, both in Spanish and in English. The main focus is to inform of our work and also to have feedback from the community, to hear what are their concerns, what do they consider a good paying job, what do they need in order to incorporate to this workforce that is raising manufacturing industry. We focus mainly on rural and underrepresented communities in partnership with different community-based organizations. So far, we have talked with more than 200 community members since March up to date. As our work moves forward, we are planning to create a community advisory committee to keep having the voice of the community in all the work that we're doing. And as we move into the next phase, we're going to create community benefits because we want to create community wealth, prosperity, and keep considering the different cooperative formats to expand access. And I want to take this opportunity to invite the community to a conversation we're going to host tomorrow at West Modesto Community Collaborative in Spanish, and with maybe some English translation, but I think it's mainly going to be in Spanish, with Professor Gerardo Diaz from UC Merced, an expert on biochar, because community has raised concerns about bioenergy, and we're very open and transparent to engage and to express and explain the technology to them. Also, as part of this transparent and open work, I would like to highlight the two main host events that we have had so far. First, with our design forum in October 2023 in Modesto Junior College, and second, the community forum in May 2024, which several of you were very grateful to join us. These events aim to bring together public, industry, leaders, entrepreneurs, scientists, academia, official representatives, everyone, to help us co-design and inform our initiative. They also provide a platform to expand and exchange knowledge, perspectives, and viewpoints. To date, more than 4 community members and partners have participated in this collaboration of events. And as we move forward, and they help us to learn, connect, and again, provide input as we look forward. We continue to grow these opportunities and expand our network, and we hope to see you in the next events that we're planning to host. Also, I want to, as we continue to build our team, we will keep providing support, analysis, resources, and assistance to local government agencies and economic development partners. All of this support includes understanding the employers in this sector, assessing outreach efforts, connecting with prospective employers, and supporting regional initiatives. We assist local educators also by providing resources and national expertise, like the report you see highlight there. For instance, we share these reports. We want for them to understand the different bioeconomic career pathways, educations, trainings that are needed, and offer support and guidance for engagement. We also create resources for economic development partners, such as resource guides, incentives, and funding programs. We collaborate with state organizations like OBs that provide different support and incentives, and we help local businesses navigate these resources that are available to them. And we are conducting research and facilitating community benefits partnership, because as our work keeps emerging, we need to create this framework to make sure that our work is centered on environmental sustainability and quality jobs based, and we need to have shared definitions. And here, very highlight, I want to share some example of some state funding that we're using to keep fostering innovation in our region. and we're going to launch this year startup accelerator for companies. We're also going to launch access to innovation vouchers, so local businesses can have access to R&D and support, local assistance for local businesses to participate in bioeconomy, and matching grants to support local businesses to access to federal funding. And last but not least, I would like to highlight that we also believe in the growth of partnership as a hub, and therefore we aim to support the increase of leadership capacity for innovators, employers, educators, and key decision makers and stakeholders. To that end, we have been coordinating field visits, a couple of them. The last one was last week, and we have the opportunity to visit Berkeley National Lab, especially the units on advanced bioproducts process and development. During this visit, we had the chance to directly hear from scientists and startups about the process for innovation and scaling up, what they need. We were also joined with several community colleges and other education partners, as well as Supervisor Kisa, that was very kind to join us. And we had the opportunity to see the lab, to learn how these facilities are used, and to understand the approach that they use to have workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria Mar, and Gloria Miller will be available as part of Q&A later as well. So this was kind of a highlight of some of the backbone services and capacity that we offer to strengthen and coordinate the initiative as a whole. I'm now going to walk through the other specific initiatives and line items that are highlighted in the spending budget. The first being support for advancement of the innovation engine that we've been coordinating the development of across our region. This is really about a coordinated network of cross-sector partners, so business, government, innovation, farmers, manufacturers, and centrally our local community to be guiding and advancing innovation, taking that innovation and turning it into real life job opportunities and businesses and projects in our region, and developing the workforce alongside to fill those quality jobs. So this is about coordinating that overall collaboration ecosystem. We call that coalition of partners CBio Collaborative, and we received support funding for the planning of this innovation engine from the National Science Foundation. We're currently pursuing additional federal resources to scale up and implement the plan that was developed by this coalition, and the support from the county will allow us to continue to coordinate this collaborative ecosystem and develop and pilot different types of activities through this coalition of partners into the years to come. That coalition of partners, working groups, et cetera, to date include a number of different partners from our universities and community colleges and education partners in the region, regional economic development partners, the National Laboratory, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, which has really been a key technical partner in this work and very, very engaged, as well as a number of national experts and advisors. Local and state government partners, each of the 3 counties, as well as multiple agencies from the state of California, local nonprofits, labor and environmental organizations, venture capital and entrepreneur resources who've been coming alongside, manufacturing and food and agriculture industry representatives, and other stakeholders who've really been digging into this work, participating in planning. As we move into the next phase, we will be continuing to extend the invitation to everybody who would like to be part of this growing collaborative, and we look forward to moving into the next phase of coordinating this ecosystem of partners to grow this work in our region. The next initiative that's highlighted on the spending plan is the BEAM Fellows Program. So this is about building capacity across local agencies and departments, recruiting, providing professional development for folks who can be embedded into local economic development, workforce development, or other organizations in our region to support the development of the circular bioeconomy. So this is making sure that we're really distributing capacity and leadership of relevant programs and projects, and as we're continuing to grow our understanding of this sector in this region, that understanding and learning is happening in a distributed way across the county and across the region. So this will focus specifically on supporting fellows here in Stanislaus County at local agencies and departments who will be relevant to this work. The next cross-cutting initiative in that section of our portfolio is development of an innovation campus. And I should specify that development in this part of the investment process is really about planning. So this is not any sort of construction costs. This is for the planning and development, including design and engineering, environmental reviews, and site selection and processes for pre-development of an innovation campus that will really be an incredibly exciting new asset for our region, right here in Stanislaus County in the center of our Tri-County North San Joaquin Valley. The vision for this project is to develop a global center of excellence for circular bioeconomy innovation and zero waste biomanufacturing that delivers both environmental and economic benefits to local communities. The test bed facility as part of this campus will help bio-based manufacturing firms validate and explore their technologies so that they can move from the lab to commercial manufacturing. We won't be doing commercial manufacturing at this testbed facility, but we will be helping innovators and businesses develop their technologies so that they can get to commercialization and the ability to have a really successful product in the market. This is a really critical need in the industry and in our state. The United States, as part of a White House executive order issued in 2022, has been advancing a number of different strategies to improve United States capacity for bio-based manufacturing so that these jobs aren't going overseas and so that we can keep the supply chain local and reduce the environmental impact of this growing sector. As part of that, the United States has recognized that we need more of these test bed facilities that allow for the development of these technologies and the scale up of these different technologies, and that there's a need to base these facilities in regions that are best suited to support these jobs and the growth of this sector. So we're really, really well suited to develop this opportunity right here in the Central Valley, and this is an opportunity really to be a leader in the state and in the country in this type of innovation. This will be an extraordinary resource for local students, for local workers who will get direct access to hands-on training. The visit that Gloria Mar highlighted that we did to the National Lab last week was to a pilot scale facility in downtown Emeryville, where a lot of startups right now do this sort of pilot experimentation and development of their technologies. Right now, a lot of those startups leave California, they leave where they are right now 90 minutes away and do the next step in scale up in Europe or in other parts of the world where they have access to this type of support. We can keep those companies here, give them pathways to creating jobs here in our community, and have world-class training opportunities like they have next door in the Bay Area by having one of these centers for innovation right here. We'll also have a community visitor center that will be able to host field trips and visitors from around the community, the state, the country, and we hope the world who want to explore and understand the circular bioeconomy and be engaging with our local innovation ecosystem. So this is the big picture vision for this facility, and the next steps in this is really about rounding out the plan and design and the specifications for this campus. What is it going to take to really establish this true global center of excellence? We've completed a first phase of conceptual design with a national leading design and engineering firm that focuses on biomanufacturing facilities. The next phase is going to focus on completing that design process, and then we will be initiating our site selection process. I do want to be very clear that we have not begun site selection for this campus. So we have not identified where in Stanislaus County will be the best place for this facility to succeed and to deliver the types of outcomes that we're looking for. And we want to make sure that that process happens in a really clear, transparent, and effective way. So the next steps with that will include a thorough and transparent diligence process aiming to take place the second half of this calendar year as we continue to do that design and engineering work so that we know the specifications of what we need at the site. That site selection is also going to draw upon the findings of an industrial lands analysis that's currently underway. So this is another thing that some of the support from the county has enabled, is that we've been able to work with a firm with very specific expertise called Eco Northwest to do an inventory and analysis of the entire North San Joaquin Valley region, so not just Stanislaus County, but also Merced and San Joaquin counties. And they've been doing this deep dive inventory of what industrial sites do we have, where are they located, what is zoned for what type of manufacturing and other industrial activities, where are they located in relationship with the source of the feedstock? So, where are things in relationship with agricultural or other activities? And how do these relate to transportation corridors, utilities availability, access for workers and students, etc. So that analysis is currently underway. We're really excited to get that analysis back. And I want to highlight that we would love additional input from that. One part of completing that analysis is going to include, we've started this process, but that firm is going to be doing additional and ongoing outreach to all of our cities, all of our local municipalities, and other folks who may have input to make sure that the data they've been collecting hasn't missed anything, and to get additional comment and input on the nature of sites that are available across the region. That analysis is going to be really helpful for our work, both because, as we hear from different types of companies that are interested in exploring establishing a facility in our region, we'll have that inventory of potential sites that might make sense for them. And it's going to be a really, really important starting point for this process of picking a site for the Innovation Campus. So key considerations for the Innovation Campus site will include maximum benefit to the local community, as mentioned, including accessibility for workers and students, minimizing the environmental footprint of the project, avoiding negative externalities for vulnerable communities, and again, that kind of strategic placement related to local infrastructure. And I mentioned it previously, but I'll reinforce that process that we're looking to have over the next several months will absolutely include opportunities for engagement. We'd love to hear from community, from stakeholders, from partners, from anyone who has thoughts on how to make sure that as we're continuing to grow and nurture this industry, and as we look to establish this really, transformative opportunity in this innovation campus, that we're doing that in a way that is effective and in alignment with what community wants to see. The last thing I want to note in terms of next phases, next steps in this particular project, pre-development, is that we have already begun conversations with North Valley Labor Federation and with Valley Building Trades Council to make sure that while we look at the long-term future of developing quality jobs here in our region that support workers, that we also are embracing the opportunity to create jobs, quality jobs, and training opportunities through the construction of this project. So we are proactively looking to develop a project labor agreement, and we really look forward to working really closely with labor partners to continue to inform job quality metrics and partnership opportunities for apprenticeships and other training pathways. So that's an update on this phase of work. Again, the next step continues to be planning and pre-development for this campus. So the next step, this should be a little, just for time, we're going to give a highlight of kind of the remaining projects, and then we'll transition to any questions and comments. So the next two highlighted line items here that are part of the spending recommendations are in the capital connections portion of the sector development strategy. All of this, again, aligns with the Stanislaus 2030 investment blueprint. And the two specific programs that are included in this include matching grants for research and commercialization funds was the name of that strategy. These are essentially small grants that are targeted to local businesses that meet our criteria for sustainable bioeconomy development, and allow those local companies to get better access to government grants that often don't come to our local community. We have really, really low rates of attracting certain types of government grants that in other communities and regions are really, really important to helping support entrepreneurship. And so these are specific grants that can support the application process and make these companies more competitive for those grants, and that can come alongside to, again, enable them to access capital. So it's an investment into local businesses that meet, the criteria that we're looking for. We're especially excited to be be reaching as many local entrepreneurs from our underinvested and underserved parts of the community as possible as they pursue interesting and exciting new businesses in this space. The second program here is an Anchor Firms Development Fund. So this is in alignment with the specific strategy recommended through the Stanislaus 2030 planning process and with advising from the Brookings Institution and partners in industry cluster development or industry development strategies around the country, that it's very helpful to have targeted funds that can be deployed to attract anchor employers. So these are companies that are ready to establish new projects and operations in our community that would create 100 or more jobs out the gate. So there are some opportunities here that are really about small businesses, startups, entrepreneurs, and nurturing that ecosystem. This particular intervention is about numbers of jobs and making sure that we're getting early wins with larger employers. This fund will have very specific criteria designed in collaboration with advisors, with community members in terms of how to shape this incentive fund to be as targeted and effective as possible in terms of the criteria for selection. And then also, based on best practices, the investment will be made into workforce development or infrastructure that will benefit our region, as opposed to direct cash incentives that are sometimes used by other states and regions where it's more of a direct, you cut a check to a company. This is about investing strategically in our community in order to attract and secure new projects that will create large numbers of quality jobs. The next piece of this is in our infrastructure pillar of our work. So we have two project areas here that are part of the investment recommendations. The first, I had mentioned earlier, this ongoing analysis that's being done on our industrial site inventory, or the availability of local sites for bio-based manufacturing. And we're continuing to develop both that analysis as well as to research different strategies so that we can provide recommendations around shared infrastructure or other strategic decisions that will support access to sites for these bio-based manufacturing firms. The second thing is on this list is grants for job training facilities and equipment. So this is a targeted facilities and equipment fund where we can make grants to local workforce training providers or education institutions who need specialized equipment or specialized facilities in order to train workers for these quality jobs in the bioeconomy. So that is funding where we will be re-grant, as with many of these programs, where we are re-granting out into local institutions. And then finally, in our talent bucket, so much the heart of our work, is our Bioeconomy Workforce Development Fund. So this is a fund that will allow us, again, to do re-granting with technical assistance to local education and workforce development organizations and a variety of organizations that support pathways into quality careers in this industry. So the goal here is to really foster that skilled and really inclusive talent pipeline. We know we need to invest intentionally in making sure that kids, students, workers from our more disinvested communities and underserved regions have particular access to these opportunities to quality jobs. So that's a key focus of this grant program. And this will come along with technical assistance and support to enable these organizations to stand up and develop these programs. I wanted to highlight as examples of types of work that can be supported through this Workforce Development Fund some of our existing grants and projects that we've already been issuing in the community. So Beam Circular is deploying $400,000 in grants this calendar year from state and federal funding that we've secured to local education and workforce development institutions. This funding was tri-county in nature, so you will see that we have partners from all three counties represented here. This is a sampling of some of the grants that have already been deployed. So we are working with CSU Stanislaus on an educator certificate program that provides professional development and a certification for P12, so elementary, junior high, high school teachers who are being trained at Stan State to enable those teachers to implement innovation curriculum in their classrooms. So when we talk about that talent pipeline and that workforce development education pathway, it really starts in childhood, and it starts with our K-12 or P-12 system. So this is a way of building the professional development of the next generation of teachers in our community so that they can support students in going into these new innovative and often STEM-based fields. We also are developing a Circular Bioeconomy 101 in partnership with Stan State, which will again be a resource available across the community and will be a really important course as we continue to seek to educate a variety of stakeholders and community members about this opportunity and have that done through a credentialed education institution. And then we've also been supporting development of the Fab Lab Makerspace at Stan State, which is a makerspace that allows for innovation and hands-on learning and project-based work. We have a number of projects underway with Modesto Junior College, including, it was very exciting, we were able to visit yesterday the classroom where one of these pilot grants is already directly supporting students and faculty in the classroom. So one of our pilot grants is supporting the development of a new course and set of curriculum at Modesto Junior College where faculty are getting professional development at UC Davis and then bringing real life lab-based experience and research experience to students at Modesto Junior College. So those students are already in that workshop that's taking place this summer, and that experience is going to allow those faculty to roll out project-based work for all of the chemistry and biology students coming through Modesto Junior College so that they can have access to exposure to really hands-on use of equipment and skills relevant in the bioeconomy. We're also working with MJC on a curriculum roadmap looking across agriculture, science, mathematics, and engineering, and other schools across the college in terms of opportunities for aligning and developing new programs and curriculum that support pathways into this industry. We have work going on with San Joaquin Delta College, with Merced College. Both of those involve some new coursework development, industry internship development, equipment for some of these STEM courses, and ability for students to get hands-on real-life exposure to things that they will need in this growing sector. We have partnerships and funding going into the MESA program at Modesto Junior College and an emerging relationship with MESA and Merced as well. The Grant to MESA, for folks who aren't familiar, this is a program that specifically supports low-income and first-generation students at Modesto Junior College who are pursuing science and engineering related coursework and career pathways. And so our support is allowing them to expand mentorship and career exposure programming through that work. And then we've established a partnership with BioBuilder, which is a national nonprofit organization that provides hands-on learning for high school students focused on bio skills. And so they have a new biotechnology curriculum that we're rolling out with local high schools. The applications for grants to be part of some of this work are currently live and active. So if anyone knows educational institutions, high schools, districts, or others that might be interested in any of this support, we are currently accepting proposals, and with the county's support, we're really excited to be able to expand and scale and continue this type of partnership and support across our education institutions. So it's really been very exciting to see some of this funding actually getting into the community and real life students and workers being affected by and supported by some of these new training pathways that are being developed in our region. And with that, I'm going to stop there. I know that Erica has additional comments on the staff side, but if it's okay, I just wanted to close by thanking all of you. I know we've spent many hours of briefings over the last year of this work, really importantly as we've sought your partnership and guidance in how to deploy and develop this regional initiative as effectively as possible, and as we've developed our expertise in this growing industry, as we've built our team, as we've brought in new advisors and partners. I also want to highlight that this continues to be an initiative that requires collaboration and partnership. We're really, really eager to get to know and to bring in additional folks into the mix. So that's why we're continuing to invest in and grow community engagement as a core part of our work, as well as just broadly take a collaboration approach. We know that we need access to these quality jobs. We need new industries and innovation in our region, and we're only going to do that in a way that benefits our local community through that type of collaboration. So I just really appreciate the input and all of the support of both the board and folks who are here who've been engaging in this work. And with that, I'll hand things over to Erica.
Thank you, Karen. Jody, did you want to go now?
No, go ahead.
So on June 25th, the board heard 14 different projects, but of those, 9 are more closely aligned with the ARPA criteria, and those are the ones that you heard on today. And with that said, we wanted to share the following staff recommendations. Authorization to obligate an additional $8,740,000 of the American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund program funds for Beam Circular to implement the projects and programs for advancement of the Stanislaus 2030 Investment Blueprint Bioindustrial Manufacturing Sector Development Strategy. Approve an amendment number 1 to the American Rescue Plan Act Services Agreement between the County of Stanislaus and Beam Circular, and to authorize the Chief Executive Officer or designee to sign the agreement in a total not to exceed amount of $9,240,000 for the period of July 1st, 2024 through December 31st of 2026, and direct the Auditor Controller to increase estimated revenue and appropriations by $5 million in the County Operations American Rescue Plan Act budget pursuant to the attached budget journal after the approval of the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget.
Okay, thank you, Erica, and thank you, Karen, and Gloria Mar, and Maria's here with us as well. She didn't speak today, but she spoke last time, and I know she was very active in preparing today's presentation. I just have a couple of final comments. The first is to thank the board and everybody for sticking through the presentation today. I know it was lengthy, and last month we also did, it was late June, we did a lengthy presentation as well on a lot of these materials, but it's obviously very important that we take the time as needed to have these conversations for a funding request of this size. My comments are, I just wanted to add a little more context around something that's not directly related to Beam, but it has come up as a source of concern. And I think it's important that we be very definitive about the county's interest in some of these things. So at our last meeting in late June, there was some concerns of the Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park B as it relates to the Beam Circular Initiative. And then over the last day, we've received public comment from a couple of our cities, from Patterson and from Newman, expressing concern specifically with the perception that that this initiative was moving forward with some biofuels production facility at the Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park. I want to be clear that today's actions do not include any use of the Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park. I think Karen was pretty clear in talking about the site selection process that they are working on for a future innovation campus and test bed facility. I would expect that the Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park is one of the sites that would be on a list of current and future site, but there are many, many steps and processes, procedures, meetings that would have to go forward for any of that to receive any additional consideration. I also want to be clear that the county has had no conversations with anyone regarding biofuels production facility at the Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park. That just has not happened. And for the assurance of the Board of Supervisors in terms of what additional meetings would have to take place for anything like that to occur in the future, or anything at Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park, I'll just remind you there really are two different layers in which you control utilization of that asset in our community. The first is through the standard land use evaluation process that you have for any new businesses sited in Stanislaus County or in the unincorporated area. And that includes ensuring that there's proper environmental review, public hearings as necessary, and so forth on any project. So that would be standard issue for anything that came forward in the future. And then the second is very unique to this particular area, and that is that the county owns that property. So any business that were to locate there in the future would have to come to you for lease negotiations or purchase negotiations or whatever it might be. So you're going to have at least a couple of processes in front of you to consider anything at Crow's Landing that might not be consistent with your interest at that facility. So there'll be plenty of time to talk about it at that point as well. I wanted to make sure that was very clear for members of the public as well as for our board members. And then my last note is I want to acknowledge that what Karen said at the end there is they did discuss the level of community engagement that's been out there. We're very pleased to see that they've connected with over 200 community members, I think is what I saw on the slide there. But that's a process that's continuing. So they will continue to broaden community engagement. I know based on the letters received yesterday, I had reached out, spoke at least with one of the city managers and offered for us to come out and spend some time with their city. And we'll definitely make connection with the other city as well. The presentation, the information that you saw here today, we would love to share with anyone interested throughout the community. So that concludes my remarks, and thank you all for taking your time on today's presentation.
All right, questions by members of the board? Thank you so much for the presentation to the entire team. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I do have some questions. I just thank you again for the presentation. It's always very thorough, and I just kind of want to pick up where we left off from our June meeting. Now, obviously, it was a 4-1 vote. I was in opposition. I think my opposition was stated very clearly, and it centered around the possibility of a future site selection of the Crows Landing Naval Air Base. Historically, as we shared at that meeting, as everyone is well aware, the west side of the county has historically been the dumping ground of the county. We have the landfill, we've had Covanta, we have the tire plant, which caused the tire fire in the late 90s. There has been, I mean, we also have Recology, not to leave them out as well. So there's historically been the need or the direction to place those type of facilities out there on the west side. Now, speaking specifically to the Crows Landing Air Base, and I guess just in hypothetical, that if a site selection committee were to come back and that site being the best prominent site for Beam Circular to locate, my fear and my hesitation, as mentioned at the June meeting, is that it could potentially pigeonhole us into a certain sector and attracting certain sectors that would only center around what Beam is trying to accomplish. Having mentioned my ultimate goal of trying to locate a future hospital medical facility at the air base is my primary objection. And would the compatibility of a future hospital be cohesive with the direction of what Beam is trying to accomplish? And Karen, I know I kind of left you with the task of maybe doing some legwork and reaching out to some of those in the medical field and health providers and kind of testing the waters of their interests of possibly locating or being a neighboring partner with this proposed facility. So in hypothetical and using the air base as a potential future site selection, I mean, have you anything report from the health providers, or what was their kind of words to you and this being a possibility on the west side?
Yeah, so a main thing to kind of circle back on that conversation is that we learned that directly across the street from the Advanced Bioproducts Development Unit at Berkeley National Laboratory that we visited just last week in Emeryville, directly across the street from that facility is Stanford Medical Hospital. Okay. It's a Stanford Medical Hospital directly across the street. So it's all about what type of facility at what scale are you developing. And I think that's really important to note that example, because that's a pilot facility that is in a downtown urban location next to a medical facility. Okay. Now, it absolutely would be smart and important to have the site selection process, as it will, take into account what other activities are either projected to be at a given site or will benefit from co-location with this. So, for example, placing one of this innovation campus next to food processing and food manufacturing might be really, really strategic, because there's so many byproducts, whether it's grape pomace or tomato pomace or something else, that's coming out of local food processing operations that could be directly utilized right next, say it was next door in an innovation campus that's testing out new ways to use that material. That's a hypothetical example of considerations that should go into looking holistically at where to best place this facility. And at the end of the day, none of that site selection process, as we've been saying, has started yet. And the intent is to have a really well-grounded, environmentally reviewed and in thorough form and based in the actual specifications of the design of this facility in terms of what types of activities are happening on site, to inform where that site should go. So that's why it feels premature. It would be premature for me to say anything about any specific sites and whether it's a good fit or not, because we want to have that really thorough process. But I did want to offer that data point to you in terms of one of these peer facilities, very much related to what we're working to do, that's in a downtown location across the street from a medical facility.
And I appreciate that. I do feel it's a little premature to give an organization $10 million without a site being identified. And that's my position. I don't know why we haven't done the site selection process. And I mean, we are giving you $10 million essentially. Is there a reason why the site selection process hasn't been conducted?
So just for clarity, the $10 million is not going to this innovation campus. It's going across the portfolio of work that we described. So that includes, those grants to local education providers, all of the different areas of work that we just discussed. I believe it's in the spending plan. The recommendation is $1.2 million to the planning and research process for development of this facility to scope what it can and should be and where it can best be located in our community. It would be, you can't do a thoughtful site selection process without investing in the design of what you're trying to build, because you can't thoughtfully place something and decide whether it's a good fit for a site until you've done that thorough environmental, review and design work to determine where a good fit for a project is.
This seed money will be leveraged to get more funds and additional funds to support this. There's no doubt. I agree with that. But again, are we cutting our nose off to spite our face? And that comes back to the airbase. Are we giving you this $10 million so that you can go and leverage and get additional funds to eventually, possibly, locate on the west side of the county? And that is my hesitation. And that's why I wanted to start a consistent precedent back in the June meeting, is again, I don't want us to get so far down to a rabbit hole to where we have invested in this company to the point of no return. And so that is my hesitation, is that we're going to give you this money, you're going to go out and leverage it and get more money, and then you're going to have a site selector to go out in the future, and they could tell us, well, the number one site could be the Crows Landing Naval Air Base. It could be another site. It could be another site. We don't know. There's too much uncertainty in that. And I do believe that by making this investment, it almost forces us in an extent, because of giving this high dollar commitment to you guys, to take the recommendation based on whatever that site selector picks. And if, again, they do pick the Crows Landing Naval Air Base, these gentlemen, I don't know, they might support that moving forward. And again, that's where I've now started a consistent pattern of a pause, and I would feel a lot more comfortable investing this money if I knew where and exactly this site was going. That's kind of where my position is. And it's more so about the future of the airbase. This, if it is located in Crows Landing, potentially based on the future site selector, this will be the face of that airbase. It will be the anchor. It will be what we use as a marketing tool to go try and attract other sectors and other industries to locate out in Crows Landing. And again, I have no certainty that another business or another sector or a hospital, maybe we could get Stanford. That would be nice if maybe you could get that in writing as a letter of intent and soothe my comfort level. It's too much uncertainty for me. And that's why I can't support this without being completely comfortable on what that airbase could be and will be if it is included in the site selection process.
Is it okay to
absolutely
offer? Yeah. I think the way that I really think about this investment at this point in time on this piece of the portfolio, so this specifically in the testbed facility, is developing a plan and information so that the county, and frankly whoever else might be affected by prospective sites under consideration, have the information to decide whether or not you want to invite in this project onto a particular site. So this is about doing the groundwork and the research to enable that decision to be made down the line. And there isn't a part of this process that involves, one, site broker saying, this is the top choice, take it or leave it. This is about a very thorough, robust process involving lots of conversations, open community forums, et cetera, including for Beam to hear where community and partners and cities and others, have an interest in and an excitement about welcoming in this type of project. It would not be a successful thing to place a project somewhere where there isn't really, really strong support for it to be. And this, it was a key strategy recommended through this strategic planning process for how Stanislaus County could really lead the way on this industry. In a neutral environment, without this sort of leadership from the county, there would be consideration of sites across the Tri-County region, including San Joaquin and Merced counties. Because of the county's proactive investment in the planning process, that's, scoping that site selection process to Stanislaus County. So I really welcome the ongoing questions and the really important thoughts around how do we strategically make sure that we're placing this in a way that is supportive of, coinciding and co-locating activities. What's the vision for the project, and how do we make sure that it ends up being the type of asset we really want it to be in this community, which is one that's returning both environmental and economic good to the region. So that's how I would think about the investment. Is this is not anything that is declaring anything about sites or location. It's the pre-work that's needed to develop and design out the specifications for this project and to inform site selection.
No, I understand that. It's not worth the gamble for me. That's it. It's just not worth the gamble. The uncertainty is there that if it were to come back that the air base is the primary site, it's not worth the gamble. I know we have elected officials, both former and current, from the city of Patterson, Vice Mayor Carlos Roque, Mayor Clazel, and former Mayor Deborah Novelli here today. And I thank them for being here in attendance, as well as the community members that have stuck with us for going over 3 hours on this project. But again, I have considerable pause. When I envision the air base, I envision something like Castle Air Base, and I know that you guys toured that recently down in Merced County. Did you go with the county officials when you were down there with Merced, or did you just tour it?
No, this was part. This was part of this analysis team that's been looking at sites across the region. Yeah, it's a brief visit.
And I guess just off the top of your head, what would the top 3 sites be ideally?
I don't have the ability to answer that right now because the analysis is underway, so I don't have that inventory.
No, I understand. I just, when it comes to my mind, the Crow's Landing Naval Air Base sticks out. Probably Beard Industrial Park sticks out. There is a goal, though, to be an inland port, to make Stanislaus County an inland port for ag waste, essentially. Would that be fair to say?
I haven't heard that phrase or that vision.
But to be an inland port.
I've heard the phrase inland port in discussion further south in the central San Joaquin Valley in terms of the strategies that are happening in counties south of here, but that hasn't been part of our conversations in terms of that framing.
But we would be taking ag waste from outside the county, whether it's San Joaquin, Merced. They would be potentially, working with Beam Circular through contracts to convert ag waste into other bioproducts.
I would note that Beam Circular is not a commercial manufacturing operation, and so individual bio-based manufacturing companies that take, that develop across our region could be sourcing from a number of locations. The environmental reviews and economic feasibility reviews of bio-based manufacturing suggest that bioproduction is best placed within 50 to 75 miles of the source of feedstock, so the source of that raw material. Because we have such high production of agricultural activities and food processing activities in our region, we were identified as a bioeconomy development opportunity zone because within a 75-mile radius of the center of Stanislaus County, you have such availability of these different types of feedstocks. And so just as right now you have movement of bio-based material across the valley, both in terms of the commodities that are leaving our region and being sold across the state, across the country, and across the world. You have movement of the core products. You also right now have movement of byproducts or waste across the San Joaquin Valley, for example, for use as animal food, for compost, for other things. So a lot of that movement already takes place in lots of different directions. And as this emerging economy and industry base grows across the North San Joaquin Valley and beyond, that movement will continue to move these different types of materials in different directions as part of the supply chain. So Beam would not be involved in all of those transactions or directing where things go, but absolutely you can imagine it would be beneficial to place this type of manufacturing operation as close as possible to the source of input material.
Sure, that makes Beam more viable to be located.
It makes the industry more
Okay.
viable.
The
Yeah,
industry.
absolutely.
So again, that is, I guess, my ultimate fear is that the air base could expand that industry and that footprint if the air base again were selected. And that is my hesitation. I know that we had discussed that at length at the last meeting, and that's why I withdrew my support of further funding, and I'm going to stay consistent on that. It's very, very hard for me to vote for something without exactly knowing a site selection plan, or at least where that future plan, where that future investment is going to be. And that is, it is what it is. But I do appreciate the overall presentation. I appreciate the public being here today and hearing you out. Maybe a few of them might have been swayed by the presentation today. With the uncertainty of where this site could be selected by the site selector, I'm unfortunately not able to support it. I don't believe that the community of the west side would want this at the air base. I don't believe they need it at the air base. I do think the air base has so much more potential, being that it is outright county-owned land. It's geographically located right next to Highway 5. It's within the sphere of influence just outside the city of Patterson by 1.5 miles. I think the air base has already been designated as the #1 county site throughout the county for any project. And that is where, with our investment of significant millions of dollars for infrastructure funding for the air base, I do think that this would rise to the top for any site selector. And again, we're only speaking in hypotheticals, and that's why I can't support this on a hypothetical. So thank you again for the presentation.
All right. Any other members of the board with any other questions?
Can I just, since I just visited the site, I feel like I have something valuable to ask or to input. So the test bed facility, what I went and visited was a test bed facility. It's on a milligram to liter up to 300 liters. That was so they make fuel, they break down the sugars versus the lectins, and again, a lot of this was flying over my head, but it is literally, they try and make a milliliter of fuel. I'll use that as the example. And then they upscale it to do a liter of fuel, and it may take them a year, 2 years, or 5 years as they're trying to figure out if the process from 1 milliliter to a liter works. And so that's a process. They can do up to 300 liters, and I saw the machine there, the 300 liter machine's about half the size of a pickup truck. Literally, it's in the middle of Emeryville, and I think it's a 6-story building. They've got, 66,000 feet total was all of it. And so I think what we're jumping to is if this was sited somewhere, that all of a sudden there's going to be a bunch of bioindustrial product, meaning wood chips or pumice or cannery waste, that's going to locate next door to that, and they're going to start a fueling station. And I think we're jumping too far. The facility that is probably envisioned is going from the 300 liter to 20,000 liters, which would be probably a swimming pool size. But you're trying to perfect it, and then the technology, because everything at Berkeley Lawrence Lab is published. It is funded strictly by the don't tell me, Department of Energy. I've got it. I heard so much that day. It's not Berkeley or the UC system in California that funds that. It's Department of Energy. It's the same for Lawrence Livermore Lab, which they don't publish, right? That's a private lab. They're working on nuclear secrets and all the other stuff. So this is all published. Everything they're doing, it's open to the public. So then businesses, either if they're not testing there, take this technology or what's been tested, and then they try and make a business. We had two businesses, Checkmate?
Checker Spot and Mango Materials.
Mango Material. Mango Material is taking methane gas off of Vacaville. They're moving to Vacaville. They're taking methane gas off of their wastewater treatment plant, and they're making polymers or plastics. There you go. You got it right there. So it's a process. So the technology is being utilized to upscale. Beam has nothing to do. They're not going to have anything to do with the business. What we're trying to do is get that process. And right now, with the $9 million or the $10 million, Lawrence Berkeley Lab is going to take all of our products: walnut shell, almond hulls, almond waste, tree waste, grape pumice. They're going to break it down and make ingredients so that, he used this, when I say him, was it James?
I want him, for public clarity, the $10 million you just referenced is a separate grant, not the county funding.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
I'm giving you the thought process of what I saw and then what it is that might happen, right? I'm going to try and put them together. But the lab is just going to break down all of our ag products, because if you think of the petroleum industry, they pump out petroleum and they're all different. Oil doesn't come out with the same sulfur and the same constituencies. But the petroleum industry, after 70 years of doing this or 80 years of doing this, literally knows when it's pumped out of the ground and they get it, they know how to make 87 octane gasoline or 92 octane gasoline. And so what we want to do is, or what Lawrence Berkeley wants to do, is they want to take all the ag constituents and break them down so that you have a map, a book that says almond hulls from nonpareils or grape pumice from wine grapes. This is what it takes. And whether you're going to make fuel out of it or whether you're going to make polymers out of it, you have the basic broken down ingredient. And so the test lab that I went and visited is, they're sitting there with little beakers and doing things on this scale, and they get up to this scale. We want to expand that, because right now most of it's ending up in Belgium. The test bed facility for up to the 20,000 liter is out of the country. So there's an opportunity potentially to do that next facility. That doesn't do what Ametis is doing or wants to do out in Riverbank. That's a private business that wants to do a technology to make renewable diesel or renewable fuel. What this is creating the ingredients for someone who wants to site. And it doesn't mean, now I'm going to go forward and I'm going to say, it doesn't mean that it won't be selected. And Chance is right that it could, in the future, some future year, that Crows could be selected for that. That is a future decision, and I doubt that I'll be on the board when that decision is made. This is about a test bed facility that's going to be, hopefully it's going to be sited in Stanislaus County, because you're talking about scientists. They were all graduate students, PhDs, all working on something that is important. You have to stay close to the source. The source is in the San Joaquin Valley, and I know that doesn't mean Stanislaus is even in the running for why a business would site here. It's no different than site selection for anyone else. We're trying to do some pre-work, but again, this is on the testing facility. Based on what I've seen, and again, Stanford, I got to see Stanford across the road. I'm excited about that component, because those are the type of jobs we're looking for. As far as utilizing the Air Force Base to have, a million, because it's 1 million tons at under $100 in cost equals $2.50 fuel. Another one of the statistics I remember. And that's going to take space and other things, and I don't know that's the right location. But for a test bed facility, I toured with UC Merced as a party to this. You saw all the partners. MJC was on the tour at UOP. and the excitement around, like, this is upscaling our workforce. This is the jobs that we covet from the Bay Area. And so this component, if we just talk about this component, and that's what we're talking about today, it seems like a positive. And I don't want to get too far ahead because the hypothetical is just that. And again, tying our hands, tying the future board's hands, we can't do that anyways. All we can do is say we're not going to do it, but at some point it's going to come before us, or it's going to come before a city council, this facility, because it might be in Patterson or Newman, might be the right location for this. And
or Modesto or Riverbank, or we don't know.
Just say I didn't mean to not. I didn't talk about. You let me finish my stuff, Miguel. I appreciate you. And you look on a forward basis about where this component we're talking about, where it might be located. The chances are, we say that Bioindustrial will come out on top, and I don't know why any city wouldn't be vying for this, because there's no material. And on site when we watched, they're growing their own little material, and then they bring in some pine straw and some sorghum, about this much, and you're talking about a pickup load of material, maybe to do test bed facility. So anyways, that's what I saw last weekend. I would tell every one of you, including the board members, you gotta go. Terry, I know you went up there, to go see what the process is and what the thinking is. Doesn't mean that anyone will ever want a site in Stanislaus County. I don't think that's what it, to make whatever it is, the checkermate, I forgot their name.
Checker spot.
Checker spot. I don't know that they would ever want a site here. I hope they do, because it's just a business like other ones that have cited here.
I will highlight that they are currently scaling up in Salt Lake City because of Salt Lake City's economic development and local government actions that proactively sought them out, welcomed them in, provided an environment in which they could create jobs there as part of their strategy. I'll also highlight that Mango Materials we spoke with is citing their current pilot project in Vacaville because the bioeconomy is a strategic priority for City of Vacaville and Solano County. And so these companies do make decisions based on the type of environment, the type of coordination and support that's offered at the local and regional level.
And Mango got a NASA grant because as you're going to Mars, methane is available, and so they're talking about, with 3D printers making things along the way as you're able to capture and make some sort of polymer. And so I think, because I had a vision before, the reason I went on the tour is it was very difficult for me to understand what the next step could be. And because I think of biomass as a burning plant, right? We up in the Port of Stockton, and so we take our woody bio waste and we set it up there, and it's gas fired. Now your choices are reincorporation. There's something in between where there's a value added. Almond hulls are worth $30 and walnut shell is given away. If there's a value added, it's beneficial to the farmers, which is beneficial to the economy, assuming that there's not the carbon footprint, or the carbon footprint decreases, right? And that's what I heard from Lawrence Berkeley Lab. They talked about that completely and everything they're doing, trying to lessen the carbon footprint, capture methane gas, which is coming out of our landfill. And I always do like to point out the greatest environmental disaster we have in all of Stanislaus County, bar none, is in Bucks District, the former landfill that is not lined next to the Tuolumne River. It is absolutely, we'll be digging that up someday. But don't feel that anyone's being picked on when we just have a conversation. We're having a conversation here today. There's just a lot of things to consider here, and we're trying to figure a way around these outputs that are moved from a cannery out to Mapes Ranch, or I'm not even sure where they're putting them now, but anyways, I'll stop now.
Do we know when the selection process will begin and possibly conclude?
So we're aiming to launch that now it's July. I would anticipate August into September. Yeah, I would be launching that process.
Okay, and then do you know, and just time expectancy when it would possibly conclude?
I would hesitate to give an exact timeline. It's going to be multiple. I mean, you can imagine this will be a multi-month process with lots and lots of conversations, and also very important as part of our model is being public information sessions that will make sure, and we'd love to partner with cities, with the county to make sure that those are advertised and that we make sure there's opportunities for input and feedback.
But it won't be years. It will be a matter of months as far as that you guys will designate your top site or your top 3 sites.
That's the goal. The overall, the process of designing a facility is broken into 3 phases. The industry term is called the FEL 1, 2, and 3. The facility design was a full front end loading. My engineer is going to explain to me what things stand for. So we've completed FEL 1, which is the conceptual design phase. You get an initial sense of overall scope. You do some initial kind of basic engineering to get a sense of what the potential cost would be. So that process, we got stakeholder input on kind of, again, the kind of key goals to come up with that vision and then get a sense of the overall potential footprint. The next phase of engineering, FEL 2 and 3, refines that design, gets more clear and specific around acreage, around utility needs, everything else that would go into site selection. And that process is estimated to take, FEL 2 through FEL 3 is estimated to take about 6 months. Is that fair? Estimated to take about 6 months. So our goal is to do the site selection process in parallel because we have additional information about the needs for the site that will inform site selection. We have additional information about the project to share with the public. And you kind of want to hit that right level of enough about the project, you can do a meaningful site selection process and have information about what this project even is. So that's why we need to get a little further into design and scoping. So overall, I would expect our goal is for that pre-development and design process to take about 6 months and for site selection to come alongside as part of that process. And then you would, of course, want to have your site, finalized and confirmed by end of that so that you can move into the next phase of actually developing and constructing the project. Gloria Mar, would you add anything else? No. Okay.
Well, just to say
you can you want to come?
I just wanted to say that right now we did an open for FEL 2, FEL 3 engineer firms. We have received some proposals. We're reviewing them, and then we will decide who will do it. Like, we're being very open. Everything's on our webpage. Yeah.
Okay.
And then.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Yes, thank you.
Just a couple comments real quick, but I know we'll open this up to the public. So I just appreciate Chance and Vito's input there, and I get Chance your concerns, and I think that what Vito suggested is great. That all of us should be. I know Jody and I went back. I was just looking back at my notes. October 5th of 2022 is when we went and did the tour of the facility, and Vito's description of it fits my notes. Good job. You took good notes when you were there. That's perfect.
I didn't take any notes.
See, I have to take notes. So that, but I think that the concern of the site selection is predicated on the thought that this is a facility that won't be conducive to additional growth or a certain type of growth at Crow's Landing Air Base, and I think that is, in my opinion, that is flawed to begin with. I think if and I think it would help Chance just to go and, like I said, go see the place first of all. And I know that's not ultimately what we're looking at. In the end, it's going to be a larger scale. That's what it's all about, a larger scale facility that we'll see what kind of results come from these chemical reactions at larger scales versus small. I'm talking like I know what I'm talking about, but I have no idea. I just know that's what they told me. And so based on that theory, and I think it's concerning just to again, you got to go look at it, and then it would also be great to look at facilities like this that are maybe located in other countries, right? To come back with pictures and descriptions and video, whatever, of what these facilities look like in other countries. So we'll have an idea, all of us maybe better, as we go through this process. But I think to to mention this facility, which I look at it as a, just from my being there and all that we've learned about it here, I look at this as kind of a tech-centric industry, and to put it in the same breath as the tire plant, the burn plant, or the recology type. I mean, it's just not, I don't think it's apples to oranges. Again, don't take my word for it. I don't, and that's what, and I think that's kind of, because I see your concern. If it is, okay, that's a problem. I get it.
The problem is we won't know until it's too late.
Well,
and that's my hesitation.
Yeah, no, and I get that, and I think that's why let's get some site visits, not only there, but where these other where this type of facility is located. Let's look at that.
No, I just can't give $10 million without knowing. That's it.
Okay.
That's a little bit too big of a price tag for me.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I get it. I get it.
I need certainty.
And I think, and I wouldn't give $10 million either if I was,
But we are.
But I feel that that we're really not looking at the type of facility, because if it is a tire plant or a burn plant or a, I get it what you're saying. I just don't think it's that.
It's what it could lead to. I don't know what other sectors would locate next to it. And then again, we have Stanford as an example. If you could give me an agreement with Stanford that they'll locate at the air base right across the street, I will openly consider it. But I don't know that you could do that.
I would defer to folks who are developing that facility as a whole.
I would like you to give me a meeting. If you could give me a meeting with
available
Stanford, things are negotiable. But I want to see it. I have to see it.
So that's okay, and you're not there, I get it, Chance, we're not there yet, but maybe we can get you there. Maybe we can all get there in total when it comes to that point when we're actually figuring that site selection, so that makes sense.
No, it's fine. I can't give $9 million away on hypothetical.
Any other
So I'm
comments?
good, yeah, until let's go out with some public.
All right, if there's no other comments from the board, then I'll take it out to the public. I do want to acknowledge a few written communications, one from Candace Wyrock, and then Mayor Casey Graham from City of Newman, and then Mayor Michael Clausel, who's also in the audience, but he did also send written communication, so I appreciate that. And then I'll go in the order of comments. So first speaker, Joanne Marcy.
I'll keep this short because I know everybody. I didn't have breakfast. That's the last time I'm going to do that. I want to first say I appreciate Chance Condit, Mike Clausel for being actively involved in our community. If you guys haven't been to Patterson, it's not like any other community. And I understand that Beam has Common Center. Patterson is more than that. So my concerns are that it's going to be located in the Crow's Landing. We want such a better environment for our community. We are a community of children, of family. We believe in God. We believe in the earth. It's a very grassroots community. So our health concerns nearby, we've had multiple. I have had so many friends be diagnosed with cancer. So my health concerns, I had to go have my esophagus stretched out because the air quality is bad in the community. And that was so I'm not exaggerating that is of concern. We need a hospital in Patterson. I spent 5 trips to Modesto in the last 2 months because there is no way to have an x-ray done. I myself have suffered with cancer and had to go clear to Stanford. And I'm telling you that Stanford's only there in Berkeley because they were there before the Lawrence Livermore lab in Berkeley was built, because my cousin is a lab worker there. So I know when it was built. We want our Patterson to be an oasis. We will double our size in at least 5 to 10 years. We are a very passionate community, and I'm telling you, council members, supervisors, that this is not the first, nor will it be the last, that you will see the West Side say no more. We are tired of you putting things in our community and not taking care of us. We have a loving, faithful community spirit. You are not going to destroy it. Why don't you look at encouraging our local garbage disposal company to actually dispose of the garbage the way they're supposed to? People do not divide up their garbage because the garbage company doesn't even care where it's going. It's going in our backyard. That's where all the garbage goes, whether it's human waste, whether it's drug waste, whether it's bio waste, it's all going in our backyard, and we don't want it. So if this beam, Circular, I have no idea who they are. I have not even heard of them. We also need to notify all the residents. What? We've had a week's notice? I saw the flyer last week of Beam Circular notifying people in Keys Community Center on the same night that we had our school night block party downtown Patterson. Their families in Patterson. They're not going to go to some Keys community building when they're spending time with their family in their community. I think that's enough of me, but I'm sure that I will hear more from my leaders and those that are as passionate about their community as I am.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Miguel Donoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will not recommend this proposal because the report need to have number one in Spanish using ARPA money, and we still not receive that information in Spanish. We have over 50% population Latinos and 30% limit English proficiency, and we still not receive nothing in Spanish. So that to me is a key important to so-called the engagement and to work with the community and to do outreach. I don't see that. And number one, the proposal, this recommendation is not. The second, the workforce development department is a babysitting for the trainees, not really giving the opportunity to have a new job or to look for jobs. The result for how many trainees be located to have a good job is almost 1%, not 10 or 7 or 8. It's 1%. So really, the community, they being there to be trainee, it cannot find a job. That's the bottom line. And this looking for work for development when our community no have no skills, no education. So how you going to bring that forces to be implemented, especially like the CBOC, as another joke, they're not doing a good job. It's giving 6 months to a person that want to be trained in it has to be 6 months has to be that person to be receive a diploma. At the same time, you know, have no unemployment benefit to receive that. So CBOC is another joke. So it's like the workforce development, babysitting people there. And the other issue is the water is a big part of that problem. If this being going to be located there, the problem of the Cross Landing district itself, have enough water, and the Patterson has to help to implement that in Newman too. So the issue of the water is very important, and the environment is another one. We have a big problem, like this lady say, the environment is very affecting our community for years. In this valley is one of the biggest valley of the environmental issue. So I think in regard to the location, I think it's time to say where the location is, because any business you're going to put, the first thing the guys do is look for the location. You now have the location, and I agree with Mr. Candy, how you going to give almost $9 million to a place that you don't have the location. So to me, it's that in any business, the first thing you do is location, location, location. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next speaker is John X. Mataka.
John X. Mataka, Grayson Neighborhood Council. I just want to say that the two women that were sitting there for about close to 3 hours were from Newman. And I would suggest in the future, when you have people submit cards to talk about an issue, after the people here do their presentations, that you let the community speak first, and then you guys have your discussion, because they traveled all the way from Newman and had to go back to work, so they couldn't voice their opinion. So FYI. Anyway, I'm here today to urge you not to give Beam Circular $8.7 million from ARPA funds. It appears the economic benefits of your biofuel proposal disproportionately favor a select few, raising questions about transparency and fairness. The previous $10 million already allocated to Beam Circular without having thorough community consultation is a cause for concern. We need a comprehensive community needs assessment to ensure that all future projects align with the best interests of all residents. It appears the mayors of Patterson and Newman have sent you letters of opposition to any biofuels production at the Crows Landing Industrial Park. Their reasons are as follows: concerns of the long-term health of West Side residents with the potential for an increase in NOx, or nitrogen oxide levels associated with biofuels. This has the potential to generate negative respiratory impacts on at-risk citizens, especially seniors and young children. In addition, secondary impacts to water resources with contamination of water resources. Western Stanislaus County is dependent on our groundwater for both agricultural and municipal uses. Any impact in this area would be devastating to our communities and local economy. They urge you to look at, we urge you, well, the two cities urge you to look at sustainable development projects that genuinely benefit the communities on the west side. The communities need to know what site you are looking into for your biofuel project. What assurances do we have that Stanislaus County won't attract other biofuel industry to this site? Beam is opening the door, just like Covanta and the county did with the medical waste in 2001. And the mega landfill plan at the landfill, when you bought those 2,100 acres with money, enterprise funds that you really shouldn't have done, but that's another issue. Our history with garbage, tires, waste in general has been disastrous. The county has a transparency problem. What sites are being considered for the biofuel project? The only site I know of that you are considering is the Crows Landing site. Your history with transparency is terrible. I asked for a month for an update on the Covanta closing and ran into roadblocks even as a member of the local task force on solid waste. I found out on my own that Covanta's new name is ReWorld. This is why every meeting of the local task force on solid waste was postponed due to lack of quorum. because the county is still negotiating with ReWorld to burn trash. You have no transparency. What sites are you looking for your bioindustry? And I want to say this. This was a really, beautiful presentation, especially the page that talks about environmental sustainability and stewardship, where it talks about thermochemical, example, pyrolysis and gasification. That's incineration. That's taking it and turning it into a gas and then burning it. Same effects as burning garbage in Covanta, no different. Then they talk about anaerobic digestion. Well, they have one of those in Turlock. And I was in a Zoom meeting with the state about that. And I was the only one from the community there. They had one site, and then they wanted to make another one right there off of West Main. Well, to make a long story short, they have a flare. And because it takes methane, and they sell good methane to PG&E, but the bad methane, they have to burn off and put it into the air. And that flare goes 24 hours a day. So, miss me with this environmental sustainability as long as you're talking about stuff like gasification and other forms of incineration, just with a new name. Thank you.
Lupe Cervantes?
Yeah, she left.
Okay. Fernando Ulua?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name's Fernando Ulloa. I'm the interim city manager for City of Patterson. And my main concern here is that there just isn't enough information at this point from the beam circular. And we're concerned as being on the west side. And all we're asking and I'm here for is we've known that Crow's Landing, the airstrip, is a potential site. And I'm here to ask you guys to at least take that site out of the sites that you guys have for potential sites. Just take the Crow's Landing site as a potential site and move on with the others. And the west side, I think we don't feel it's the right site for on the west side for this plant to be at, this bio site, the bio waste site. So that's our stance right now as far as on the west side. We really want the board to consider, out of all the sites that you have, if the Crow's Landing site could just be removed from the potential site. Thank you.
Mayor Michael Clausel.
Although I feel like saying good morning, I know it's good afternoon. This has been a long meeting. Chairman, members of the board, Chief Executive Officer Hayes, Council. I come before you this afternoon to speak very briefly about the impacts to our community and those on the west side. I really appreciate the words of Supervisor Condit and Supervisor Chetta describing a little bit more about our concerns and also giving us additional description on exactly what we're looking at. I sincerely appreciate Ms. Warner and her team in giving us more explanation as to what the site and purposes will be and what your organization is actually here to do. Because 24 hours ago, I had no clue. And that's the fundamental problem that I believe we have here. I also want to, with respect, address Supervisor Withrow and some of the comments that he made earlier. And I say this with a tremendous amount of respect, sir, because you know I am not a politician by any means, shape, or form. I'm a simple soldier. I was raised on a ranch, right? And I'm a cop from San Francisco. But I have a serious issue with you stating that Supervisor Condit had a fundamental flaw in his thought process. We are representatives of sovereign citizens in a representative republic of the United States of America. Our job, right, my interpretation of it, and a simple man's interpretation, is that I am to interpret the concerns of our citizens and bring them forward to bodies such as these for discussion. And I think that's the intent of what Mr. Condit was trying to do. So please excuse me if I've offended you in any way, shape, or form, but we need to represent the people and their thoughts and desires and not our own.
And that's our job too.
Yes, sir. Understood. Over a week ago, Chance Condit and I were part of a meeting at Patterson City Hall regarding a wonderful housing project for the city of Patterson. This development was yet another project that would continue the objectives of our city, to make it the best community to raise a family, where we believe in the principle and values of God, family, country, and community. When one thinks of a vision in our minds of a perfect family moment, we often have a picture of children playing sports outdoors with their parents, sometimes with the afternoon sun at their backs, running in clean, fresh air. What an amazing thought, right? Unfortunately, none of those thoughts was there ever a picture of a biorecycling plant in the background. So it was a great deal of surprise that Mr. Condit informed me the Board of Supervisors of our county possibly was considering to do just that, place a biorecycling campus in Patterson's backyard. To say the least, I was shocked as I had heard nothing about this project until that moment, and yet here we are, set to approve a project that will potentially impact the west side of Stanislaus County for decades to come. Now, when I considered those impacts to all the communities on the west side, especially Crow's Landing, Patterson, and Newman, I thought to myself, I've seen some of the visual concepts to develop the old Naval Air Station that my father once flew out of as a naval aviator. These include housing, business parks, and other amenities that make sense to be master planned together and are consistent with the development plans of surrounding communities. I do not believe this project fulfills this development vision. Just yesterday, I attended a meeting organized by Congressman Duarte in which multiple counties were a part of. This conversation centered around a project to develop and construct a water treatment plant that would provide clean drinking water for the needs of our citizens on the west side of Stanislaus County. As you all know, the state has set new standards for our drinking water and has mandated a 3-year limit to meet those standards. On the west side of Stanislaus County, we're almost wholly dependent on groundwater to meet the demands of our population. Hexavalent chromium, other chemicals, and minerals are present in this water supply, and this plant would provide the means to protect our citizens. One of the most likely locations for this project is Crow's Landing. Now I ask you, how could we place a water treatment plant to provide clean water right next to a biorecycling plant or educational campus? Furthermore, the total investment in this biorecycling plant could potentially fund the entire water treatment plant to serve thousands of citizens. I'm certain if we ask those we represent what the priority is for them, the answer is obvious. Furthermore, we are exploring the opportunity to construct a regional hospital in the same location. Now, how could we possibly place a hospital next to this facility? I know for a fact what our citizens would place as a priority for the use of other tax dollars. May I continue? Sure. I'll be brief. The emissions from a biorecycling plant can pose significant health risks. These facilities often deal with organic waste, which, when processed, can release harmful gases and particulates into the air. Substances like methane, ammonia, and volatile organic compounds can contribute to respiratory problems, exacerbate conditions like asthma, and in some cases even increase the risk of cancer. For our children, the elderly, and those with pre-existing health conditions, the air quality around such a plant could become a serious problem. Furthermore, the handling and processing of biological waste can lead to contamination of local water sources. If not managed properly, leaks or spills could introduce harmful pathogens and chemicals into the groundwater and rivers. This not only affects the water we drink, but also threatens local wildlife and agriculture, potentially disrupting the entire ecosystem we rely on for our food and natural beauty. While biorecycling campus to address the issues of waste management, we must approach this idea with caution. The potential dangers to our health, environment, and safety are significant and deserve thorough consideration, especially when we're talking about these types of dollars. Let us ensure that our West Side community remains a safe, healthy, and pleasant place to live by carefully evaluating these risks to our citizens. May God bless each and every one of you, and I am hopeful that He will provide you the guidance to make the right decision both today and moving forward. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Councilmember Carlos Roque.
All right. Well, good morning. Well, afternoon now. Chairman Grow, members of council and community members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Carlos Roque, and I'm Patterson City Council member. I'm here to discuss the proposed location of the BEAM Circular Bioindustrial Manufacturing initiative near to our communities, Vernalis, Wesley, Patterson, Crows Landing, and Newman. While I recognize the potential benefits of this project, such as job creation, economic expansion, state and federal environmental improvements, and education opportunities, I have a significant concern that I believe that we need to carefully consider before moving forward. However, it is crucial that the weight of these benefits against the potential drawbacks that could significantly impact our community environments, quality of life, and overall attractiveness. First, the environmental health risks. Although the initiative emphasizes eco-friendly, the reality of bioindustrial manufacturing process is not strictly regulated, can contribute to significant pollution. This could manifest as air quality degradation, possible water contamination, and soil degradation, all of which poses serious risks to health and well-being of our residents. Existing landfills. Our community is already contending with environmental concerns stemming from the nearby Covanta, Fink landfill, and now adding another large-scale industrial operation, particular to the one potential pollutant outputs, where only these issues lead to a further decline in the air quality, as well potentially managing our odor problems. The negative impacts of our community and attractiveness, the perception, or worse, the reality increased by pollution, health risks, and reduced property values could deteriorate potential new residents for moving to our areas. Families and individuals seeking clean, safe, and healthy environments might avoid settling in our community, leading to a decline in population and local development. Not even to say the property value decline. The presence of both the landfill and the bioindustrial facility is likely to lead to a decrease of property values. This is not only a financial blow to current homeowners, but could also make it difficult for residents to sell their homes at market prices. The impact rural characteristics of a quality of life. The introduction of the large-scale industrial operation threatens to disrupt the way of life, leading to increased noise pollution, unpleasant odors, and fundamental change in the characters of our community. There is a significant concern within our community in this proposed location. Residents feel that their health, environment, and quality of life may be sacrificed to industrial gain. In conclusion, with the Beam of Circular initiative may bring some economic benefits. The proposed location near Patterson, Crows Landing, Newman, Wesley, and Vernalis poses too many risks to our environment, health, community, well-being. I strongly urge the council to reconsider the location and to explore alternative sites that would be less detrimental impact in our communities. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shawn Ruth Anderson.
As my honorable mayor, Michael Claudette, said, good afternoon instead of good morning. I'm a Patterson resident. I love Patterson, and I want to tell you, honorable board members, my name is Juan Anderson, and I'm a candidate for Patterson City Council for District A. I'm here today because I have serious concerns about this $8.74 million contract with Beam Circular that seems to be getting rather rushed. For over 27 years, I've been dedicated to serving communities, building strong relationships, and partnering with organizations to make Patterson a better place for everyone. As the co-founder and chief officer of operations of Take Your Sister to Lunch Incorporated, I've worked to empower women and girls to promote healthy living and support civic duty and public awareness. My passion has always been about servicing people, not just a job for me, it's my calling. I get it where we got these ARPA funds and there's a deadline to spend them. But just because there's a clock ticking doesn't mean we should be throwing money out at projects without thinking about the long-term impact. This isn't just about today, it's about the future of our community, especially the kids who will inherit whatever we build. First off, we need to ask ourselves, are we making decisions that will actually benefit our kids down the road? Or are we just rushing to spend the money so we don't lose out? Quick decisions can lead to big mistakes, and we can't afford to get this wrong. Please don't. Second, what about the environment and the health? Like my councilman so eloquently put it. Have we really looked into how this project is going to affect our families and the place we live? We need to be sure this project isn't going to cause harm, but it's going to cause good? We don't know. And finally, where's the community in all of this? I talk to parents and families all the time, and I can tell you, they haven't even heard of this. I'm just hearing about it today, and I live in Patterson. Rushing through this without giving people a real chance to weigh in is just wrong. We owe it to them to take a step back, get their input, and make sure that we allow them to express their voices and their concerns. In short, it's not something to rush into this. Let's take the time to make sure this project is the right move for our community, our kids, our future. And I thank you. I thank you, Supervisor Chance, for bringing this to my attention.
The next speaker I have is Ken Revere Casey Chima.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garwal. Good afternoon, board members. Good afternoon. I'm gonna keep this very short since I'm very hungry, just like you all.
Me too.
Yeah, very hungry? All right, lunch on you. All right, so I'm gonna give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Ken Revere Chima. Some of you may know me as KC Chima. I have been living in Patterson and have called it my home for almost 20 years. The reason why I'm standing in front of you guys today is because to let you guys know the West Side does not want a biomass ag waste facility at the Crow's Landing Air Base. Let me take a deep breath, guys, too. This biofuel plant project has the potential to limit the future build-out of the airbase. You know what the West Side really needs, guys? A full-fledged hospital. And honestly, the main concern right now is, if we do this biofuel plant, do you really think a hospital is going to really come next door? And that's really our main concern right now. And also, another concern that I have is the West Side does not deserve to be an experimental dumping ground. Because we do not even know how this is going to even go, guys. and you guys are already pledging $9 million. It's crazy, guys. Thank you for your time.
Any other speakers that didn't turn in a yellow card but would like to speak on this matter?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bianca Lopez. I am co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects. And as a zero waste advocate, I have to maybe highlight a few things that I've noticed as some flaws in the purpose of the beam industry. On page 3 of the big ass packet that is provided in the agenda packet that is actually only in English, states that, acknowledges that the ARPA funds are to meet the needs of those who are most affected by COVID. The last sentence on the third paragraph says that a solution to the negative economic impacts of the pandemic is bioindustrial manufacturing. That is just one idea. That is only one way to address this need. There are other projects that can revitalize our economic communities. Ecosystem restoration, which is not included in this plan. Civil engineering, urban greening, electrification, building decarbonization, public transportation, and there are more green jobs that we can attract to the Central Valley, specifically to Stanislaus County and the region that BEAM is intending to support. We do not have to invest in biomanufacturing. There are greener ways to deal with our waste. For example, reducing it. We are banking, actually BEAM is banking on the fact that we will continue to have ag waste, the same ag waste that we have today, we should not have in 5 years. Farmers are depleting our water, contaminating our soil, and climate change just isn't helping the situation. We will not have the same ag waste that we have today in 5 years. So I'm not sure why we're trying to commodify ag waste when it's not going to be what we have in the near future because of climate change and because we don't have regenerative farming practices. We are not being good stewards of the land. It is not, I hope that you can understand the confusion of the people that have come to speak and that maybe have reached out to you already. As one of the public comments that was written to you, this person, Candace, shared that she was not familiar with Beam Circular, and before opening the agenda item, they Googled it. The homepage of their website states, unlocking the power of agricultural communities to transform waste into opportunity. Well, that's what Covanta told you they were going to do. And they're the highest emitting facility, one of the 2 highest emitting facilities of NOx, dioxin, lead, ammonia, and they also put their toxic waste in our landfill that can potentially seep into our water. The EPA doesn't even recommend that we eat food that is grown near incinerators because of the dioxin. So I can understand why people have a distrust in the County Board of Supervisors because you didn't know then that that was a greenwashing scheme that you fell into. And it seems like you're falling into a new greenwashing scheme now. And forgive us for having that distrust, but you have not shown and you have not gained the trust of the community, at least not those who are here stating our concern. How do the mayors of the nearby communities not know about Beam Circular and your intent? You're the leaders of the county. Who are you leading but yourselves? Let me now remind you how much money you make. And that's just for being on the board. Y'all have another job and make more money on top of that. But then you don't want to provide us information, critical documents in Spanish so that we can be informed and participate and give you our opinion. You don't make sure that leaders in our communities are informed about situations and plans that you are investing in. ARPA money. There are farm workers in Patterson that I just spoke to this morning that say that they don't know what they're going to do for a living when this seasonal crop ends. There are months that they don't have jobs, and they're relying on you to give them information, for you to consider them in economic development plans. But you won't translate. I don't see anything about how farm workers are going to be taken out of poverty. None of that is being discussed. You are doing a disservice to the community through various actions and inactions. And today, it is very clear that community does not trust you and that you are soon to be duped again with greenwashing practices. And we hope you don't continue that same path. Shut down Covanta.
Please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The support document for this item on the agenda was one of the documents that was too large to run through Google Translate. So that's part of the reason why this was probably not made available in Spanish. The concern I've got on this is something that I mentioned briefly to Mr. Hayes when the Beam Circular Group first came up last year. If this is supposed to be a regional solution to help out our whole region, I would be much more comfortable seeing the governments of Merced County and San Joaquin County putting a little scratch on the table in addition to the sum $8.7 million that you gentlemen are going to be discussing and voting on this afternoon. So I just wanted to add that in, that it probably would look better if we could get those other two counties to participate as well. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Woodrow, we're going to do it now. Thank you, sir. You're not going to hear me speak? No, I'm too busy.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Stanislaus County Supervisors. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Deborah Novelli. I had the honor of serving on the Patterson City Council for a decade, 10 years. 6 years as a council member and 4 years as a mayor. When I was mayor, the city slogan was Patterson Strong. And as you can see from my colleagues here today, electeds, we are Patterson Strong. And Mr. Condit, I want to thank you, Supervisor Condit, for being Patterson Strong. And I'm imploring the rest of you, while you have a vote in the Patterson sandbox, to consider it strongly, and please be Patterson Strong. I consider Patterson one of the jewels of Stanislaus County, right? When I first came onto the city council in 2010, we were considered a bedroom community. Now we are work-live community. But it's because of councils before me, my councils, and councils after me, that we've worked hard for smart growth. And this is a decision before you today, smart growth and the use of ARPA funds, right? I question the specific use of ARPA funds today. I know it's the, what is ARPA, right? It's the American Rescue Plan Act, right? As I think Brianna was rightly saying, it's to recover from COVID. Local governments must be and are obligated to allocate these funds by December 31st, 2024. That's coming up. So I understand why we're here today, and what are we going to do with these funds? I would love to hear what other resources do we have for these funds. And part of the premise behind this is premium pay for essential workers. So, Mr. Kasich, we're talking about a lab that's across from Stanford, okay? And the people who are working in that lab, are they essential workers? So I'm hearing varying thoughts here today. I'm hearing the lab is small. I'm hearing, let's go to Europe. So how many labs like this do we have in the United States? Where are they? Why do we have to, why does Supervisor Withrow said, let's go to Europe? right? How many do we have here? How many are sustainable? What's the economic impact, the social impact, the sustainability of our ag lands? And I know, and I appreciate, Karen, the opportunity to speak with you in the hallway. Because as my colleagues and fellow community members have said, we're just finding out about this, okay? Patterson's a small community. The west side, Stanislaus County, it's relatively small, okay? And I appreciate that you want to do the outreach, but to be here today and say that you spoke to 200 people and to get $10 million, sign me up for that all day, okay? So I just don't understand it. Public outreach before this point should have been considered, and I know that you're doing an outreach to all of these other companies. How many of these companies are in Stanislaus County? How many of these companies are in Stanislaus County? The point of the ARPA money is to help grow from COVID. Are we doing that? Can you honestly sit there and say that that's exactly what these funds are doing? How many essential workers is this impacting? Is it going to be high-level college people who are going to be coming in and working in the lab and working with the beakers, and right? So, I'm not saying that I'm against such a project, but let's talk more about it. Let's have further conversations. This isn't a rush to judgment. There should always be things, when you're making decisions, something that's important, okay? Something short term and something in the future. And I think your project is something that we look towards the future. I implore you to take these ARPA dollars and use them for what they're truly designated for. And while I believe in your project possibly for the future, I still got to hear more about it, right? As far as the Crow's Landing Air Base, Crow's Landing, that's a jewel. It is absolutely a jewel. I know that there were conversations when I was mayor. We wanted to buy it from you guys. We wanted to take it over. Why wouldn't that happen? Because it's such a diamond in the rough. There's so much economic, social, positive impacts that will come from that air base, right? So let's not just take a project because we have ARPA funds and put it there. So anyway, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you do every day. I know it's not easy to sit up there. Like I said, I did it for a decade. I worked with many of you, and we accomplished great things. So again, Supervisor Condit, thank you for bringing this to light, and thank you for letting us know about it. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that'd like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll be bringing it back to the board for further comments, questions, and then I have CEO Hayes wanting to bring up a couple points as well.
I just wanted to answer the question regarding language translation on the larger document that is attached. That document was transcribed into Spanish, and there's a link in the agenda item, and it's on page 4 of the agenda item. So I just want to clarify that for everybody. Thank you.
If I could ask, Karen, do you know if there are any secondary, I say the pool size, but are there any in the United States, any of these labs in the United States?
Yes, is the short of it. The planning process to date started with a global landscape analysis of where there are related facilities. There are ones in various places around the U.S., in Europe, in different parts of the world, of varying sizes, and there's a shortage of them, especially in the United States, to meet the needs, especially for advancement of sustainable technologies that use more diverse and sustainable inputs.
I would like to make a recommendation, I guess, an official motion to remove the Crow's Landing Naval Air Base as a potential future site for this project, and essentially not be considered in future site selections, as well as the west side in general. So I would like to make that motion, and I'd hope to have a second.
So I feel like I need to, because this is going to be, as we look at the sites, this conversation, because we're not selecting a site today. All we're talking about is whether we're putting the money forward. I think if we decide after they've done their homework, which you've tasked them with, to go get some pictures and find out what kind of a footprint this would take, then we have that discussion. I think it's premature. And I can tell you that everyone that has a vision out there, because I've heard a lot of visions for Crow's Landing, we're 30, I don't know if we're 30, it was before me, 18 years into this process with nothing built, and the first wells going in for the Crow's Landing area. So we don't want, I speak for myself only, I don't want it to be where we're loading up biomass, because it is something that we want to create jobs with, not a few jobs. We're talking about thousands and thousands of jobs. And the way you do that is by having facilities that build up, that people want to be there, that the airport is a benefit to those businesses. So I agree that my vision, or the way I see it, is not putting a bunch of biomass facility, almond chips out there, taking up 60 or 80 acres and doing anything with it. That's not a good utilization. This remains to be seen, but this utilization, I'm guessing that when the site selector comes up, if it's 10 or 20 acres, everyone is going to want it just based on what the facility is. It doesn't have anything to do with dust and flies and just your basic nuisance. But that's the worry that I'm hearing, is that it potentially goes into that, which has water quality issues and just what I heard from everyone. So you were loud and clear. But coming back, I don't think this is the time to discuss whether that is taken off, because it might not make the list, and we're not choosing the list at this time because we don't know exactly what it looks like.
Comments? Okay. Comments? Or do I have a first?
You have a motion
on the floor. Do we have a second motion? All right. Motion doesn't carry with lack of a second. Further comments?
Yeah, just a few things here. Very frustrating day. This last part has been very frustrating. The amount of misinformation is unbelievable. And it's very disappointing. I get it from certain individuals, but I don't from elected officials that just haven't done their homework and come here and make statements that just aren't true. And so that's disappointing also. I got elected, I ran to begin with to try to shut down something that they were going to put on Crow's Landing, 15 years ago. That's why I run. I've got the majority of my family lives in Patterson, in the Patterson area, all my nieces and nephews. And anyway, so that was one of the reasons I got on this board, was to try to stop something that I didn't think was. And so I have a lot of concern, and I've been out in Patterson for 50 years, literally. And so I'm very disappointed to hear some of the comments that are made here. So that being said, one of the things, and it's too bad that John X. Mataka, and Miguel leave when it comes to this point. They never seem to stay for the comments. It's just throw the fireballs and then walk out. But one of the comments was made. This is only going to benefit for the select few, and that is exactly right. That's what we're doing. We're doing this to benefit the select few of our disadvantaged communities. That's what this is all about, is benefiting our disadvantaged communities. And I just don't get what this has turned into, how this has rolled into an unbelievable project, which hasn't even been determined where it's going to be. We're just talking about the concept of it and moving forward. So again, the word disappointing is what just sticks in my mind at this point, because this whole thing is about trying to help. Over half of our community is on some sort of government assistance. Over 50%, over 250,000 people in this county of 550,000. And that's why we're doing this, to try to change that, to try to get those individuals to be able to have good wages, good paying jobs, and like I said, to pay for their families and their education, and to spin this into what it's been spun into is just embarrassing. It really is. So anyway, that's how I just want to start with that. And I didn't think I was going to have to go there until I had to listen to a few individuals come up here and say some of those things. But we need, at some point in this job, you kind of, and we're not supposed to respond to these things, but at some point you have to. You can't just sit and let these things be said, these lies that are being said. So that being said, moving on to what we were here to talk about, this project. First of all, I just want to thank everybody involved. Karen, for what you're doing, Maria, Gloria Mar, everybody, Erica, thank you for putting this together. This has been years of work. This hasn't happened overnight. This isn't something we put together last week and are showing up here at the board meeting. This is at least 3 years of us planning on this. Unbelievable amount of participation that everybody wanted to participate, could participate. We can't go out and pull you from your houses to be there, but that invitation has been open to everyone, including elected officials, to be a part of this. And so thank you guys for all the hard work you've done. Karen, you have become an expert in probably across the country as far as this field, and I have a lot of confidence in you. I'll tell you, when we first got involved in this, I was very skeptical about government putting something together to create jobs, and I told you that multiple times. And so that has evolved for me over the years as you've worked this, and the knowledge you've gained and shared with us in this whole industry, this growing industry, and the potential that it has. And what's really helped me get to that spot is the amount of funding that you have been able to attract from the private sector. For me, that's the signal. I come from the private sector. That's what I do. And when I see the private sector gets involved, it lets me know, okay, there's a potential here, because it's all profit motive driven, right? The motive is for profit for the private sector, whereas government is not good at creating jobs. They're temporary, usually in nature, and they disappear pretty quickly, and that's been evidenced over the years. But this has attracted so much private sector funding in what you're doing, and just more, it just continues to come. It's obvious this is something that's going to work. So I'm very, very, you've changed me. You've got me to get to the point where I have a lot of hope for what's going to happen. You made a believer out of me, basically, is what you've done. So, because I see a return on our investment. I see the county, what we are investing is nothing compared to the return to this community of what it will build. And that's what it's all about. That's why we're here. It's all about how do we make this community a better place. That's our job. That's why we put ourselves through this hell every Tuesday, at the expense of our families and our day jobs, and it's to try to make this a better place to live. And so I think this is a great project. I think what you have going here is good stuff, and we need to continue on with it and down this path. And wherever it's sited, I'll take it in Salida in a heartbeat for what that's worth. But wherever this ends up going, when it gets there, it's going to be a well thought out project that is going to be great for whatever community that it ends up in. And I have no doubt for that. So anyway, I will totally support this today, and thank you guys for your time.
I think all of the supervisors up here today have had some good thoughts and good responses, and agree for the most part with all of them, especially Terry just now. I just want to congratulate you, Karen, Glormar, Maria, for the work, and your entire team. You have been so successful, hugely successful, to bring $45.8 million as of right now back into our community with what already has been invested. Unheard of. And like Terry has said, and the others, you have become a leader in the nation, maybe? I don't know. Maybe. Quite possibly. I see this as a future for our economy right here in Stanislaus County to parallel our agricultural community. I think it's just going to be, it's going to be fantastic, and I look forward to supporting it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody weighing in, just adding to some of the facts. Not only have we brought $45.8 million, but we're one of 2 counties in the state that have been further uplifted as far as a grant opportunity with the National Science Foundation that could be hundreds of millions of dollars, just to add more credibility to what Beam Circular has done and continues to do. Not that it's necessary. So with saying all of that, I appreciate everything you've done. I've been a champion for you on this. Looking at all the staff recommendations, I don't see one part where it says we have site selection today. And I think that's what's become the nexus of conversation, because there's nothing that says where we're putting this. But I think you got Salida, I know, we got Oakdale, Modesto. Obviously, I don't want you guys to feel that what you guys came and advocated for, your guys' concerns have been brought up, and I'll obviously keep that in mind when a site selection opportunity comes up. But at this point, that has not even started. This is money to be put in place for a design to even have that conversation and other conversations. So I'll be supporting today's recommendation with staff. And with that, if there's no further comment.
No, you guys had the opportunity to eliminate your competition, just so you know. So I'm fine with it going to Salida. I'm fine with it going in anywhere else. All the constituents, oh, well, I know I'm speaking for Riverbank, but all my constituents were here today is to tell you to take us off the table. We don't want to be on the menu. We don't want to be considered. Best of luck to the other districts. We hope that, you guys find it fruitful. That's all we were asking for today.
Right. Any other further comments? If not, I'd entertain a possible motion for staff recommendations.
Make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by Supervisor Withrow and a second by Supervisor Buckcondon. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays on this item?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Mr. Withrow, I hope you can take a jab at John and Miguel in front of their face.
I'd love to.
Thank you.
You got it.
All right, I know that we postponed an item and we were going to be bringing back to the board, which was item 6.4. There was some discussions of a possible deposit, and the board is looking forward to hearing what has come of that conversation. And if so, I think we have the staff that is presenting that item coming here. I think we got a couple board member and our CEO using the restroom or checking their blood sugar.
I think the city of Modesto has started their closed session behind us. They're starting at 3 today.
I did. Yeah.
Logistical questions. The city's going to be starting their closed session pretty soon, so we wanted to make sure that we were in compliance with the beginning of their closed session. But back to item 6.4. We had some initial discussions that there was going to be further discussions with the potential deposit from the new potential partner. But if staff wants to kick it off, or if we're just going to have representatives for both of the entities speak.
I think we're just going to have the representative, at least for People's Remedy, to start, and then go from there.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Graywall, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to confer with staff and with Mr. Nguyen. He has agreed, he's willing to commit a deposit. That can't happen today, but certainly within the next 2 weeks, it can and will happen with your approval. Issue is, we need to finalize the agreement for the transfer of ownership and get that in front of staff and Mr. Poncelli and Mr. Nguyen ahead of that time. The amount that we would be willing to put down, while modest in light of the total debt, would certainly serve to cover the potential risk of the county's loss by allowing this 2-week continuance. The amount he's willing to commit is $20,000 good faith deposit. Now, reverse engineering that, $250,000, $20,000 is 8% of that. So I don't think that the business is going to generate anywhere near $250K in the next 2 weeks. That deposit would serve as an earnest money deposit to the county to allow us to get, number one, a background questionnaire filled out and submitted to CEO office with a fee for $1,045 with live scan for his background to be run. There are no indicators whatsoever that his criminal history would serve as a precluding factor for him being approved for an ownership change. With that, he would agree, and I'm going to let Mr. Rivera come up, who spoke with him directly. He would agree with potentially conditional approval contingent upon his background clearing to pay the balance of the debt owed. And certainly that would occur before the October 30th date where additional minimum payments would be due. So we have secured a commitment from Mr. Nguyen to remit that deposit and get you guys not only the transaction documentation that would contemplate the ownership change, but some of the county documentation that would be required in order to push that forward in a real way, and that being the background documentation. So that's what we have. We can make that happen between now and the 27th. That's the time frame we requested for continuance to put these things in motion and make this happen.
Zach, I want to make sure I have what the offer is or what's in front of the board, and that is a proposal to deposit $20,000 within 2 weeks, and then a payment after that would bring the People's Remedy up to date with all of its payments after the finalization of the agreement with staff.
Correct, and we would emphasize that now Mr. Hayes can't guarantee what the DOJ is going to come back with results. We have confidence in that. Mr. Nguyen is seeking reassurance that the ownership change request will be approved. Again, we have no information that would indicate that it would not be approved. Basically, it's his background that you look at. So his commitment to cover the entire balance is subject to the approval of the county for the ownership change, and we would push that forward immediately. I've had live scans run. I've had backgrounds go through after the requests have been submitted in San Joaquin County and in Stanislaus County. They are coming in within 60 days. Assuming that we can get the live scan in as well as the background questionnaire in within the next week or two, I think we're within that time frame for those results to come back ahead of the October 30 date where additional fees would accrue. So those are the concerns that have been expressed by the board as far as extending the payment of the entire balance beyond a date where additional debt would accrue, or even allowing a continuance for 2 weeks wherein the business would earn more money that the county would not be able to recover their rightful portion of. I think with the commitments that we've secured here in the last 3 hours since we took the break, we have each of those items addressed, and it would be up to Mr. Ponticelli, Mr. Nguyen, as well as myself and Mr. Rivera to make sure that those documents make their way into the hands of the county, as well as this earnest money deposit to the treasurer. So that's what we have available to offer at this point in time. I appreciate your consideration.
Let me just clarify one thing. You're suggesting that, in your experience, getting through the background
To 90 days.
60 to 90 days, okay.
Okay, so for members of the board and for Zach or any other representatives, if the board continues this conversation and wants to provide some staff direction, staff will just ask what is a specific payment that will be required by the county? What is the specific date upon which that payment must be deposited to the county? And then let's phrase that as an interim payment. And then what specific date will be required for a complete payment? So we just need to know those amounts. Well, we know what the complete payment amount is, but we need to know what a complete interim payment amount is, the date that would be required for both. And then that'll give us the direction should the board choose to entertain that. Thank you.
So the $20,000 has to buy you 90 days, right? Isn't that the first problem?
I don't think that again,
Well,
I'm
coulda,
speculating.
woulda, shoulda, but 90 days, I heard 60, 90 days, so
Sure.
I'm using bad
You
case.
you
can
defer,
use-
sure.
So $20,000 won't cover the 90 days, I'm just assuming.
I have
Okay.
a proposal to
All right.
hedge on that, but
Okay, so we're up here negotiating, and I can't stand negotiating here. This is all supposed to be worked out like in the last month, just so you know. So what is the counter proposal to that? Just tell me what you're thinking, because it isn't gonna jive with what I'm thinking. Go ahead.
okay. So my proposal would be for the CEO's office to potentially consider a preemptive approval of the change in ownership subject to the clearance of background, right? So with confidence in the applicant for equity, having that reassurance and confidence in and of himself that his background is going to clear because he knows his own background, with a conditional approval of the ownership change from the CEO's office, I think we can make the payment happen by that October 30th date. Does that make sense?
Escrow account?
Yeah, if it was me, if 20,000 is light, but if it's gonna be 20,000, I'd say that has to be in there by 5, I know we're late today, but by 5 o'clock tomorrow, you can transfer that money into an escrow account or into the county, whatever the case may be. I guess I would ask for that. And I think 20,000 is light, and I say it's non-refundable. If it is 20,000, it's non-refundable if this thing falls through.
Not to negotiate, I would ask at least to the end of the week for the 20K. That would allow us to push paper within the next day or two, get it, discuss it with the clients, and then get it to the county.
I'm good with that.
I didn't catch that. I'm trying to keep up with this.
May I please ask another question? What work would be necessary for staff in that process? We do have other obligations that we're working on, other priority matters for the board. So if we're being told we got to do something in the next 48 hours, and it's going to take us a lot of work, that's something we need to at least bring to your attention, because we do have other priorities. So does coming up with an agreement and an escrow account, is that going to require CEO staff time? Is this something, Tom, that you just handle, or what does that mean for us?
It's unknown at this point. We don't know what the deal is, and so we don't know exactly what the workload is.
Terry took away the escrow account component. He's just he wants a check. And
Our understanding would be that we pay $20,000 as a good faith payment on the balance to the treasurer.
By Friday.
By Friday.
Yeah.
When you say good faith, what do you mean exactly, Zach? It's
Pay the
non-refundable,
20,000
right?
Correct.
All right.
I'll allow Mr. Rivera to come and elaborate as far as his conversations with his client.
So
Pay the 20,000 that's already owed.
Yeah. So we have another one of these that will come before us, in which someone's only paying what they consider their percentage, and reminding ourselves that everything we do here carries on into the next discussion. And I'm just thinking, let me process for a second.
Let me throw out a couple of options. First option would be to reject the proposed offer in total and cancel their DA. Second option would be to continue to negotiate with them on the dais here, which is difficult, to get to a proposed set of new terms. Another option would be to continue this item to a date certain and allow staff to negotiate with the applicant. And Jody's got some thoughts on that too as well.
Yeah, if we're going to do that, I would like clear parameters on what we're negotiating, because I thought we did that last time, so I just need specific clarity from the board on your expectations.
I agree with that. I think we've already gone down that path once, and here we are back again.
It's my bleeding heart. That's why.
Respectfully, I think I've heard it, right? Which is clear the balance before debt continues to accrue. Granted, we weren't able to do that by July 30th. We're here hat in hand acknowledging that. We didn't have a commitment. Now, you have an investor who is represented by counsel at this hearing. You also wanted a good faith payment within the period of the continuance to hedge against any potential loss that the county would suffer by virtue of giving us that additional time to work out the paper, get the backgrounds pushed, and move towards a resolution of this matter in its entirety.
So $20,000 doesn't cover the 90 days.
Correct.
Would you agree?
Correct.
So once again, we're the county's behind the 8 ball in all of this. And I'm not, again, to me, the money's got to be, it's got to be larger than that. It's got to cover the 90 days in my mind, or else we're not doing the taxpayers, a service to at least cover it. That'd be number one. The second thing is, the frustrating part is that for 30 days, it was more than 30 days, but you come in today and you hand us a contract, and that is typical of what, not you, but that's what we get right at the last moment. So we do have counsel out there. I understand that. I don't see a buyer here. We have to assume, and then I'm thinking about, we go 90 days, and if we're not covered for those 90 days, it's the same thing. We're only covered for 20, and then someone gets an extra 60 days, and the buyer doesn't come through, we're out $400,000. And that seems fair, right? So,
understood. I just got to be clear as far as the parameters we're working under. His main concern is that for whatever reason, the county may turn him down on the ownership change request. Based on my experience, and we have several of these pending with the CEO's office, taking counsel's representation as far as his background being clean, I have no reason to believe that the county would withhold approval of that. So, again, and maybe I'm optimistic, maybe it's just my experience, I think we get there within 60 days as far as the background. Maybe we don't. You wanted a good faith payment to get us 2 weeks from now to see if we can get the paper in, if we can get the background in, and I know, there's going to be business operations that continue until the entire debt is cleared. I don't see the county suffering any loss by allowing us the 2 weeks to offer the payment in good faith, to get the background to you guys, to get the full agreement that contemplates his taking an equity percentage to clear the entire debt. Once you're able to receive those documents and the good faith payment, we'll be back in front of you on the 27th. If you'd be willing to allow that, if we don't follow through on the commitments that we are making today, the writing is on the wall.
But Zach, you're asking the county to be the bank, and there's precedent to that. And I mean, we have been the bank, obviously, for a while here. And you're asking us to continue to be the bank, and we're not even going to, in Vito's point, we're not even going to cover our interest, basically, right, at $20,000 to be the bank for the next 90 days. And so, and then, I mean, just put yourself in our spot. So the next one that comes here before us, as Vito says, how do we, now we just continue to do this. We've got to have a better deal that we can if we're gonna deal, it's gotta be something that as stewards of the taxpayers' money that we can answer, because we've got people to answer to here. And that's what I don't understand. So this guy's gonna put up 20,000, that's great. And this is, like I said, this is so hard that we're doing all this in front of God and everybody here today. But they're gonna put up 20,000. I mean, I don't know how you guys can't come up with more money yourselves, to cover more. 20,000 for your investor. I get your investor, geez, he's probably doesn't want to do this. Potential for non-refundable money, so he doesn't want to put that much in. But why can't you guys have the capital to come up with more money in good faith to make this? It's can't put it all on your investor. I get that, but on your spot, there's got to be a way for you guys to come up with this capital. And that's what we thought when we sent you back, whatever it was, a month ago, that you guys would come up with the capital, not just.
Well, we don't have the capital in our hands. What we do have is an agreement. And what I would share and make the statement as far as context and background is, there's been $2,256,000 in community benefit fees paid by this business since they began an operation and have been paying into the county. I know that's neither here nor there, but the amount paid is around 10 times the amount that is owed. We are late. We are in default. We have been.
Can I just interject real quick?
Please.
You keep going back to like a 250,000 number, but the number I have is the 289,851, and then you also have the additional 82,800. So the number I come up with is 372.
No, we acknowledge that's the full amount of the debt.
Well, you keep reversing back the number to 250,000 because you just said 2.5, and then originally you said 8% by giving 20,000 of, again, 250,000, but the number that I have is 372, which is 0.53%.
It's not my intention to confuse anyone with numbers. The point I was trying to make.
But these are big numbers, so it does get a little confusing, right?
Sure.
I mean,
When
you're
I
saying keep reverting back to 250 and the number's 372, that's a 50% difference in the numbers.
When I shared the $250,000 number, that's about 20,000 is 8% of 250K. So when we're asking for a 2-week continuance, right, the 20,000 would cover that period in which presumably not more than $250,000 would be generated to account for the county's prospective loss by granting that continuance and not receiving any money for it. That was the point I was trying to make. It was a roundabout point. Supervisor Withrow, we couldn't get it across the finish line by the 30th as far as having the money in our hands. We do have an agreement in principle to make this happen now. And we've gotten a commitment as of today to make that good faith payment and provide you the documentation by the 27th to try and get there across the finish line.
So if we made it, if it's, I'm just throwing this out there, if it's $20,000 by the end of this week, so by 5 o'clock Friday, it's transferred into the treasury. Can we structure this so that we would approve that? And if that doesn't happen, the development agreement is canceled. That's the first thing that'll happen. As of Friday, 5 o'clock, if that money's not in there, this board agrees the development agreement is canceled, as if we just canceled it right now. And then I would say the next marker would be whether it's 60 or 90, whatever that is. If it doesn't happen by then, this doesn't have to come before this board again. The development agreement is canceled if we're not made whole by that next date, that it automatically is canceled. Is that possible, Tom, to do something like that?
Yes, well,
so we don't have to see
your
this
motion
again.
would include something along the lines of we move to cancel the DA contingent upon the fulfillment of the following terms, and we would list all the terms of imposing the new conditions. We would need some time to kind of write that up.
Yeah.
That's how it would work.
The banking we'd be banking them down to 20,000.
Well, if they don't pay it, then the DA is canceled.
No, that's for the this week, which gets them through 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But what about the out to 90 days?
Could we set up other markers within this date? We need this amount within this date, and each one of those dates would be a cancellation date if that doesn't happen, so we don't have to do this again.
I mean,
Yes. I was thinking that if that's the direction you're headed.
So what's it worth for 60 or 90 days? That's the bottom line. I think that's the way we do it.
So not 20, what's it worth for 60 or 90 days?
Yeah, not for 2 weeks. Just can't.
1 week. Well, we have authorization, 20 grand in an account right now. We can get it to you by the end of the week. I just confirmed that.
Yeah, so what I would tell you is we're gonna make a motion here. I can see where we're headed. We're gonna make a motion for something that isn't $20,000. It's gonna be enough to cover the process of 60 to 90 days. We gotta have that. We can't bank. Even I agree, and I'm the bleeding heart here, and I wouldn't go beyond that. And then if we only do it once, we have this contingent upon 90 days from now that the deal is done or it doesn't come back to us, because I don't want to see it again. Again, I think we've been pretty extraordinary, only because of what we said last time. Extraordinary or extraordinary, depending on how you look at it. Because it doesn't feel good bargaining up here. You know, that's pretty unusual for us, but I've seen this before, not in cannabis, but we're trying to help people out as much as we can. You know,
So what's that number? What do you think that number is?
what's the sales? What's your sales?
sorry, we got to check one other thing. You mentioned 90 days. If in fact it's 90 days, I would like to ask for clarification on how the upcoming election may impact this development agreement as well, because I think we're within 90 days of that election, and there's probably an impact there. So I'd want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesus, help me if I get this wrong, but the election, if the tax passes, would automatically terminate the existing development agreements, but not necessarily this one. Come forward. That's it. Thank you. Thank goodness we have good help, right? Thank you.
Do I have to state my name?
Yes, please.
Jesus Mendoza, Deputy County Counsel. Once the tax goes into effect, it would cancel out the DA.
Including this one? Mm-hmm. It has the language? Okay. So 90 days would put us beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which defeats the purpose, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Does the tax go into effect as soon as it's passed?
No, the tax would go into effect January 1st, or in this case, January 4th, the first Tuesday after, yeah.
So that's 90 days from right now, that wouldn't be affecting that? It's once the tax goes into effect that it would,
True.
The tax doesn't go into effect till January 1st, which is...
I think you want to make sure you read the specific language in the agreement and see if on the date that the tax is passed, does that in any way impact the status quo of the agreement. My understanding of how that language was, I don't have it in front of me, this wasn't what I planned to do up here today, but my understanding of that language is that it would impact the status quo. So probably if the board wants to negotiate a future payment date, you likely need to make it before that election. But again, I'd look to Tom to advise us.
I think it says when it cancels when the tax is effective. Yeah. We're making sausage.
While you're looking up on this, do we still need 3:30? City of Modesto needs to call in for their closed session, so if we could take a 5-minute break for them to come and convene their closed session, and then we could reconvene by that time. Jesus, you could have all those answers, and then we all can kind of think what we're all thinking. All right, take a little break.
This is awkward.
This is.
Okay.
Okay, so what are we gonna do here?
Rob provided me with a draft potential motion. We're going to need to work some around it, but I think it's a good base to start our discussion. So you would, the motion would be to cancel the existing DA contingent upon the fulfillment of the following terms. If by Friday before 5 p.m. they pay X amount, the DA is not canceled and shall be and shall stay in effect with the same terms and conditions until a date, which could be September 15th. And if by September 15th, the entire debt that...
Okay, so what's the quarter? What's the quarter payment? No, that could go away.
While we're looking through that, is there any members of the public, I'm gonna take it out to the public real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, why am I hitting this? Any members of the public like to comment on this item? All right, Steve Morrow.
While Steve is walking up, Erica, what does the quarterly payment do?
I believe it would be October 30th for the quarter ending in September.
And how much is that?
$82,800.
Steve. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'm going to mention is I remember when we were at the previous public hearing, that was one of the supervisors said that basically by continuing the hearing until today, they were being granted the opportunity to come up with the total balance, which at that time was something like $270,000. And clearly that did not happen, which is why we're still discussing this. So the way I would have interpreted what happened 2 weeks ago was we gave you some time, you weren't able to get it done, and so if you didn't get it done, the development agreement would be canceled. I hate to see anybody run out of business, but I think they have been given more than ample time to try to get this resolved, and for whatever logistical reasons, couldn't get it done. So maybe it's time just to say, it's time to cancel the development agreement, and that's just unfortunately the way some things go in business. So that's my humble opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Man, help me make sense of this, please. Terry, you told me to get an investor. I got an investor, but I can't move forward with an investor without you guys agreeing to it. No investor is going to want to invest if I can't even get you guys to agree to it. I found the investor. I did the impossible. I got someone to invest in 50% of my business to come up with the money, but I need you guys to approve that. I can't do anything with my hands tied behind my back. Help me make sense of this. I paid over $2 million. People have talked about it. I'm not NRC. I'm not Rick. I'm here every day trying to make this right. Rick didn't pay nothing. I paid over $2 million. I paid more than any other cannabis operator. You guys have never had a single problem with me. I'm trying my best to get this done, but I can't get it done without your guys' approval. I'm just begging you guys, please help me get this done. I asked for a payment plan last time. I could put the money down and make payments. I would have made a couple payments by now. Please help me. I don't know what else to do. That's it.
Mark, you said you could have made payments. So because you didn't have a payment plan, you're not willing to make the payments? Because it comes back to...
You guys rejected it.
I know, but you haven't made any payments. So right now, we're talking about $20,000 from an investor. We're talking about we need more money than $20,000.
He'll put the $20,000, but he won't put anything up without an agreement in place. I can't just get in with a handshake.
But you were talking about payments. You would have made payments.
Yeah, all that money went to inventory to keep our shelf stocked so we could start making money and stay afloat. We're in the negative every month. I can't get any more stuff done without this guy coming and investing. I need his investment to come in, but I need you guys' approval. And he'll come in with $1.2 million he's agreed to. So then that'll turn everything around and we get the business flowing again, and I'll get you guys right back to where we were making. Before that, I made all my payments on time. Plus, I paid $400,000 over the 8%. I'm trying my best here, guys. Please help me out here. Thank you.
Okay. So, I don't even know why I'm doing this, because I don't like it. So let's, what if we put just what we talked about, if we said so we're going out on a limb, we're gonna be the bank here if we do this, so. And Mark, you're saying you don't have any more money to give, besides this 20,000 investors, you don't have any more money that you can give towards this. And so we're, like I said, now we're in a spot where we're probably not being good stewards of the taxpayers' money here to let this go another, say till October 31st or whatever. Now I don't know if we're held liable or whatever, for if this thing falls flat, that we, but you say you have no money.
I'll show you guys bank statements. I'll show you personal bank statements. So I'm completely 100% transparent. Whatever you guys want to see, no problem. The business has been in the red the whole time this past 6 months, and I keep trying to make the payments, but it's impossible if I'm getting taxed. The $82,000 is 30% of my revenue. And I've been trying to make that every month, but 2 years of doing that has just tanked the company. And I haven't been able to bounce back. I mean, this is going off of 2019, 2020 numbers that I've been paying that 8% of my revenue is only $30,000 right now. And I've still been trying to keep up, and it just got to a point to where it's just compiled too much. I can't do it no more. It's 2024, 2 years of doing that, it's impossible for any business to survive that. And like I said, I'll show you personal bank statements. Whatever you guys want to see.
The background check's gonna take how long?
It takes between 60 to 90 days.
Well, so it's do we take 20,000 by Friday at 4:30 and then wait until October 31st, which is, what's that, 2.5 months? That's 7.
If you didn't put money into inventory, which you don't have to now, right? Someone backed you up?
Yeah, when he comes in, he'll start backing me up with inventory. I'm not taking any paycheck from this, guys. I'm not taking any profits, no nothing.
I believe you. I don't think that I'm questioning it. What I'm talking about is the same thing Terry's talking about, the taxpayer. Think of the taxpayer. So if you have put all your money back and you have inventory, then you should be able to make some payments, just not because it's a contract, because you've already failed on your contract, right? You didn't meet your obligation. You may not see it that way, but the county sees it that way. So if the $20,000, as Terry's talking about, what precludes you from adding money to that? Because again, if we go to October 31st before something can be done, and you've pocketed another 30,000, or someone did, inventory, whatever it is, I'm not talking about, but the difference, if you're selling $250,000 worth of product,
any profits that the company would see would go towards the debt right away. We're not putting nobody's taking any profits until this debt is cleared, period.
But you haven't in the last month or 2 months, or the last month, right?
It's just been to get inventory back on the shelf so the business can stay going. If we don't have no inventory, there's no money coming in.
So there's your deal, if you want to try for it. $20,000 plus he's got to make payments along the way, and if he fails on a payment, monthly payment.
Okay, what's the payment?
You get sales of $250,000.
Sales of $250,000?
Yeah, I'm asking you. That's quarterly, right?
Do you know what our quarterly sales are right now? Yeah.
Right around 250 right now. So 30 times 8 is under 300,000.
Yeah.
The last amount that was recorded for Q1 of 2024 was $382,515.
Yeah.
In gross receipts.
Per quarter.
Say that again.
The last one for Q1 of 2024 was $382,515 of gross receipts based on what was reported.
And I don't understand, so Mark, you're saying there's no profit on that 382,000, you're saying your net is negative.
Correct.
So you're not even covering the cost of your product. You get $382,000 in sales, your cost of your product and your employees, and you come out negative.
I think he's talking about the, minus the tax too.
Yes.
Or not the tax, the development agreement. Stop saying tax.
So before the tax, what's your profit? Because that's what we're gonna need to,
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can get that over to you guys.
we gotta figure this out right now.
The one for the current quarter, they had not reported it to the metric system, so we were not able to pull that up.
How does the business change with the coming of the new investor? If you're losing money now, how is that going to change in the future?
Because we haven't had enough money to buy enough product to keep it rolling, right? So it's been a steady decline since we've been taking that profits to put it into the payments of the taxes, right? So it's been a snowball effect. It's just been getting worse and worse and worse. So I need an influx of cash so we can get the inventory back up to get back to profitable.
What happens after that?
Then we can build out the grow and, pay less money for product that we're buying. I mean, reduce our costs on that end. Just with the investor, it would help.
If you look at
huge.
this, if you look at them. Gross receipts are down. And gross receipts are down because you don't have the product to sell.
Right.
Just want to clarify, this is a retail operation. We don't have a grow
No,
permit,
but there's
correct?
a big space in the back that after this was done, we were going to try to apply for the grow, but they wouldn't talk with us until this was cleared up.
Yeah, we have not expanded any of the permitted applications with any of the operators that I'm aware of. So
Correct.
if you're predicating all of this upon the county granting you additional permits.
No, I'm not predicating all of it,
Okay,
but
thank
it
you.
would mainly be the inventory.
And Tom, I don't know if you mentioned that they currently do not have a commercial cannabis activity permit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
What are payments due?
The next payment would be due on October 30th.
Quarter, but it's through the 30th of the month, right?
September 30th, yeah.
Yeah.
So, have to make payments in between. All right.
I could make a suggestion if you would entertain it. Go for it. Try not to do this very often. I'm going to now. Tom, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think this board could continue this public hearing to the next board meeting. We could ask the operator to just put forward their last, best, and final offer. That offer could come back at that public hearing for an up or down vote of the board, and with an understanding that we wouldn't be going through any more back and forth conversation.
I don't know why we just can't shoot right now and then
Okay.
continue it so that,
Okay.
well, no.
That was my
I'd
best
say
chance
that
to just get you
continue
moving
it
forward.
so that we finalize it at the next meeting, so that we don't go through this machination. Because the 20,000 that the investor's gonna put up there, he's been making, what, 83,000, well, he's been trying, but paid $30,000 and he skipped a quarter. So why not $30,000 in the next 30 days, right? That would be fair. Wouldn't that be fair?
20,000 by Friday the
Friday.
16th, and then 30,000 by September 15th.
I
And by
guess-
that time, your investor will know if things are proceeding accordingly, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the final balance due by October 31st, and the development agreement ends on each one of those markers if that payment isn't in the bank by 4:30 in the treasury.
What are
Yeah.
the markers? I put one in on
September
October
15th.
15th as well, just so we get a monthly.
September, October.
Yeah.
Monthly
That's
part of
good.
that. So you
That's fine.
So the markers we said were 20,000 on this Friday, 4:30?
20,000, 430, then September 15th, 30,000, and October 15th, 30,000 with payment in full by October 31st.
And if we miss one of those payments, we don't.
I think it should be part of the motion, just like Supervisor Key has said, that we don't do the back and forth. If any of those payments are missed, then it's just,
Last best and final.
yeah.
Can I clarify? You said by October 31st, payment in full?
Yep.
That includes whatever balance is going to come due on October 30th?
Yeah, because there's
Okay.
a huge windfall coming in. I mean, I know you said there's not a price, but I was looking at the agreement, I think on page 10, it has the 1.2 million on the management agreement you guys gave us.
The management agreement.
Is that the amount?
There's a dollar amount on management agreement, is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
one of the ones right here. On item number 10 on page 8 says, provided the manager is not, you guys can read it, but the license holder shall negotiate the terms and conditions for an agreed upon price of 1.2 million. So that's the price? Yeah, so that should give substantial amount to pay off. What I'm assuming is about 300,000 left on October 31st. All right, this is pretty unprecedented, but you want to come forward just so we can go over the terms and agree with the terms? And then if those are the terms, then we put some language that if you miss any of those payments, then it's an automatic.
So our motion, what's our motion gonna be on this?
I think the one that
We're working it out.
you
Okay.
suggested that Rob had sent you, something like that. It had a couple dates in there. So we just added an additional date and a final payoff balance date.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to do it by memory, then I'll read that as a motion, but I just want to make sure, Mark, you're clear. So 20,000 due by the end of this week, 4/30, and then 30,000 September 15th.
Okay.
October 15th, 30,000.
And then the remaining.
The remaining.
Pays off October 31st.
And we're not going to have any discussions beyond this. We're going to make it the motion that any one of those mismarks, and
So-
we'll move on.
Right, so our motion's gonna be that we're gonna cancel the development agreement with the exception of these marks being made if one of them is missed.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
canceled.
so I can actually make the motion, but you're clear with all
Are
of
we
it.
gonna bring it back to staff, or are we gonna direct staff so that we bring it back next?
Can't we just do it right now?
They might
Yeah.
need to write the language. You thinking,
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
making it,
And there's a lot of things bouncing around my mind that I haven't really considered, but
okay.
what are you thinking?
Well, I'm just thinking that the transfer agreement is not complete until the background check is finalized, so that we can actually finish the transfer. So I don't know that October 31st is doable based on that, because again, 60 to 90 days to complete the background check
Oh.
and get all of that done. So I'm just,
The motion is if it's our fault, that we can't get it done. I mean, that seems fair enough.
Then I would just ask for another 30,000 on October 31st.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that by another 2 weeks, because if it's not done, then at least we're getting our balance paid down.
Yeah. Okay.
And that alleviates from the county being the bank, because we're getting consistent payments, either going towards the balance or any of your sales you're making payments on.
Okay. So, can make the motion.
Are you gonna continue it or not?
I can read the motion and then we'll continue it, so that it's on the record. Is that fair enough? We don't.
So we're gonna read the motion, we're gonna continue it, we're not gonna vote on the motion until we come back next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Because that gives him a chance so that we don't screw it up.
But then
But the-
even though it's not a motion, the 20,000 is due this Friday.
Yeah, there's no question.
All right, so we're gonna make the motion, we're gonna table that motion, then we're gonna have a motion to continue until next Tuesday, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to direct staff to come back with proposed approval of the staff recommendation to cancel the DA immediately if contingent upon the following: that the amount of $20,000 by Friday, August 16th at 4:30 is not performed as stated. The DA is immediately canceled. And September 15th and October 15th, 2024, payments in the amount of $30,000 each, so that's $60,000 total. If it's not performed as stated, the DA is immediately canceled, and that the entire remaining amount accrued, and that accrues to that date, October 30th, 2024, be paid in full. If not performed as stated, this the development agreement is immediately canceled.
And that includes staff's recommendations as stated in the board report.
Yeah. Okay.
And on what you guys put together, we'll say on each one of those dates, it won't be, October 31st. Each one of those dates, it ends if the payment's not in the account by 4:30 of that.
Yep.
And if background check's not back by October 31st, that's another $30,000 payment until background, for every 2 weeks. I guess there's, what I'm trying to say, and I don't know if my colleagues agree, but every 2 weeks, another $30,000 until the background checks after October 15th. So we give a month from now till September 15th, a month until October 15th, and in lieu of being full payment on October 31st, if background check hasn't been done by then every 2 weeks, it drops to $30,000 every 2 weeks.
So it sounds like we have an amended motion.
Well, the reason we had to amend it is because Erica said that it's highly unlikely that we can get a background check, or not highly unlikely, but err on the side of caution. It's 75 days from today, and so it can happen, it can't happen, but I just want to have something in the motion so that if it doesn't happen, we're still getting payment.
Can I interject real quick? I believe September 15th is a Sunday. So they wouldn't be able to make that payment.
Next business day.
Next
I
business
haven't
day.
looked at the calendar yet, yeah.
16th, next business day.
And if we continue this to next Tuesday, then the payment on Friday won't happen either.
No, it will.
It will?
How does it?
Part of the motion, yeah.
Yeah,
part of the
because,
motion.
and there's money owed, it's not like you're taking money in front.
Right.
So, I think it's all right. Okay.
And since Jeremy got us with dates, just in case nobody's following, October 31st is Halloween. Put it out there.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, I motion to continue this item to next week.
Second, I'll second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Chiesa, second by Supervisor Withrow. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Well, it's a record, 5-0 on a cannabis vote for Supervisor Withrow. Good job, buddy.
You made it for the last 2 years.
All right, well, thank you. And then next, correspondence, acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refers recommended on the agenda. Board of Supervisors reports, seeing none. Legislative, fiscal, and management report. COAs. No, thank you. Adjourn to closed session, and